Good morning. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the 10th edition of Indian Poultry Review Annual Conclave, a landmark occasion that celebrates not just 10 successful editions, but a decade of shared purpose, visionary thinking, and unwavering commitment to the advancement of India's poultry sector. When the conclave was conceived, its vision was simple yet ambitious: to create a platform where knowledge could transcend geographical boundaries, where science could meet enterprise, and where every stakeholder, from farmer to policymaker, researcher to processor, entrepreneur to exporter, could collectively define the future of Indian poultry. Today, that vision stands fulfilled and continues to grow. Over these last 10 years, the annual conclave has mirrored the transformation of the industry itself. From a regional knowledge-sharing platform, it has evolved into an internationally respected platform connecting Indian enterprise with the global best practices, seamlessly bridging print and digital communication, and ensuring that ideas reach every corner of the poultry ecosystem. More importantly, the conclave has consistently looked beyond immediate challenges to anticipate the future. Its themes have addressed disruptive technologies and innovation, India's competitiveness in global markets, food safety across the animal origin value chain, biosecurity, startups, and entrepreneurship, the aspiration of millennial consumers, sustainable livestock development, changing consumption patterns, and the growing importance of efficient, safe, and value-added poultry processing. Long before these became mainstream priorities, they found a place on the conclave's agenda. The impact of these conversations extends well beyond the conference hall. They've encouraged collaboration between industry, academia, and government, stimulated innovation, inspired young entrepreneurs, and strengthened policy dialogue and promoted scientific thinking across the poultry value chain. In doing so, the conclave has helped nurture an industry that today contributes significantly to India's nutrition security, rural livelihoods, women's empowerment, employment generation, and agricultural growth. This year's theme, Adapting for a Warming World, reminds us that climate change is no longer a distinct or a distant possibility. It is a defining reality. Rising temperatures, emerging diseases, resource constraints, and changing consumer expectations are reshaping agriculture across the globe. Yet, every challenge also presents an opportunity. For Indian poultry, this is the moment to embrace innovation, strengthen biosecurity, adopt climate-smart production systems, invest in technology and value addition, and build a more sustainable future. For 6 decades, Indian Poultry Review has chronicled the remarkable rise of this industry. During the last 10 years, the annual conclave has become its catalyst for change, a forum where challenges are transformed into opportunities, partnerships into progress, and ideas into action. As we celebrate this proud milestone, we honor every farmer, scientist, policymaker, processor, entrepreneur, academician, and industry leader who has enriched this platform. The first decade has demonstrated what collective wisdom can achieve. The next decade must propel India to the forefront of global leadership, driven by science, sustainability, innovation, and an unwavering commitment to feeding the world safely and responsibly. The journey has only just begun. The future belongs to those who dare to imagine and build it together. Thank you. Before we progress further, you have the agenda with you. Due to the international panel being scheduled for 10:30 in the morning, we might have to reorganize it a little bit to adjust because that time is fixed, and we move ahead from there. I'd now welcome the dignitaries for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. Could I please call on stage Mr. G.N. Ghosh, Dr. P.K. Shukla, Dr. Tarun Sridhar, Mr. O.P. Singh, Mr. Samir Agarwal, Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti, Dr. Punja, Mr. Naveen Pasuparthi, Mr. Uday Singh Bayas, Mr. Ranpal Danda, Dr. Shirish Nigam, Dr. Santosh Ide, Dr. Vijay Makhija, Mr. Vikas Deo, Mr. Prashant Kumar. Much against your wishes, you have to be on stage. Come. একটু খুলে খুলে দাও দরকার হলে একজন খুলে দাও একটু খুলে ধরো খুলে ওখানেই রাখো ওর উপরেই খুলে খুলে রাখো গ্রুপ ফটো হোক হবে হয়ে গেছে I'd now request Mr. Ghosh to welcome the dignitaries with the traditional Uttariya. पता नहीं क्या होगा तो सिर्फ न्यूट्रल कर दिया रेगुलर होता है ना वो अलग है यहाँ पे ब्लू एंड व्हाइट होता है मेरे साथ ब्लू एंड व्हाइट dignitaries to unveil the annual issue 2026 of Indian Poultry Review. Thank you. I would now request Mr. G.N. Ghosh, Managing Editor, Indian Poultry Review, for his address.
Good morning. First of all, I wish to thank you all for taking part in this annual conclave. There are occasions that mark the passage of time, and there are milestones that define it. As Indian Poultry Review celebrates the 10th edition of its annual conclave, we celebrate not just a decade of an event, but 10 years of a movement that has inspired thought, fostered collaboration, and shaped the future of Indian poultry. A decade ago, we planted a small seed with a simple yet powerful belief that knowledge shared is knowledge multiplied. What began as a regional platform for meaningful dialogues has today evolved into one of the industry's most respected forum, bring together voices from India and today, from across the world, from the printed pages to the digital landscape. The conclave has expanded its reach while remaining steadfast in its purpose to connect minds, challenge convention, and prepare the industry for tomorrow. Over these 10 years, every conclave has captured the pulse of a changing world, with Sanjay Mukherjee successfully driving this initiative forward. The annual conclave has never been content with reflecting the industry's journey. It has sought to academicians, entrepreneurs, processors, integrators, and farmers on one common platform, providing that progress is born not in isolation but through dialogue, partnership, and shared purpose. As India advances towards becoming a global leader in food production and protein security, the poultry sector must lead with innovation, sustainability, and uncompromising quality. The challenges before us, from climate resilience and biosecurity to digital transformation and consumer trust, are also opportunities. The next decade demands bold thinking, scientific excellence, and a collective action. For 60 years, Indian Poultry Review has chronicled the growth of this remarkable industry. For the last 10, the annual conclave has become its living voice, where ideas became strategies, conversation become collaborations, and vision becomes action. As we commemorate this proud milestone, we extend our gratitude to every speaker, delegate, partner, and stakeholder who has strengthened this journey. Together, we have built more than a conference, we have built a tradition of excellence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Uh, we've been fortunate to get some video messages from some of our well-wishers on the completion of this journey of 10 years. I'd like to play that before we move further into the day's programs.
My personal association with the Poultry Conclave and the Indian Poultry Review Group is now almost 7 years old. And this is one association and relationship which I cherish very fondly, and I really wish to nurture it in future. Why I say so is because I found that amongst all other various platforms available, Poultry Conclave offers a very unique platform wherein diverse stakeholders, from policymakers to industry leaders, academia, entrepreneurs, nutritionists, farmers, they all come together and very seriously and deeply deliberate the issues which the sector needs to address. I found that the discussion and deliberations in the Poultry Conclave have always been very deep and very meaningful, and they have been topical as also futuristic. Why I'm addressing this very forcefully is while we all in our various conferences, workshops, seminars discuss the issues which are staring us in the face, we rarely look towards the future and do scenario building. And this is where the Poultry Conclave stands out in terms of a futuristic vision it offers to the sector. So according to me, it's one of the most trusted and respected platforms for knowledge sharing in the poultry sector. And now it has expanded beyond because it recognizes that poultry is an integral part of the larger agriculture and livestock economy. So while discussing and deliberating upon the issues facing the poultry sector, it also takes into its ambit the larger livestock sector and the agriculture sector and how poultry can integrate into it seamlessly. Another characteristic of Poultry Conclave which makes it stand out is the quality over the numbers of participants. Now, many times we judge our performance in such workshops, conferences by the number of participants and the profile of the participants. Here is a platform which puts premium over the quality of discussion and the quality of participants rather than the numbers. So I think that while Poultry Conclave steered by the Indian Poultry Review, has already emerged as a very trusted platform for knowledge sharing. In future, I hope and I am quite confident, it shall actually emerge as a go-to voice of the poultry sector. And if you're looking for advocacy or lobbying for the poultry sector for diverse stakeholders, this would be one sector. Why it is most trusted is also because it doesn't represent only one section or one segment of the poultry sector. It absorbs and blends into its hold all the stakeholders, right from farmers to the industrialists to the processors. So I wish Poultry Conclave all the best and congratulate on a very successful journey of over a decade. And I hope there are many more to come. Thank you so much.
It's a matter of great pleasure to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Indian Poultry Review team on the successful completion of 10 years of annual Poultry Conclave. Reaching this milestone is a remarkable achievement and reflects the magazine's unwavering commitment to the growth and development of Indian poultry sector. Over the past decade, the conclave has evolved into a respected platform where poultry farmers, industry leaders, veterinarians, researchers, policymakers, and entrepreneurs come together to exchange the ideas, discuss emerging challenges, and explore innovative solutions. Knowledge sharing initiatives are essential for building a resilient, sustainable, and global competitive poultry sector. Today, the Indian poultry sector stands at an exciting crossroads. We must focus on productivity, the disease preparedness, feed and nutritional innovations, climate-smart production systems, digital technologies, animal welfare, and food safety, while ensuring profitability for farmers. Collaborations among academia, industry, and government will be the key points in achieving these goals. I am confident that the 10th Annual Poultry Conclave will generate meaningful discussions and actionable recommendations that will help shape the future of Indian poultry sector. I once again congratulate the entire Indian Poultry Review family for this significant milestone and wish the conclave a great success. May the next decade bring even greater achievement for the Indian poultry fraternity. Thank you once again, and my best wishes to all the participants. Jai Hind.
Hello IPR and hello industrymen. Mr. G.N. Ghosh, who started this endeavor in the past, continued by Mr. Sanjay, have done wonderful job in transforming the industry in the segment of knowledge delivery. Although his effort began humble, but it has taken a greater shape to ensure that every stakeholder gets enriched with information every year through his annual conclave. Continue, Sanjay. This conclave, I am sure it is strengthened year after year with the response which you're receiving from the industry. Wonderful job, great going, keep it up. Good luck.
India Poultry Review is one of India's premier poultry publications, led by the very dynamic Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee. I fondly recall the journey that he has had and how he has evolved IPR as it stands today. Major achievements have been aligning industry and knowledge together, bringing in industry leaders, technologists, and academics on a common platform. The IPR Annual Conclave is an event of its kind, and the IPR Knowledge Review has crossed from Kolkata to other cities, and if I recall correctly, One of the events has been held in Nepal also. The IPR radio is an excellent concept on which relevant topics are addressed, and the voice of IPR today extends beyond print. My warm wishes to Mr. Mukherjee and Dr. Ghosh. Thank you.
Firstly, congratulations to Poultry Review on the 10th year of the annual conclave program. Having this program for 10 consecutive years is not an easy task, and I should say this is a testimony to the legacy of Mr. G.N. Ghosh, which is ably carried forward by Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee. Now, looking back for 10 years, what has the conclave achieved? I would say a lot. Because in the age of social media, now the information is available everywhere. There's a lot of information available. But what is important, what is relevant to the farmers, what is relevant to the industry, curating these information and disseminating this information is important. That is what the Poultry Conclave has done. And second point I would say is that Poultry Review has not focused only on the metros. I have seen them having programs in smaller cities like Namakkal, in Tripura, in Bhubaneswar, in Patna, and many other cities. So it is not just confined to metros. That is another good aspect, because every person in the industry gets an idea about what is happening in the industry. And also it helps in building the camaraderie between the industry men with the owners, with the farmers, with the other industry stakeholders. So this is an advantage when you attend these programs. And what stands out in these conclave is that the program is well curated, be it the choice of speakers or be it the topics. All these you can see Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee's personal touch in all these aspects. That is why the conclave has been very successful for the last 10 years. And taste of the pudding, as I say, people come back to the program. Now, I have seen the program being well attended in places, Bangalore, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, all these places. So that is a testimony that the program is delivering a lot to the industry and contributing a lot to the industry. I wish many more success and to Mrs. Sanjay Mukherjee and the Poultry Review magazine and the entire team, and more conclaves in the years to come. Thank you.
Namaskar. I would like to congratulate Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee on the 10th conclave of Indian Poultry Review. And he has been very successfully executing the theme and also connecting the poultry industry fraternity with every stakeholder, whether they are the breeders, integrators, equipment manufacturers, pharmaceutical people. All these people are under one umbrella. The knowledge, as we say, is an important subject today, which we need to have to develop our industry. And I'm sure the conclave gets around everybody together, and it happens that the knowledge sharing is always important because this is the way we grow together. And as I remember that the Poultry India also conducts the conclaves, conducting the industry with the veterinarians and the gap, bridging the gap. Each and every company or an association or an individual or a person who takes care of this, and I'm sure India is known for its vast knowledge. People of here in this industry have good experience, good knowledge. And among them, we also have Indian Poultry Review, who is regularly doing this concept. And I wish them all the best, all the future success where they can continue their good venture and get along all the poultry industry people together. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Indian Poultry Review going to reach 10 years, one decade celebrations. I still remember those days when maybe 20 years before when I joined to poultry industry. So first I met, Poultry Jagat, Mr. G.N. Ghosh, and that time I think it was the only magazine was Poultry Jagat, and it has really helped, that time from the farmers to educate about the poultry industry. And slowly, Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee came with the Indian Poultry Review. So he has, done a remarkable job, I would say, because I have seen many, Indian poultry magazines, but the way Indian poultry reviews shape up, through the different conclaves, conferences, east, west, north, south, I keep observing and following up. I keep reading also IPR, including Poultry Jagat. I have seen the, contents, the subjects related to the poultry and allied sectors. It is really commendable. I am confident that the way IPR is, growing or helping to the farmers, to the poultry fraternity, poultry industry, definitely it is going to be one of the leading poultry review magazine and leading poultry platform, I would say, a media platform for our industry. And the conclave, 10th conclave going to happen every year also, even though I unable to attend many every time, but the way the speakers and the contents they collaborate, for the industry. It is really great to know. So I wish all the best for the IPR conclave, 10th conclave. And also I would like to thank Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee. He is not doing a magazine, but he is totally changing the mindset of Indian poultry industry and the Indian poultry farmers. So thank you. I wish all the best to IPR conclave, 10th conclave in 8th August 2026. Thank you.
Namaskar. This is Dr. Santosh Shire, Secretary VIP Vaccine Poultry and Director at Bhuvanai NBS. Today I like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee and Goluda for successful completion of the 10 years of the IPR Conclave. IPR Conclave itself an identical journey started 10 years before. Now they are reaching to south, to north, east to west and almost all major cities. You are really spreading the dream of our Padma Shri Dr. B.V. Rao, who is the father of Indian poultry. You are spreading the knowledge about the poultry, chicken and eggs to the corners of the nations and providing a real-time information to all of our producers. They are efficiently producing. Today is the era of Indian poultry where all four pillars of the poultry has been successfully and actively doing the job. One, producer. Second, association. Third, media. Fourth, government. So one part from the media, you are really doing good job along with the other players. All players, they are really doing wonderful job and you join hand with them. So once again, thank you and congratulations for sharing your knowledge, experience and expertise for the better on the poultry producers, our beloved farmers, for producing an affordable protein through chicken and eggs. Once again, congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you all who've sent us these messages. We now request our guests of honor to say a few words. I'd only request that due to paucity of time, kindly restrict your addresses to 5 minutes. Our first guest of honor for today, Mr. Uday Singh Vyas, President IPMA Poultry India.
Namaste. As an opening batsman, it's always a pleasure to open it. So, I would like to congratulate, first of all, Dr. G.N. Ghosh, Managing Editor, IPR, Dr. Tarun Sridhar ji, Dr. Shukla ji, क्योंकि time बहुत कम दिया है, तो I have to just make the sentences. Then I have Mr. O.P. Singh ji, Madan Mohan ji, from the West Bengal Federation, Samir ji, Ranpal Danda ji, Naveen Pashupati ji, Shirish Nigam ji, Santosh ji, and all my dear friends here. So I would like to thank you for again giving IPR a stage for Poultry India. This year, as you know, Poultry India has started its arrangements for the exhibition. And I would keep it short that our Poultry India is working continuously to improve the show quality, get the good quality of visitors to the exhibition, and also we conduct several seminars and conferences wherein we all together build our future country, India. And I'm sure this way as Mr. Sanjay ji has also had this IPR review going on, and I see a lot of familiar faces all together on the same page today, that we want to make our nation stronger day by day. And I'm sure this kind of conclaves would only strengthen our production capacities, our issues with the biosecurities and feed challenges, which we are facing on a regular basis. And with this, I would also like to invite you all for the 18th edition of Poultry India, which is on 25th, 26th, and 27th November. Please mark your dates, and I'm sure all the presidents, most of the presidents are here. My Knowledge Day organizer, Mr. Shukla sir, who is heading our committee, and all people who are here, please give your opinion on how should we conduct our Knowledge Day in a much better way, because we are open to all the information, suggestions, so that our industry grows. So we are open for it. Please share your valuable time. We will share all the details, which is the subject you need to emphasize on. We'll try to get the best of the speakers who can talk on those lines and give something back to us, which can improve our industry. With this, I thank you once again, IPR, for giving this stage to us. And thank you once again. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
I now request our next guest of honor, Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti, General Secretary, West Bengal Poultry Federation, for his address.
Namaste. Respected Gautam Narayan Ghosh, Gunuda, Sanjay ji, and their poultry review. It is a very premier, very oldest poultry magazine in India. And now respected Tarun Sridhar ji, Professor Shukla ji, O.P. Singh ji, Danda ji, Bass ji, and Punja ji, Shamir Babu, Hormon Das ji, many of person, all are my good friend. I will thank you and congratulate to the Guruda, this conclave completing 10 years. And when the poultry is not developed in the West Bengal, it's a very primitive area, primitive place in the India for poultry development. Then Gunuda has started the poultry review. Now we have a in good shape and good production area in eastern part in the country. Now Sanjay ji poultry developed the poultry review as per as our development of poultry in West Bengal. It's a very congratulations to Sanjay ji. Such type of meeting can be lots of help to our sectors. India is a development range in poultry is very high. Now we should be the monitoring and nursing to the poultry sector by development of the every spaces, feed, nutrition, biosecurity, vaccination, medicine, management, diagnostic, everywhere should be need to be developed for the continuous development of the poultry industry in the India in the context of the globally. I am congratulate to Gunuda and Sanjay ji from the West Bengal Poultry Federation for their development. And most of our beloved friend is here. I am also, Ajmili Madam also is there. I am also invite to you, all of you, the Kolkata International Poultry Fair from 12 to 15 February 2027. And another invitation will be shortly given, date is not decided. Our newly built West Bengal Poultry Federation office will be inaugurated as early as possible. It is nearly completed. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Madan Babu. I now request our next guest of honor, Dr. Shirish Nigam, to come on stage and say a few words, please.
Good morning to all the distinguished leaders from the poultry industry. Congratulations to IPR on this 10th edition of their conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm writing something and I would like to quote today in these 5 minutes. 10-point manifesto for India's animal protein future. You know, I have read one of the statement of Mr. Nobel laureate, Professor Amartya Sen. He says development is freedom, and freedom from hunger, malnutrition, and preventable diseases is the most fundamental freedom of all time. And we in the poultry industry or the animal protein industry I will call India produces enough protein. We don't have the problem of protein production. We have the problem of protein distribution. We have the problem of the protein quality. So how we can become a Viksit Bharat 2047, as our Honorable Prime Minister said once, and we all pursue towards this journey as a stakeholder in the industry. So the 10-point agenda, which I think, number one, declare protein security as national priority. This is still work in progress. It has not been vociferously declared by the Government of India, and we should try towards this, declare protein security as a national priority. Double the DHD budget to 15,000 crore by 2030. For this, as Mr. Sridhar said many times, and I always take advice from him, you need to pursue with lot of papers at different platforms, and we need to work towards this as all the associations are here, CLAFMA representative, INFA representative, and PFI representatives are here. This is the point number two. Point number three is implement the 4 regulatory reforms. Since the time is less, what are these 4 regulatory reforms? It has been articulated, benchmarked, and has been created kind of a presentable report where it talks more of substance, not the wish list. Establish National Animal Husbandry, a kind of a financial fund. I have called it as NAH-NIF with rupees around 1,000 crore. This is for competence creation, technology creation, and innovation. Build 5 livestock innovation clusters. And this should be in Haryana for dairy, Telangana for the poultry, and Northeast for the indigenous breeds. Like this, every cluster across India has a lot of opportunity. How we integrate that, connect the dots, and build a wealth for the nation, for the society. Launch the cold chain mission. Launch the cold chain mission. Execute the poultry export strategy. Implement national AMR stewardship, because this is the most important bottleneck in exports as well as selling in the domestic market. Center of Women Empowerment in Livestock Policy. How we can create women in the forefront and create a competence which is more visible to the audience, both all the stakeholders and consumers. Build the Anda Murga National Campaign. You can call it egg chicken, but these are the 10 pointers which I have. And with this time, I would like to just add one more point. Creating, the availability of talent, resources, market is there, finance is also available at certain cost. What is not available today is the innovation fulcrum in the industry. We import a lot of things, we export very few things. Definitely we have to import to export also, but how we develop, even instead of importing a product, we import the technology and produce here. Thank you, that's my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shirish. Our last guest of honor for today, Mr. Vikas Deo, Director Production, Bhandari Group. Request you to say a few words, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks to Poultry Review and its team for taking such initiatives. It's an annual conclave. Such events give us platform to interact and share knowledge and experiences which help us in adapting to the new and every change that the poultry world is going through. We really appreciate their support. At Bhandari Group, it's a family-owned and operated company. We, as a company, started from a very small town of Jharkhand in the year 2003 with a hatchery business. And then we diversified ourselves into commercial poultry feed sale. And today, we have approximately 12,000 metric ton monthly commercial poultry feed sale. We are into cold chain warehousing, cosmetics with the brand name of Lashika, pharmaceuticals, real estate business, education with the brand name of Flora and Chiranjeevi Concept School, hospitality with the name of Floresta, At Bhandari Group, we value quality, innovation, and technology. The diversification we believe in is the key to today's era. We need to diversify in order to keep evolving and giving more to our country and the society. At Bhandari Group, we treat our associates like our partners. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank a few partners of ours, such as Kemin, who help us in field support, EW Nutrition in providing us factory-based audits, Trow Nutrition in helping us understand the latest technology. I'd like to close my statement with saying it's time to embrace technology to be relevant in the market. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vikash. As our international speakers are online, we will slightly tweak the program and do the international panel discussion now. And I'd request Professor Dr. P.K. Shukla, President, Indian Poultry Science Association, and Professor and Head, Department of Poultry Science, College of Veterinary Science and Animal Husbandry, Duva Sumathura, to moderate this discussion. Sir.
Good morning. We have all the three international panelists with us on screen. Ms. Tara McCarthy, Dr. Handrich, and Dr. Jeffrey Ikobar. Hi, good morning. Yeah. So today we are going to have a panel discussions over a very important topic, and that is the drivers of changes in the ESG landscape, looking to the future of sustainable poultry feed production and reducing the metabolic heat. And all three panelists are with us. Yes, adapting to a global environment, adapting to a warming world is a challenge of a day. And now we are thinking of optimization to adaptation. And everything matters because we do have a very high magnitude of resilience with us as a human brain. So whatever challenges comes to us, we are trying to address the issue time and again. And always having a winning situation, coming out of it, and that too with magnificent colors. So without wasting time, let us listen to our international speakers. So first of all, I would like to invite Ms. Tara McCarthy, and she is Global Vice President of ESG, Alltech, and she is going to deliver her talk on drivers of change in the ESG landscape. Yes, no doubt, nowadays that matters, the environment, the social governance, because ultimately this decides the quality of product we are having in the market. And Ms. Tara McCarthy, it supports the company called Alltech for the purpose of working together for a planet of plenty. So I invite Ms. Tara McCarthy to have her words on this topic of drivers of changes in the ESG landscape. Dr. McCarthy.
Thank you very much. I just want to check that you can see the slides on the screen now.
No,
fantastic.
Not yet, not yet.
No. Okay, let me just try that again.
And I would like to invite, please share. And I'll request the audience, if you have your questions for these panelists, please keep it ready with you. After the presentation, we would like to have 1 or 2 questions. Okay. Please share.
Now, can you see now?
No.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah, now we can.
Fantastic. Okay.
Yeah. Just go in a slideshow mode. Just go in a slideshow mode.
Is that now in slideshow?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. Okay, so thank you so much for your warm welcome, and I'm absolutely delighted to join you here for the Indian Poultry Review and your conclave, your 10th conclave this year. Let me very briefly walk you through some of the changes that we're seeing around the world when it comes to sustainability. So when you think of the scene setting that I'd like us to do here today, we know that our population is growing, that we're going to have 10 billion people on this planet by 2050, and that 50% more food is going to be required in that time. But we also know already not everybody has enough food, with almost 30% of people in a food insecure situation. At the same time, we know that 1/3 of the emissions from agriculture, that agriculture accounts for 1/3 of global emissions, and we're being asked to reduce those emissions by 2/3. We also know, when we think of those forces of change, that there are many geoeconomic challenges that have been facing our industry over the past 2 years. We also know, when all of these risks are being looked at, that the CEOs of the World Economic Forum regarded for the next 2 years geoeconomic confrontation as the #1 risk that they're facing, followed by misinformation and societal polarization. Interestingly, only 2 of the top 10 issues for those CEOs are being viewed as environmental. But when we take a longer view and look out for 10 years, we see that the top 3 issues are around the environment, and 5 of the top 10 issues will be impacting our industry and impacting our world. Normally, when we look at risk, we expect policy and governments to support us, but in recent years, there's been an awful lot of conflict with regard to the changing levers that we could have traditionally expected. When it comes to environment, however, Europe has very much been the leader in the policy direction in this space, having created a labyrinth of many different directives in order to support industry. However, even Europe is slowing down in its implementation of these spaces as it tries to navigate all of those risks I've just spoken about, competitiveness, and at the same time bringing us in the right direction. Notwithstanding this somewhat of a slowdown, we are seeing around the world increased regulation when it comes to sustainability, with 90% of GDP now impacted by sustainability regulation, and many of those regulations have come in the last 3 years. But it's not just regulation is a force of change. Customers are asking for more as well, particularly because of the Scope 3 regulations that they're facing, where they're looking for more and more proof points to support them. Some are promising the industry premiums few enough, to be frank, but many are looking for access as the price that they will pay to give you more customers or give you more business. But at the same time, the big ask right the way through is for transparency of the supply chain. And these key customers are all over the world, but obviously in India, there is a very strong direction and a very strong presence in this place as well. It's not surprising though, because food security is part of this transparency drive. It's a complete concern for others, and it is a main concern because you can see what's happening from the climate perspective. The last 3 years were the hottest on record. Countries have been navigating floods as well as droughts, and the sectors that are most exposed are grains, oilseeds, sugar, and livestock feed, very much at our front door. And that's before we even discuss the impact of El Nino, where JP Morgan this year has suggested that it alone could account for almost 1% of food inflation happening between 4 and 8 months after each impact that El Nino creates. So we did in Alltech, did some research a number of years ago, and even at that point, 3 years ago, we still saw that the industry felt national food security is becoming a bigger issue. And when it's becoming a bigger issue, it's a realization that resilience is required in our industry and an increased focus on that. When we think of resilience, however, it's around the profitability of our industry as well. And already 3 years ago, 84% of our respondents felt producers are not being paid enough for the role they're expected to play in the food system. And unless change incentivizes the producer, it simply won't happen. So when we think about the risk that's across our value chain, it's also sobering to note that most of the negative risk is being perceived as being at the end of the chain between farmers and feed suppliers, already a group who are probably least equipped to be able to navigate so much of the responsibility. So I guess the big question for all of us is, so what, when we're looking at this? And from our perspective, we would argue that the food system is in a complete transition at the moment. We're moving from an era where it was all about the efficiency. It was all about stability on globalization as we looked at the forces of change, to a moment at present where it's all about volatility, where we're looking to build resilience and flexibility into our systems, where we're looking to regionalize rather than globalize and understand the consumer shifts towards health. So when we're looking at what does this mean, well, it means that there's an increased requirement for cross-sectoral collaboration across the value chain, where we're looking at industry, policymakers, farmers, consumers, all collectively contributing to climate solutions around the world. When we look at this from an Alltech perspective, we fundamentally believe that agriculture has the greatest potential to positively influence the future of our planet, because we operate on the nexus of human health, soil health, animal health, and environmental health. And when we look at our vision of the world, it's towards working together for a planet of plenty that has a vision where we have nutrition for all, we can revitalize local economies, and we can replenish the planet's natural resources. But it's only by doing this that we can put the producer at the center as we look at the supports for soil, crop, and animal nutrition, but we also look at the services and technologies required, the digital requirements with regard to data, and how we can capture value as we go forward to prove and to show and protect the industry's reputation. So we've been building a partnership model across the industry, inspired by conversations across the globe, and also inspired by the issues that our industry is navigating on a daily basis. We've been building proof on an environmental, a social, and governance aspect. But fundamentally, what we're looking to do is to reframe the conversation, because when we speak to sustainability, we must speak to the financial impact of it, but we also must move to show that we've got measurable proof on where we're going in the future. So from our lens, we're looking at how do we create value from a producer perspective, how do we ensure that our animals are healthy and productive, and how do we contribute to a regeneration of the land and the crops that we're using. And we've created a model that looks right across the value chain, looking at that value creation and in really examining it further, looking at all of the different proof points we require, but fundamentally focusing on measurable impact across the value chain. I wanted to very briefly give you a case study of what we've been doing, and it's an example from here in Europe, where we're working with one of the largest UK egg suppliers, supplying both retail and food service, and working across from with 200 plus farmers, working through their own feed mills and pullet rearing. They came to us to challenge how could they improve gut health, how could they enhance nutrient uptake, replace inorganic minerals, and reduce the level of essential trace minerals through using our technologies. And I guess the performance data we were able to supply them with from this pilot study was that we were able to improve day hen production, improve feed intake and mortality. We're looking at average egg weight increases, increasing daily egg mass, and obviously decreasing then farm seconds, but able to translate these impacts into sustainability claims for the organization as well, so that they too were able to bring those claims to their customers so that they could speak to their reduced food loss, improved carbon footprint, and also looking at their greenhouse gases as they improved their animal welfare and protein efficiency, and most importantly, improve their profitability, their performance, and their feed efficiency. So I guess that's a very, very brief overview, but what I would argue all of the time is that we now realize that volatility is the new norm. So we need to build resilience into our businesses. We need to treat sustainability as a strategic capability, just like we treat innovation. It's something we invest, we build, and we embed. But beyond protection, we also believe that sustainability can unlock new sources of revenue and new opportunities to differentiate our offerings. But we're also very, very clear that breakthrough will require bold cross-sectoral collaboration. But thank you so much for your attention today, and I'm looking forward to the conversation that we're about to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Thanks for a nice presentation. In fact, we'll take a couple of questions. Are you ready?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, okay. Do we have any questions in the audience? Yeah. Can we have mic? Tara, there is a question for you.
Tara, how can you manage the cattle industry in US, which is probably the considered biggest interruption to deforestation?
So I would say that deforestation is probably closer to being impacted when you're looking at Latin America. It's one of the key issues in Brazil, but it is true that cattle are associated with deforestation as one of the key challenges of that. We ourselves have implemented a deforestation policy to ensure that we're not in any way impacting that roadmap. We're also working very closely with our own suppliers to try and understand better how we can invest in our sourcing policies and associating that with regenerative agriculture. Because what we fundamentally believe is that by understanding the issues that are impacting deforestation rather than just avoiding the issues in the first place. We've invested significantly in a documentary outside of our own business, which is entitled World Without Cows. And I would love you to take a look at a website, worldwithoutcows.com, where it investigates significantly all of the issues associated with agriculture, from a climate, from a nutrition, from and the role of the ruminant animal in that space. So it's an area and an issue that we're very, very involved in, that we want to understand more, but more importantly than that, we're invested in, and that we continue to invest right across the value chain, but also in helping the industry to understand and help consumers understand where it's going. We also have invested significantly, specifically in the Brazil story. So again, if you go to that website, you'll see Balancing Brazil, which fundamentally looks at that deforestation issue, but also at soil health when it comes to the opportunity for Brazil to increase its productivity, increase its production without actually knocking trees.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Vijay.
Yeah, so Tara, the question to you, with your experiences of Europe, US, and other parts of the world, the sustainability initiatives by the poultry farming community is driven by government regulation or the consumer demand?
I think no matter where you are in the world, government regulation is the number one that forces change. Those who go ahead obviously are influenced by the consumer, but when we look across the globe, and we actually did some insight work on this 2 years ago, where we looked to understand every single part of the value chain, and from that research we came back that government regulation is number one. Customer demands or specifications are number 2, and the consumer is number 3. And very often the challenge with the consumer is that we assume they know probably more than they do when it comes to the detail of agriculture, so that we need to be able to explain to the consumer the value of what we're doing for them and explain to them the detail of their requests and their asks, because very often when you look at the decision tree for a consumer, it can be quite emotional rather than scientific in their requests of the industry.
Thank you.
Tara, in fact, everybody is talking about reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. What is the key challenge, whether it is technological, or it is economic, or it is behavioral?
Well, to be honest, I'd probably ask that question a little bit differently, because what we would argue is greenhouse gas emission reduction just on its own is not the ideal roadmap for the industry. Because the work that we're doing as an industry is, when you think of that presentation I shared with you, there are 3 jobs that we must do. We must provide nutrition. That is the number 1 job of our industry. Number 2, we must revitalize local economies, because every part of our value chain needs to be profitable in order for us to be resilient and have a future. And number 3, replenish the planet's natural resources. Now, I know I've listed them 1, 2, 3, but to me, they have equal importance. So we need to balance that greenhouse gas reduction ambition with our productivity and with our profitability ambitions as well. And the key challenge is trying to find solutions that are able to provide wins in those 3 areas, because they're complex solutions that we need to find. Their practice changes, technology has a role to play as well, education has a key role to play, but fundamentally what we need to do as an industry, and Alltech has invested significantly in this, is to find ways that capture value for producers in order to implement the changes required.
So it means a balance is required amongst all 3, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Tara, you talked in terms of efficiency to adaptation, right? What this shift means, what this shift means.
So it's looking at how do we reward the producer for the changes that they're implementing? How do we educate them and support them to do that? And how do we insist that there's an ROI available to them?
See, what are the evidences of sustainability and what are the tools available nowadays?
So there are multiple solutions available when we look
evidences,
at
evidences of sustainability.
Sorry, I missed the question.
Evidences of sustainability and then measurable tools.
So when we're looking at the evidence of sustainability, clearly greenhouse gas is one of the more mature proof point measurements, but you're also looking at water quality is a key. We're looking at biodiversity, we're looking at soil health. So there are many, many metrics that we're looking at, which actually is quite brings to life the complexity of our industry as well. We're also looking, though, at the same time of ensuring, and when you looked at that table I showed us to the proof points that we worked at with with Noble Foods in the UK, we weren't just looking at how could we help them to reduce their greenhouse gases. What we were also looking at is how do we improve their hen production? How do we make sure that their egg weight increased? How do we make sure that their daily egg mass had increased? How do we make sure that farm seconds are decreased? How do we make sure that we have improved shell strength? Because all of that together is what's going to reduce carbon footprints. All of that together is what reduces food loss. It's what it reduces arable land use through improved performance and efficiency. It's looking at opportunities to reduce mineral excretion. And that to us is how we can create new solutions by combining all of the issues and having the data. And one of the key arguments we would make is the real essential element of this is to measure what matters.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you so much. Now we have Dr. Heinrich with us. He is one of the eminent professor, and off and on I heard his name from Dr. Shirish Nigam, who happens to be a good friend of him. Currently, he is also there in KK Consultancy, Germany, and he is going to have his delivery on looking to the future of sustainable poultry feed production, solid state fermentation of protein-rich feedstuffs as an innovative tools. Nowadays, the solid substrate fermentation is a technology of the day, and right now, let us go through it, how it is going to help us in the future when the feed cost is going high and high. Professor Heinrich, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me today. I will share now my slides. Please, could the host let me share the slide because the
Allow
program
him
is
to share
saying
the
I'm not
slides.
permitted to do so.
Yeah, here they have enabled it. They have enabled it. You can share.
No, it doesn't work.
Now see.
Yeah, now I can share. Okay.
Yeah.
You can see my screen?
It's coming
Okay.
now. It's coming now. Yeah. Yeah, we can see.
Okay, so thank you very much. Very good morning to the audience from Germany, quite early. You have a very important topic, sustainability and resilience, and that all under the view of profitability in poultry feed production, because what Tara already mentioned in her presentation, we face a lot of climate challenges currently, and that we see even so here in Germany. We are facing a drought period I've never seen before in the 60 years of my life, and that has a huge impact on agriculture, and that has a huge impact on food production. So therefore, this conference today is very important. So when we look on nutrition, just a second, I need to give me one moment.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Now,
Please.
when we look on nutrition, the question is what impact does it have on sustainability? And from my point of view and experience, it's one of the central pillars when we look on sustainable and resilient poultry production. Why? On the one hand side, it delivers all the nutrients we need for the growth of the target animal, but it even so has a huge impact on the immune system, on the immune response, and that is very important nowadays. It has a meaning for the gut integrity and for the barrier function of the gut. And that all is done by support and stabilization of the microbiome. So another point is oxidative stress, especially under these climate conditions we are talking about and we are facing nowadays, even so in the northern part of the world. So to summarize, we have to talk about precision nutrition, and precision nutrition is more than only the delivery of an optimized nutrient combination. So we know that we need to ensure with our diets the physiological demands of our target animals, but that is on the one hand side energy density, that is the amino acid profile, and we need to look always on the newest results of the breeding companies. They are doing a lot of work in their research centers. And we have to take care for the right supply of vitamins, trace animals, and digestible minerals. When we look into what our industry is delivering, it is a question which additives are functional and which additives are of great meaning nowadays. We all know since decades the benefits enzymes deliver, there we do not need to talk about. The phytogenics have been in the feed formulation even so for 15, 20 years. Their specific composition has a target mode of action, and we have to look on the release along the digestive tract. So in certain cases, we need a certain protection. Nowadays, more important are the prebiotics. So fermentable fiber sources, which are often work in combination with carbohydrates, and it is for the production of short chain fatty acids in the distal gut, especially when we look on butyric acid. Probiotics, I think I do not need to talk about too much. Very important nowadays is to have a look on postbiotics, so the metabolic products of probiotics, and to answer the question, how can we have a high concentration of these probiotics to be active in the short time of digestion in the gut. And that led companies, that led nutritionists, researchers to the development of a new generation of natural additives, which are coming from solid state fermentation. And these new additives combine prebiotics, postbiotics, and probiotics. Organic acids are known, and toxin solution products for instance, mycotoxin detoxification, we even so use since a long time. Let's have a look into the gut health enhancement and what can we do to support the integrity of the gut barrier. I said newest generation of these advanced bioactive feed additives, which have an eubiotic action. That is a combination of prebiotics. They are used as a substrate in the production of these products. In a multiple aerobic and anaerobic multi-strain solid state fermentation process, so combined processes, they are converted to fermented substrates, and the used strains in these SSF processes produce a lot of concentrated postbiotics. And at the end, we have certain probiotics in the product from the solid state fermentation itself. And that all together in one product deliver synergistic benefits, and especially when it is about gut integrity and resilience of the target animal. So the target finally is to have an improved efficiency in the digestion and especially to reduce the risk of dysbiosis. What are the results we gathered so far? So we have finished a few weeks ago, a few months ago, in the beginning of this year, a trial which we conducted in India at the Ramadhuta Poultry Research Farm. What have we done? We compared a negative control with a positive control, in that case an antibiotic growth promoter, you can see it here on the slide, and this new generation eubiotic fermentation feed additive. 14 replicates, and we introduced a challenge that we used a 1 cycle old litter in this investigation. What has been the outcome? Looking on the performance figures, what we expected, the antibiotic growth promoters has a significant impact on feed conversion ratio compared to the negative control, but the eubiotic feed additive, the new generation, worked in the same way as the known antibiotic growth promoter. When we look on the body weight gain, there we could not find a significant impact because of the variation in the groups, but there is a clear tendency that both AGP and the new product had a positive impact on the final weight of the birds. Looking on the gut integrity, on the histomorphological parameters, we could see that the AGP has a certain impact on the villi height, but the eubiotic product had the biggest impact. And when we look on the relation between the villi height and the crib depth, there we could even so see that this new generation product had the highest impact. So that is about a new generation of feed additives. But what else can we do to be sustainable and resilient in our poultry production? And that is to look on the time the feed remains in the different compartments of the digestive tract. And when we look on duodenum and jejunum and the short time there, that is a place where the nutrients are absorbed. So we have to prepare, on the one hand side, the gut, on the other hand side, the microbiome, and we have to prepare the feed for best digestion. And especially when we want to introduce alternative protein-rich feed materials, we have to talk about pre-digestion. So what can we do in our feed production to have a kind of pre-digestion of certain feed materials? We worked on that topic intensively in the way that we do a solid state fermentation of feed materials, and we call that future waste to feed 3.0. So what is the objective? We want to have feed as a functional biotransformed system, which is going far beyond just only being nutrition. And the key pillars of this approach is, on the one hand side, to reduce significantly anti-nutritional factors in the feed materials, to produce functional metabolites, so postbiotics, including, when we talk about anaerobic solid state fermentation, especially organic acids. In certain compounds, in certain feed materials, you are able to release certain positive phytogenic compounds. At the end, it is about improvement of protein digestibility and to have an impact on circularity and sustainability. And that all we developed, and it led to a patented anaerobic multi-step solid state fermentation process. And this technology we see as a core enabler to go a disruptive step to feed 3.0. What can we achieve with solid state fermentation? So we've done a lot of investigation on different feed materials. I brought along a few results. On the one hand side, we are working on rapeseed meal or rapeseed expeller in this case. We combine that with a little bit of wheat bran because the lactic acid bacteria need carbohydrates for fast start of multiplication. And what we could achieve is, and that is always again in the feed materials the same, we achieve around 5% of lactic acid in dry matter in the product, and we are able to reduce the anti-nutritional factors. So here in this case, glucosinolates down to nearly zero. When we look on soybean meal, even so soybean meal, we know that it has a certain concentration of anti-nutritional factors. We have been able to produce lactic acid around 5%, a little bit acetic acid. We work homofermentative, not heterofermentative. And the same is with soybean expeller. Because of the fat content here, we even so combine it with 10% of wheat bran. And most important is we are able to reduce anti-nutritional factors, most important ones in soybean meal, stachyose and raffinose, and the residual trypsin inhibitor activity down to zero or nearly zero. And even so on the availability of phosphorus, we have an impact in the way that we are able to reduce the phytate-bounded phosphorus. Same here you can see in soybean expeller. I do not need to repeat all the results. The slide and the graph show the impact. What have we done looking on the poultry? So we have done in 2025, together with the veterinary university in Hyderabad, an evaluation on the inclusion of fermented guar korma meal as a protein supplement in broiler chick diets. We have done several investigations. At the end, we could show that it is possible to replace 15%, roughly 15% of the soybean meal by fermented toasted guacama meal, having same performance figures, feed conversion ratio, and daily gain as a positive control based on corn and soybean meal. Very important is, and that I want to show you now finally, are the data from the investigation on gut health, so morphological data and microbial count. And on the one hand side, we could see that in all groups with fermented toasted guacama meal, and guacama in that case as fermented only one example that you can see, even so when you use fermented soybean meal or fermented rapeseed meal or other protein-rich feed materials, we could see that the count of E. coli is significantly lower than in the non-fermented and groups and in the control group, and the concentration of lactic acid bacteria is significantly improved. And looking on the histomorphological data, we could see in all the fermented groups a significant impact on the length of the villi in the gut and on the crypt depth. So that means we have with fermented feed materials a direct impact on the integrity, on the strength of the gut, of the mucosa in the target animal. So that should have been my slides and what I want to share with you. Let me summarize my presentation. First, precision nutrition is a must. That is the basis for all. We have to look very close. What can we do to enhance health and welfare? And that is not only for the target animal, that is in the whole chain up to the human beings. We need to be environmentally sustainable. And one point is which kind of locally produced protein-rich feed materials can we use. And at the end, it is always to be curious, how can a feed producer, how can the whole chain of production integrate newest advanced technologies? And I said already, sustainable and alternative feed ingredients are very important, especially when we look on the disruption of supply chains globally. And that what we do today, that is even so very important, to meet on such a conclave and to collaborate and to exchange knowledge. So thank you very much for having me, and I'm looking much forward to your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Heinrich. We are ready to have some questions. Are you ready? Dr. Heinrich?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Okay.
For sure.
Let me start with a very preliminary question. In a sustainable poultry production, the nutrition should be viewed as either the cost center or as a strategic investment.
In the first moment, everyone would say it's a cost center. Yeah, and nutrition is cost, but it is a tool to get to new borders. So if we look on nutrition as a positive impact on performance figures and improvement of sustainability, it is an investment and it's not only cost. So therefore, we always have to be curious to look for newest developments, and certainly they need to pay off at the end, because we need to be profitable in our industry.
So what will define the feed of future? Whether it is cost, it is carbon footprint, or it is higher efficiency?
Good question. Yeah. So I would say first it needs to be efficient, because without efficiency it cannot be cost efficient. So efficient in feed conversion ratio, etc. And feed conversion ratio has the biggest impact on environmental sustainability. So we talked about a carbon footprint, for instance, in this morning, and still there is a lot of discussion going around, especially here in Europe and in Germany. What can we do with replacement of certain feed materials, not importing and growing our own protein feed materials locally? If that has a negative impact on feed conversion ratio, you do not win anything. You make it even more worse. And that is most important. We have to look on the figures. That is very important.
Yeah, can you suggest, because you have given a very good takeaway points, if I ask you 3 nutritional interventions which a commercial poultry producer can adopt immediately?
Yeah, so the most, so first it is the knowledge about the feed materials. You need to run regularly analysis of that what you have. And we should not only look on the gross content of the nutrients, we have to look on the availability of these nutrients. And that is very important when we look on protein-rich feed materials. So, for instance, the extracted meals, are they overprocessed? There are nowadays analysis methods available to look on the protein degradability in vitro and to compare different feed material sources. That's the first point. The second point is, yes, we should look into feed additives, into new generation of feed additives. At the end, it needs to be controlled in practice, looking on the performance figures. So, and that is very quick, very fast applicable. I'm convinced that in 3 to 4, 5 years, we will have the solid state fermentation processes directly located beside the feed mills. That we will see more and more, and especially in regions of the world where we have nowadays protein-rich feed materials available, which we do not utilize well enough because they have certain anti-nutritional factors inside. That will have a huge impact. And as Dr. Shirish said in his introducing words, it is very important to have a local production and not to import everything. That has even so an important impact on the currency value in the different countries. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, where do you see the greatest opportunity in improving the feed efficiency in next decade? Say about in next 10 years. Apart solid state fermentation.
Still in breeding.
Breeding, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And in knowledge about the nutrient availability in the feed materials. Yeah, so clear answer as a nutritionist. And one could expect he will say now feed additives, they are important, but they cannot overcome gaps in the nutrient availability because of overprocessing.
Thank you, Professor Heinrich. Thank you for being
Thank
with us
me.
today.
I have a question, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, actually, for the respiratory health, what feed additives you are advocating? Respiratory health, immunity.
Please could you, the last sentence I could not understand.
He's talking in terms of respiratory health.
Okay.
The nutrition for respiratory health.
Respiratory health, correct?
Right, Dr. Das?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I would say that is a question of application of certain phytogenic products, and these kind of phytogenic products for respiratory issues, for support of the bird, cannot be applied mainly across the feed. They need to be applied across the drinking water line, or you use these kind of products as an aerosol, spraying them into the environment. Yeah. So in the feed, it has to go a too long way to get at the place of action.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
My question is related to the application of the fermentation technology on raw material processing. What is the possibility, as you said that in next 5 years it will be set up nearby the feed plant, but we see that many enzyme applications coming in, and those enzymes are also capable of taking care of all those anti-nutritional factors or improving the digestibility. So, and the cost input towards fermentation technology is huge, which doesn't allow us to think of this solution as of now. So what it will take in 5 years that it will be possible?
Okay, yeah, you are right. There are even so feed additives in the market and coming to the market, which have an impact on these ANFs. For instance, certain galactosidases to reduce galactomananes in certain feed materials. What we need to consider is the time these feed additives have for their action in the gut. And that is the reason why I showed this one slide. And we can extend that when we do fermentation, these solid state fermentation processes. So the reduction of the ANFs is only one mode of action. More important are all the postbiotics the bacteria produce, and we work with anaerobic, with different lactic acid bacteria strains. These strains they produce it usually even so in the gut, but the time is too short for that. So that means we supply a lot of these postbiotics. Look on the lactic acid. If you have 5% lactic acid in a feed material and you use 10% of the feed material, you have 0.5%, 5 kilograms of lactic acid bounded in the feed particles. So that is not that cannot be compared with organic acid which you put as a liquid into the feed. It is a new way, and to be very honest, solid state fermentation is nothing new. Yeah? So we know that since thousands of years, and especially in Asia, it is applied for conservation of food. And even so, my mother on farm did that with vegetables. Yeah? So nowadays our knowledge is much extended what the bacteria can do. It is a microcosmos, and if we are able to apply this microcosmos in the right way, and certainly it needs to be cost-wise efficient, then we are getting to the new level in production. Yeah? And I would be happy to talk with you later about the opportunities practically. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Professor Enrich. Thank you so much. Now we have our third speaker with us, and he is none other than Dr. Jeffrey, who is a Senior Technical Service Manager, Camin Animal Nutrition and Health, and he is going to talk on reducing metabolic heat, a nutritional climate adaptation strategy. So Dr. Jeffrey, please.
Good morning, everyone. And let me share my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you see my slides?
It's coming, it's coming. Yeah, now it's clear.
Well, first of all, good morning and thank you for having me. It's certainly a privilege. And today we're going to talk about, how can we adapt or, think about what can we do from a nutritional point of view. And I'm going to piggyback on what Dr. Heinrich was talking about and elaborate a little bit more on a couple of points. So if we look at, let me see. Here we go. If we look at the average world temperature over the last several years, I think it's now undeniable that the world is getting warmer. And then the last 3 dots that you see there in red are the last 3 years. So for about 100 years, from about 1850 to 1950, the world temperature was pretty steady, up and down, a little bit of variation. But from about 1960 onward, we see a clear linear increase for the average temperature to increase. Okay, so this is this graph is the departure from normal, and again you see the last 3 dots over there are the last 3 years that are getting substantially bigger in the leaps in the deviation from departure. Okay, so the world is getting it's getting warmer, the days are getting hotter, and the nights are getting hotter as well. And then the importance of that is that during the night, we're not getting relief from heat. For us, for humans and animals, this certainly has a very negative connotation on our ability to perform our daily tasks and our productive tasks. For humans, for those of us that are lucky, we can escape from this heat by going indoors and turning on the air conditioning. But in a lot of countries around the world, electricity is generated by burning fossil fuels. So we are sort of like getting into this vicious cycle of it's getting warmer, I'm going to generate more greenhouse, but then what are we going to do about the animals? And then I would like to know how many of you are thinking about start raising your poultry in an air-conditioned environment? And the answer is probably none. And why? It's because economics. We were not going to be able to afford that. So what can we do then from a nutritional point of view to cool our production animals? So for that, let's go back to some fundamentals. And if we look at the energy system, and let's review the energy system again. And then for us that are nutritionists, we look at this, but sometimes we forget about exactly what it means and what it means for us in terms of things that we can do about it. I want to focus the attention when we move from metabolizable energy to net energy. And then the difference is that we subtract the heat increment. The heat increment is that heat production that comes from the animal during, and it's generated during the digestive process, that is generated during metabolism, during growth. And that is probably one of the key things that we need to start looking at it, okay? And then once we focus our attention on heat increment, we need to think about, biochemical nutritional management and what can we do about it? And the obvious question is, well, if animals are generating heat, which they are, then what can we do to reduce that amount of heat so we can try to alleviate some of the negative effects of a warming world? So I'm going to briefly look at some net energy predictions, and I'm using these only as an example, right? I'm not going to go through the equations, but what I have lighted here is that the levels of crude protein in these two equations have a negative impact on net energy, whereas the digestible total fat or ether extract has a positive impact, okay? So we know that protein generates a lot of metabolic heat, whereas fats don't generate as much metabolic heat. If we look at in these tables, and I certainly don't think you can probably read all of these, but there is a lot of ingredients here in a lot of different categories, both in cereals and on vegetable meals. And what you guys can see here is that basically, once we summarize all of these, we have a certain ratio of net energy to metabolizable energy. And the animal meals and the vegetable meals, again, those ingredients that are higher in protein tend to have a lower net energy, which means they tend to have a higher level of heat increment. And we start here seeing an association between higher protein and lower net energy. Again, here is another set of equations from another publication, and we see sort of like the same trend. You know, protein has a negative impact on net energy, and ether extract has a positive effect on net energy. Now, if we graph these and we sort of like summarize it and explain here very well, the ratio of net energy to apparent metabolizable energy, we see that as we increase crude protein, this ratio of net energy, it's going down. And the main reason why is it going down, it's because we have higher levels of heat increment, because that is the only difference between metabolizable energy and net energy. So again, we're starting to see here a trend on crude, and I'm using this mainly as an illustration point. Okay, so here is the conundrum. Because birds need dietary amino acids, and we provide those dietary amino acids using, high protein ingredients like soybean meal, canola meal, and other types of mainly vegetable proteins, but we also use a good amount of animal-derived crude proteins. And we see now, here is the situation. I need to provide protein sources and amino acids for the birds to grow, but this protein is going to have a negative impact on the net energy, and it's going to have a increase in heat increment, which I want to reduce heat increment when animals are already dealing with heat stress. Okay, so we look at the other side of the equations that we were looking at, and that is to looking at the fat source or the lipids or the ether extract, right? And then those are the ones that are positively correlated with net energy, which means those are the ones that produce the lowest heat increment in the animal. So if we want to start thinking about and starting a conversation about metabolic heat, then we need to start thinking about that I need to provide amino acids to these birds and in a rational way. And then Dr. Hendrik was talking a lot about precision nutrition, and I want to emphasize again in that point, we need to provide the birds what they need every single day without excesses, without deficiencies, so we don't go into these excess dietary protein and amino acids, because it's going to contribute to higher metabolic heat. And then what I can do is turn my attention to fats and lipids as a source of energy. And in birds, we have another situation there, that birds usually are not as efficient as other animal species at digesting and metabolizing lipids. If not, look at many or any nutritional table that you want to look at it and compare the metabolizable energy of pigs versus birds, and you will see that for every single ingredient, the metabolizable energy, it's lower in poultry than is in pigs. So that also talks about some of the challenges with digestion. Okay, so what can we do? So one of the things that we can do is obviously use exogenous protease to increase amino acid digestibility and absorption. We need to balance the diets better, and we need to go beyond lysine, methionine, and threonine. We need to start looking at the complete ideal protein ratio. We need to start looking at all of the amino acids and start thinking about the balance of all the amino acids, the dietary essential and also the dietary non-essential amino acids, and try to achieve the best balance that we possibly can. In terms of using more fats and oils, we need to make sure that those are stabilized, that they contain antioxidants, that antioxidants, proper antioxidants, are added at the point where those fats and oils are produced, so they don't become oxidized, because if you start feeding oxidized fats to animals, we're going to have all sorts of issues, not only in terms of feed intake, which is likely going to be severely decreased, but also in terms of and some nasty alterations in the metabolism. And we definitely don't want to end up in the extreme cases of depositing lipofuscin in the fatty tissue of the animals, because they're consuming very highly oxidized fats. And then for better improvement and better utilization of fats, we need to start looking at using perhaps some emulsifying agents or some emulsifying technologies, or technologies that will allow the bird to digest even more the lipids that we put on. And then from the other point of balance, and Dr. Hendrik touched on these, and I'm going to put it on another aspect. We need to have a healthy balance between fermentable fiber and the microbiome, but then also think about, what we want to be fermented and how much do we want to be fermented, because fermentation could actually generate a lot of heat in the gut that we don't necessarily capture unless we're working with net energy systems, and we're still in the poultry world where we're still many years away from that. So some take-home messages here, and to make this brief and then start to open it up for discussion, is, formulate the diets for reduced heat increment. For those of you that are nutritionists and formulators, start putting these. And I know that we may not have all the information that we need to for net energy values, but we can start working on something. As I mentioned before, the ideal protein concept, and then that is going beyond lysine, methionine, and threonine. We need to start looking at arginine, isoleucine, valine, tryptophan, serine plus glycine, and I may add all of the amino acids we have, and we know the ideal protein ratio for all of the amino acids. We should be balancing for all of the amino acids and doing the best we can with the ingredients that we have, and also with the availability of the synthetic amino acids that we have. Better nutritional values for ingredients. Unfortunately, and this is very, very unfortunate, there is no laboratory analysis that we have where I can send an ingredient to a lab, and that lab will give me back a metabolizable energy value. We can run assays and get a proximate analysis, and from that proximate analysis, we can put it in equations and then get predictions. So we can have some ability to predict metabolizable energy, but we certainly don't have an assay to measure metabolizable energy. And we probably need to start looking more about using fats and oils in the diets for birds, particularly under heat stress, and we need to make sure that those are not oxidized. There's other heat stress mitigation options, and the one that I want to touch, more pointedly here is water. And because that is, to me, is the forgotten nutrient, the one we talk less about it, because perhaps it's the cheapest one in the whole production system. But we need to define what water quality is, and most importantly, we need to look at the temperature of the water that the animals are drinking. The ideal temperature for a bird to consume is between 10 and 15 degrees Celsius. Up to 24 degrees Celsius is good, and above 35 degrees Celsius, that bird is simply not going to drink a drop of water. And then guess what? If we have birds that are not drinking water, they're not consuming food. If they're not consuming feed, they are not going to produce. They're not going to grow. They're not going to lay eggs. We also need to look at, proper ventilation, and air speed is very important. Management practices like night feeding, dietary electrolytes. We talk about enzymes. And then there's a whole list of other things over there. and this is not an inclusive list. I mean, there's other technologies that are available that I did not list it here, but we need to start thinking and being proactive and going beyond our normal nutritional practices and get a little bit more into what Dr. Hendrick was talking about, precision nutrition. And then the question is, how do we get there, and how are we going to accomplish the analysis that we need for the nutrients? How do we get a better understanding of what the animal needs? And therefore, how are we going to manage those interactions? With that, I thank you for the invitation. It's been a great honor, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you guys may have.
Dr. Jeffrey?
Yes.
Yeah, if climate change is new normal, what should be a single highest priority for poultry production?
The single highest priority for poultry production, I think, it's animal comfort. And whether we get that animal comfort both in the environment as well as nutritionally. So the animals need to be comfortable with the place where they are and with what they are eating.
Okay, then what knowledge gap still persists in climate smart poultry nutrition, and where we should focus our research now?
Yes, again, I think the biggest gap right now is the values for metabolizable energy. We cannot analyze them directly. If you look at some of the tables and the table compositions that are around the world, the ones that provide now not only the average numbers, but provide us the standard deviation, then we find out that there is a lot of variability in metabolizable energy. And then if we are not able to measure that, we don't know exactly what we have in each ingredient. And then we are balancing diets with inaccurate information, and that is going to translate to deficiency of animals.
Okay, normally we say that everything is to be improved to make bird more comfortable, right?
Absolutely.
So whether nutrition plays an important role to make the bird more comfortable in terms of animal welfare, or still the housing and management, they are dominant?
Well, I'll put it in this manner. You don't raise chickens only with food. You need water, you need environment, you need people, you need management. So at the end, we need to look at the system as a whole. We cannot look at one component completely individually and independent of everything else that surrounds the rearing of those animals. So as a nutritionist, obviously, I will talk about nutrition because that's my area of expertise. But we certainly need to think about, what is the current density of the birds that are we housing in a poultry house? Do we have enough birds? Do we need to reduce the density in order to have the animals more comfortable? It goes beyond my knowledge as a nutritionist, but question is like, how many BTUs of energy are generated by the birds you have in your house, and then how much heat are you displacing? I mean, those things need to be in balance. And again, that goes beyond my area of expertise as a nutritionist, but we need to start thinking about and using the science and the engineering that we have at our disposal to look at the problem from all different angles, from a lot of different expertise, and put it together and say, we're not going to solve this by nutrition alone, and certainly we're not going to solve an issue of heat stress in animals with one or two different additives that you may find in the market or are yet to come in the future. It needs to be an integrated approach, an integrative solution.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? Okay, then just have a message to our nutritionist, just a message in a single sentence. How best they should be prepared for the future.
Understand nutrition and the digestive process, and understand the ingredients.
So is it a smart nutrition? Is it a smart nutrition or precision nutrition?
You can call it smart nutrition, precision nutrition. To me, they go hand by hand. We need to have nutritionists
Yes.
that are, and I don't want to offend anyone, but we need to have nutritionists that are nutritionists instead of just formulators. We need to understand the metabolic basis of what's happening with everything that we put on the feed. How is it going to be digested? How is it going to be absorbed? How is it going to be metabolized? And how is it going to be excreted? We need to have that intricate knowledge of, going back to the roots, truly be a nutritionist. Sometimes we need to be a formulator, right? And then we balance the diets, but we need to go back to fundamentals and become nutritionists again and understand nutrition, digestion, absorption, metabolism, and excretion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, Professor Henry. Thank you, Tara, for being with us today in the morning session of our conclave, exchanging information, having conversations, and enlightening us about the recent happenings in the poultry nutrition so as to combat the climate change and to have a more and more adaptability to the warmer climate. Thank you so much.
A pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Tara McCarthy. Thank you, Dr. Jeffrey Escobar, and thank you, Dr. Heinrich Klausing. And a big round of thanks to Professor Shukla for moderating this discussion. We now move into the industry leadership oration, and I'd like to invite Mr. O.P. Singh, Managing Director, ABTL, to deliver the address, the oration. With 4 decades of science, entrepreneurship, and innovation behind him, Mr. Singh is the man quietly reshaping how India and the world feeds its birds. He's a visionary leader whose journey has taken him from the biochemistry labs to the boardrooms of global pharma giants and back to the soil of India's poultry heartland. Mr. Singh is, by every measure, the rare industry leader who built not just a group of companies, but an entirely new intellectual framework for how animal nutrition is practiced on the subcontinent. Every human being in the next generation needs protein security, ensuring not only improvement in their health parameters, but also efficiency in their lives. Every Indian citizen deserves qualitative protein inputs in their daily diet. To bring this vision alive and to fill the gap, Mr. Singh founded and started a countrywide initiative called Hello Protein, encouraging Indians to consciously incorporate more protein into their daily diets. Hello Protein strives to make protein education both engaging and accessible. Mr. Singh.
He has taken half the time introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, all dignitaries, industry people, I think the time is 5 minutes, no? Doctor? It's 5 minutes time, no? 5 minutes, no? Okay. 15 is too much. I don't have. हाँ, अभी इतना अच्छा चल रहा था, उसमें इंडस्ट्री लीडरशिप किधर ला दिया है? हाँ. Anyway, I have, since all the business wizards are sitting here, I have certain anxieties for the future in the poultry industry. That anxiety evolves from basic fundamental of that if my cost of production of chicken is X, by the time it reaches to a consumer, it becomes 2X. If farm gate price is X, consumer pays 2X, where this money goes? If this money goes to the trade, are we organized to handle this trade? This challenge is going on for 50 years. Whether you take chicken, whether you take egg, both are dealt by the middlemen, largely. only 7.5% is a processed meat, which probably have relative commercialization and value chain slowly beginning to settle down. But 93% of your production is in the hands of middlemen. If so much of capex and the progress is expected to come in the industry, have we started thinking and organizing ourselves? How do we handle it? So my question and anxiety is simply this. If 50% of your money is being drained out in the trade, if we organize correctly, can we improve our net realization per kg of meat or one egg we produce in the country? Now, of course, you are busy into the progress of production. Our progression model has been to make the money, invest it into production. Largely, everybody thinks that way, from a small farmer to a big farmer. Vertical integration in the last 10 years has taken a proper shape, so I'm hoping something good is going to happen. But the challenge of trade continues to lie even if the integration has taken shape. It's a trader who dominates the trade. It's a wholesaler who shares the booty. It is the retailer who makes the money. It is the farmer who gets the burnt of losing his invested money and goes through the volatility of business and conductance. So bankers are losing faith because you have a volatile market. Youngsters find, a new generation find it not very constructive business to be in. It needs to be organized. And industry, if it has to face the international challenge and the trade, has to be better restructured with the scale and trade. So these three challenges, if we all have to face together, have we started thinking how do we cater the gap of inorganized management word called value chain development. Whether it is production, value chain, whether it is input cost control value chain, which is hurting you in any case, most of the time, whether it is trade value chain, whether it is disease management value chain, you know the depletion is growing through the various diseases and mortalities year after year. Against average mortality in the broiler 7 years ago, 3.5%, has moved up to 11%. And net loss last year in 25-26 to the crude calculation was 18,000 crores against one disease. So that's the challenge. And that's the anxiety I have. How do I reach my product by correcting every step of value chain, which insulates me for better returns? So that's my way of looking at the industry. 27% of your population, or 29% of your population, which is considered to be the young generation, will demand certain amount of transparency, and then only they will trust your product. Are we organized to address those questions which are going to be raised by 29-30% of our population? So traceability is non-existent. Trust is shaky and minuscule. We eat chicken and egg out of certain amount of compulsion and choices. So these are the challenges, and that is where that if vertical integration has really shown us the success of growth, can we build up a good value chain for production? If collective marketing, at times I hear, I might be wrong because I have left retailing chicken long time. If collective marketing can be productive in our country and makes you realize better money, can it be experimented? in an organized system. At times I hear that wherever the farmers associations are very cohesive and make collective decision systems, they realize 50 paisa more or 70 paisa more or 1 rupee more. If that can become a learning and become a collective marketing system in at least those areas which are underdeveloped area in terms of marketing, so realization might improve. Here is an expert, you have Mr. Naveen, end-to-end supply system and traceability. So maybe when he comes here to the stage, ask all dirty questions, so he should answer it. They are difficult ones, because based on his learning, what he has gathered in the last few years, I think we should deploy ourselves correctly what we should do, if that is going to work for the future. Cold chain infrastructure or retail chain infrastructure is not attended at all, I would call it. So best of the companies, even if they are processing, their rejections are approximately 2% and above, Naveen. If those rejections are countered into your balance sheet, probably it doesn't look good, because average profit of a poultry company is between 3-4%. And the 2% goes away into rejections, it hurts substantially. So if we do not know how to handle or how to organize our cold chain network, our retail network, which has a sufficient facility to hold your product with the safety, guarantee, and quality and trust, we will continue to lose money. And it will continue to erode your balance sheet consistently, because you are going to be a big game player in the future. So that's the value chain I look for you to start rehearsing. It maybe these questions are today looking awkward or too early, but start rehearsing, start doing the exercise. I need it by 2027 and 2028. And there has to be a tangible investment and a structured plan to approach these crises. Otherwise, 50% of your profitability is shared by the trader. If my figures are incorrect, you can correct it yourself. Maybe 43% or maybe 60%, zone by zone. Now you heard about ESG, environmental safety, you heard about carbon footprint. We are signatory to carbon footprint reduction by 2037. Sridhar sir? Or 2030, that we bring it to the carbon neutral. The biggest industry which gets targeted, which has a capex orientation on investment, they will not go to the agriculture farmers and ask questions early. They will come first to the poultry and ask you questions. Yesterday, I was surprised to see, probably, I'm hoping and wishing that it is a hoax notification in Maharashtra government that they want to monitor every butcher's shop for the traceability and antibiotic traceability. If it is incorrect, I want Santosh Sire, doctor, to find out how long it is. But if that disease, is correct, so notification has been issued by Maharashtra government, their FDA commissioner, that I'll check your eggs, I'll check your farms, I'll check your feed, I'll inspect your chicken shops as well. If that is reality, then our value chain has to be perfected. And I was so much worried, I in fact, hopefully no media people know, the IPR itself is a media. So don't print these statements. Yeah. I told Dr. Santosh, let's collect all the data and be prepared to go to the High Court. Because one, we make mistakes talking wrong things at early without preparation. Whether it is done by me, whether it is done by my colleagues. One Health, who brought in India? Multinational companies. Antibiotic resistance, who brought to India? Multinational companies. They go and tutor the audience. So even if this commissioner may not be knowing about it, he would get triggered. There is a chance of inspecting your facility. So there is a notification which is implemented from 7th of August, yesterday onwards, and it's very scary. So this disease can spread to other states as well. Be prepared that I need a solid, robust value chain infrastructure to address such eventualities is going to be created by the government. We would be hounded by FSSI, for sure. We will be hounded by the Food and Drug Administration. The start has begun already from Maharashtra. So that is where the challenges are falling in to all the producers. And it scares me that we are not structured and prepared as yet correctly to answer those questions, whether it is carbon, starting from ESG programs to carbon footprint, or coming back to the antibiotic residues or the chemicals found into the tissue level, or those considerations, if they're going to be inspected, we will fall into trouble. So I do not want to take you more time. The presentation was 20 slides, but I have cut it short as sharper as I can be. But you are more judicious, you are more qualified, you are thick and thin in your business. Start interpreting that these structures are needed in our organization to address these eventualities and challenges correctly. If by 2030 we have to be carbon neutral, feed industry is the first industry is going to be challenged. How do we do it? Yesterday there was a notifications in the Times group that we have the largest cattle head number. If some people are from dairy side, please be aware. There's a publication in the Times of India yesterday that 40% of the forest reserve in India is going to be challenged by the cattle industry. Because cattle industry needs more space to grow and live in terms of water consumption, land reservoir, and forest reservoir, and the green field availability. If they are going to make some rules in our disfavor, I don't know how to conduct business. So these are the informations which are available. Look, end-to-end traceability as a norm. We should start building the data to those products. Luckily, some of the speakers were fabulous from the international side. I request even the local domestic pharmaceutical or animal health companies, please start organizing yourself. Every human product brought to the animal side is not a good idea, which has been a trend in the past. That if amoxicillin is successful in human treatment, should not be brought to the animal side. It would be asked questions. One. Second, by chance you have developed a range of products, build up sufficient supporting data to support the farming community. As of now, best of the companies of Indian origin have lesser information to support the farming community. Any product you choose, you have to be very careful about it. It's not easy. Ask from them, and I request both the sides, you select correctly, and they should do homework to come forward to you that these are the information, like something called life cycle analysis of an antibiotic or a feed supplement must be a mandatory rule in this country, whether I'm importing or whether I'm producing it in the country, so that you know that every unit of efficiency you build into your production system is carbon credited or calculatable to the carbon credit system. Now, I request animal health companies of Indian origin, please start working in this direction. Every product what was good for the human is not suitable for animals because we would be targeted first. Human, nobody is going to. 52% of the antibiotics are being sold without prescription in this country. Nobody has asked anyone any question. Why this resistance? But any product being added into the animal feed industry is as a question. So this is where the crossroad puts us on the challenge. Be it be examined, be it be audited, be it be inspected, be it be targeted because our capex orientation of the industry of the poultry side. With this, I hope I have transferred my anxieties to you. I'm not saying lose the sleep, work out a transition model, and in the afternoon, there are a lot of experts going to talk to you who have industry experience. Provoke yourself and find some solutions for tomorrow. I'm with you all the time for every reason, if anything, to be done in order to documentation of ESG, in order to calculate carbon footprint, in order to do AMR data build-up calculation and submission system. I'm with you all the time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I would now invite Professor Dr. P.K. Shukla for his keynote address. Dr. Shukla is President, Indian Poultry Science Association and Professor and Head, Department of Poultry Science, College of Veterinary Science and Animal Husbandry, Duvasu, Mathura. I'm sure sir requires no introduction, but I'll still go through the process. Dr. Shukla is former Joint Commissioner Poultry, Government of India, former Dean PGS and Registrar of Duvasu, Mathura. A graduate of Veterinary College, Jabalpur, he earned his MVSc from Indian Veterinary Research Institute and PhD from Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology. An acclaimed poultry scientist, he is a distinguished fellow of the National Academy of Veterinary Sciences and the National Academy of Veterinary Nutrition and Animal Welfare. He has received multiple national honors, including Lifetime Achievement Awards from CLAFMA, Government of India, and Agriculture Today. With over 316 publications, 4 books, and guidance to 30+ postgraduate scholars, Professor Shukla has significantly contributed to poultry policy, research, education, management, and national disease monitoring initiatives. So.
Most respected Mr. G.N. Ghosh, Mrs. Ghosh, Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee, Mrs. Mukherjee, Tarun Shidhar sir, Vijay, Suresh Chitturi sahab, Uday Singh Bayas sahab, Punja sahab, Madan Mohan Maiti sahab, Dr. Das, my friends, Santosh, Dr. Sirish Nigam. Indeed, always it's a matter of great pleasure when you witness something through and through. The journey of Indian Poultry Review to host annual conclave was started in 2017. And today we are celebrating the 10th edition of it. 10 years, एक दशक, ये वो समय होता है जिसको हमने बहुत स्टैंडर्डाइज कर रखा है to review, to monitor and to progress. पुनरावलोकन भी करते हैं, सिंहावलोकन भी करते हैं और आने वाले समय में क्या किया जाना है इसका नीति निर्धारण भी करते हैं. And always it remains a history कि जो भी हमारा लेगेसी होता है उसको हम जो भी घर के बुजुर्ग होते हैं उनसे सीखते हैं, उनके साथ परफॉर्म करते हैं और आगे बढ़ाते हैं. So let us give a clap to this Indian Poultry Review Group, which has started almost 6 decades back, 6 दशक का इतिहास, जिसमें से 1 दशक अब पोल्ट्री कॉन्क्लेव ने भी पूरा इंडियन पोल्ट्री रिव्यू के एनुअल कॉन्क्लेव ने भी पूरा कर लिया है। और इस साल का जो थीम चुना है वो बहुत ही एप्ट है, not only relevant to the local context or regional context or national context, but yes, it is at an international context. The information dissemination, I must admire IPR. They have started with a national perspective and percolated down to the regional perspective. अब आप देख रहे होंगे सारे regions में now they have made their standing. Santosh will agree. And the most important thing is, which of course we'll listen in the Tarun Sridhar Sahab's address, the quality audience, the reactive audience, and rather I should say pre-active audience. Always we have a small group which is spread over, and always these groups are working as an ambassador for the information to be multiplied, to be sent to, or particularly it should reach to the end corners or end users. And today I have been assigned a duty just to apprise you about what is happening. I am not talking scientific. I am going to talk in general, giving few of the examples, those who all are sitting over here, that how we can progress, how we can learn, and how we can go ahead. So here, I am going to focus my talk only on the climate risk and how it can be converted into a strategic advantage. Let us read this. Very classic. Tarun Sridhar Saab has rahe hain. Very classic. Because this statement has been echoed by Barack Obama also, the then president of USA. We are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change and the last generation that can do something about it, by Ban Ki-moon, the then Secretary General of United Nations. Only reading this gives a different amount of pressure on our head. O.P. Singh Saab thoda sa pressure de gaye hain, and this gentleman has given the pressure to the entire generation. Yes, challenge is very different, but at the same time, we need to come out of it. And certainly I feel the human brain cannot be compared so far its resilience is concerned. Whenever challenge comes, we bounce back with the double strength and with a different kind of thought. So now this is a new reality for poultry production. What exactly is? See the environment in which we operate. Very importantly, rising temperature, heat waves, erratic rainfalls, extreme weather, and what they does, they affect very first the bird's physiology, bird के रहने, देखने, सुनने, production efficiency पे. Then they affect the feed availability, then they affect the disease risk and the market stability. नीचे का स्टेटमेंट अगर आप देखेंगे, जो इंटर गवर्नमेंटल पैनल है ऑन क्लाइमेट चेंज, उसने पूरे सेंचुरी के लिए भविष्यवाणी कर रखी है कि आप अब गर्म से गर्म होते जाएंगे. एंड इंडिया बीइंग अ ट्रॉपिकल कंट्री इज एट थ्रेशोल्ड नाउ. आफ्टर दिस व्हाट इज गोइंग टू हैपन राइट नाउ वी कैन नॉट प्रेडिक्ट. सो वी नीड टू बी अ वेरी बैलेंस at certain point of time. We should keep a balance over it so that neither you should fall nor you should climb. Now, why poultry's physiology is very vulnerable? Amongst all the species, this has given a different uniqueness to the bird. Very first, how we lose our heat? Through perspiration. Bird, they don't have sweat glands. First stress, they don't have sweat glands. Bird is becoming heavier and heavier. It means the heat increment is going to increase, metabolic rate is going to be affected. It means body is going to generate more and more heat in a time to come. And then whenever we are looking for biological efficiency, on contrary, this is increasing the fragility, sensitivity. If birds are high producers, they are quite sensitive. So these are the 3 points one should keep in mind when we are looking at fragility of the bird. But at the same time, we should also look at this picture. Climate risk is not unidirectional. It is multidimensional. And multidimensional changes comes from a point of start to point of delivery. Right from genetics, nutrition, housing, health, logistics, also in the marketing. And how we can counter this only after having a thorough study or a deep understanding how it affects, then only we can counter. If you can see this, broadly there are 6 interconnected climate risks. One which is a direct impact, heat stress. Whenever environmental temperature increases, it puts a stress on the bird. But at the same time, this climate change also impacts the productivity of our feed ingredients. So scarcity. At the same time, availability of water. Same time, the extreme weather, sometimes you are getting floods, sometimes you are getting earthquakes. Emerging diseases, because always the disease pattern keeps on changing. And we don't have any formal system to go with an epidemiological survey of disease prevalent or disease forecasting. And then our immunity is also compromised, which is quite evident. Right now you can see whenever we are vaccinating the birds, sometimes we are getting the vaccination failures. Or we are not getting the desired amount of immunity in the birds. All these are interconnected. And once we see this vicious circle, then proper study of this perhaps can bail us out of these constraints being posed through this. Now see the economic toll. Everybody says 60 to 70% cost is feed cost. Any climate-driven efficiency definitely affects this. And once it is going to affect, then certainly the production cost is going high. Then decrease in egg. Intentionally I have written egg because it decreases the number, it decreases the quality, it decreases the total hen production system. We know whenever temperature goes high, bird starts painting, quality of egg shell deteriorates. Sometimes you are likely to get shellless eggs also, but it's not a pathological condition. Off and on people confuses it with EDS, but it's not EDS, it's simply physiology. And sometimes you have to see when such climate change occurs, cost matters. You have to cool the birds. You have to go for installation of environmentally controlled houses. You have to go for automation. You have to go for veterinary care. You have to go for biosecurity. You have to go for emergency managemental practices. So ultimately, the focus is it is going to increase the feed cost. How it affects the biology? Physiology is normal. Heat stress is there, and once stress is there, bird's performance will remain suboptimum. Once temperature goes high, bird is off feed, taking more and more water, not taking the feed. It means suboptimal nutrition, then oxidative effects, and finally, at times we are getting alkalosis, that is disturbance in acid-base mechanism. What are the production consequences? Reduced production, whether it is layer, whether it is breeder, whether it is broiler, either in terms of total number of eggs, or in terms of egg quality, or in terms of body weight gain in broilers. How we can come out of it? Very important aspect is climate smart housing. All feed manufacturers, equipment manufacturers are here. They better understand they are doing this. Important चीज है insulating house हो, having a good insulating roof, good overhangs, ventilation tunnels, where proper ventilation should be there with cooling pads and only with the fans. And then sometimes we are also attributing it that if renewable energy is there, perhaps it is going to serve a purpose for a longer time. Just have a look to this picture. Very important. How we can go for precision environmental control. Prashant is also here, perhaps he's going to talk in the afternoon on these issues only. We do have the sensor monitors that monitors the conditions. Then usually they monitors the zone comfort of the bird. Once any deviation is there, they send the signal. Finally, we do have the adjusters, and usually systematic way में ये सारा का सारा काम automatic होता रहता है without we know it. We know that human body also act automatically. Whenever you feel heat, you are trying to move to the colder environment, or you switch on the fan, or you switch on the air conditioner. Bird can't do that. So these sensors are doing this through data algorithms. And ultimately, our purpose is to maintain them in a maximum zone of comfort. But here, two things are very important. One, water management, because keeping the environment cool, water is very important. And at the same time, density of the bird, because every bird is producing few British thermal unit of heat every hour. अगर एक bird 16 से 18 British thermal unit heat generate कर रहा है, you are keeping thousands and lakhs of the birds. This much heat has to be replaced from the shed. And ultimately, if you are not doing that, it puts a stress on the bird, and ultimately the performance is compromised. Now see how we can look at it, the nutrition for the climate resilience. Very important is high density diets. Once birds' feed intake is reduced and we want to replenish the entire nutrition through the reduced quantity of feed, then definitely we need to increase the density in the diet. And depending on the stress condition, we may have a proper study and proper nutrition density in the diet so that your production efficiency should not be adversely affected. Second, electrolyte balance. This is very important because when shallow panting is there, the bird starts panting, then there is no fixation of carbon dioxide in terms of bicarbonate ions, and ultimately the acid-base balance in the blood is disturbed, leading to alkalosis, which has all sorts of production-related problems. Then we need to have some antioxidant support. In the morning, our three speakers, the international speakers, they have given a fair idea about it, so I'm not taking it this chapter in detail. And of course, the functional additives, they also play an important role. Here, there is a new thing which I try to emphasize. One, water, which is always non-negotiable. Why? Because your farm's profit entirely depends on the water quality. And secondly, how we are looking at it. We are looking ahead for a different kind of pattern where we can think of individualized feeding strategies. And these are depending on if you have a proper genomics and precision nutrition. So sometimes you can say this particular bird can be fed with this individual formula of feed, and this is what we call it as individualized feeding practices. And in a time to come, we are going to have this happening here also. Genetics and breeding for heat tolerance, and there is a new concept because Earlier we were breeding the birds, Punja sahab yahan baithe hain, earlier we were breeding the birds only for production activities, either to increase the egg, volume, number, feed efficiency, mortality, livability. But now we are going about that. We are looking for some marker genes. They are responsible for heat tolerance. We do have our Deshi birds which are having more and more heat tolerance activity in terms of, because they have adaptable to it. So anyhow, if we can identify this through gene markers, we can transfer this gene to our bird, perhaps our birds will have a more and more heat tolerance. And this perhaps is again a new technology that is coming up. So now the breeders, they are looking for selection for heat tolerance, selection for disease resistance, and selection for immune competence. And particularly genomic selection, now they are doing it through GWAS. That is very important in a time to come because it's a complex activity, but at the same time, we are selecting the birds for very many things. Then we are trying to identify two specific gene, heat shock protein HS कहलाता है, HS protein HSP 70, HSP 90, and their antioxidant pathways. So if we succeed in this, perhaps in the future we are going to have a resilient bird which is having a heat tolerance. Biosecurity, again, we need to think, because biosecurity we are taking it into a different concept. We are preventing the ingress of any foreign organism in our farm, but it has a different kind of implications. Now disease landscape is different. Disease कहाँ से आ रहा है आपको पता नहीं है. पहले we used to have a different kind of surveys. Fortunately, unfortunately, I don't have any hesitation in saying so, that in our country, epidemiological studies are nowhere. We don't have any surveys. अब आप देखिए ठंड के समय में गर्मी ज़्यादा हो रही है. We are not experiencing cold weather. It means more and more insects, more and more vectors. Lifespan, their lifespan has increased. Earlier, what diseases we don't have in November and December, we are having right now. Just see for the cause for it. It's a climate change. Contaminated water through flood. From where it has come, nobody knows. It has been percolated down, again we are taking it out and then we are feeding our birds. The new disease pattern. Sir, ministry में पहले हम लोग सोचते थे, winter season में just we were keeping our finger across that avian influenza only it will happen in once there is an onset of winter. But now, altogether in all 12 months, at any point of time we are coming across then that there is a outbreak of avian flu. So always we need to see the proactive biosecurity, and now there is an important aspect of One Health integration. For this, I must compliment Dr. Shirish Nigam. He is in a process of getting few of the epidemiological studies carried out, developing some models. Shirish, I'm right? So carrying out some activities, and by putting few informations in that, he's doing it with some IIT guys, I suppose. Just putting few information, you'll come out with the solutions, at the same time some predictions, at the same time some forecasting that this is going to happen in next 3 months, in 6 months, 7 months, and this will be the course of disease. If it happens, it will be the course. So such AI-driven models are a need of the hour, because in a time to come, what disease challenges we are going to face, right now we are not aware. What pattern it is going to follow, we are not aware. And how we are going to end with it, that also we don't know. Take for an instance of COVID. How it has happened, nobody knows. How we fought, even right now we forget it. Because now everybody is in new normal. Now these are few of the digital technologies for climate adaptation. I'll skip because Prashant is going to have details of it. Right now we are using IoT sensors. We are using computer visions. We are using AI and machine learning and digital twinning. Perhaps, I don't know, Prashant, you are going to talk about this twinning also? No. It's a new thing. And in digital twinning, what earlier we used to have a simulations. वो engine चलाने के पहले आदमी को गाड़ी पे बैठा करके we used to experience it. This is something like that. In shed, we need to create the ambience and we can see the effect. And this is how it goes in a long way to make us learn if these things are happening, you can make all the permutations and combinations. Automation and blockchain, these are two important things. Automation, everybody is aware how it happens, why it should happen. But in blockchain traceability, OP Singh Saab abhi keh rahe the, we need to be prepared for more and more challenges. If this blockchain traceability we can implement, perhaps it can bring more and more transparencies. And it will have a value during marketability. Because when you have a traceability through blockchain technology, I think in markets, you'll have a different kind of trust. A person can come to know from where it has come, what feed it has been given, what all medications this bird is going to have. So all these challenges can overcome if we are going to have this blockchain traceability in place over here. And again, about the carbon smart and sustainable production, morning I asked a few questions to our international speakers also. Here, there are 2-3 important aspects. Even if we are running a farm, we don't know how much we are adding pollutants to the environment. Right now, balanced amino acid, if we are feeding it reduces the excretion of nitrogen and also the phosphorus. Circular bioeconomy, I think Anil is here. So he's going to talk about circular economy in the afternoon. Our purpose is to reduce the waste. Our purpose is to convert the waste into wealth. And then renewable energy to reduce the carbon footprints. And ESG, morning we were talking about, yes, environment, social, and governance. These are important aspects for a value addition in a time to come. Because every product nowadays, whenever it will go to the market, people are going to ask this question. So we need to be a bit aware about ESG, and carbon accounting and life cycle assessment is very important for this. So certainly, in a time to come, we can think about it. Now, this is the major issue. What I want to emphasize, whenever there is a risk, there is a gain, and today's topic, what we have selected is from risk to advantage. So when we are trying to keep the production constant, irrespective of climate change, we are trying to have all resilient activities. It means our production is constant. It means you can cater to the need throughout the year without any gap. So productivity is constant. This productivity, constant productivity will definitely give you a stable market and marketing strategies. Right now, kabhi production up ho raha hai, down ho raha hai, supply demand metric works. But here, when everything becomes constant, I think in a time to come, we'll have a better things out. Then there'll be a green finance also. If we are adopting all the facilities, all the strategies. This will also improve the export competitiveness. And finally, our resource efficiency will be more. So this is how we can say that we are shifting from the production to the resource optimization and resource optimization to the adaptability. And this is how we are going to survive, or we are going to make more sustainability in the future. Then there are certain policy interventions which are also required. We need infrastructure, we need R&D, we need financial mechanism, and also the public-private partnership. Now this is how I look at poultry farm of tomorrow. AI and climate modeling with predictive models, predictive disease forecasting, precision nutrition, automated environmentally controlled houses, then genomic advances in terms of more and more heat-tolerant birds with high productivity, the smart integrated systems, or carbon neutral production, which of course we are talking about. And here, in a time to come, feed ingredients are also becoming a problem. I think in the afternoon, Bittu Bhai is here and he is going to talk about sustainability for more and more productivity in maize and soya. Bittu Bhai मेरे ख्याल से दोपहर को इसी बारे में बात करेंगे. And in carbon nutrient production, I think Sameer Agrawal Saab ke liye bhi this is an important point, because in a time to come, if a small infusion in system can be made, in a long term, we are going to harvest this in terms of value addition to our product and marketability. So here, the concluding remark is only how we can shift from surviving to leading. And this is what we are thinking for the next 2047 to enter into a Viksit Bharat. So here, definitely, whatever points we are discussing, they need a strategic intervention and strategic investments so that we should become a global leader. Right now also, we are a global leader, but not in terms of quality, in terms of quantity. But in a time to come, we are going to ponder only on these aspects, and particularly if we are going in a strategic way, I think we'll have a sustainable production, and I'm quite optimistic. India has the capacity to enter in a next century also with a flying colors with respect to poultry production, because next 100 years, I don't see any setback to the poultry industry, at least in the Indian poultry sector. So thank you so much for a patient hearing, and let me conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the keynote address. Before we move on further, the Indian Poultry Review Annual Conclave today would like to celebrate a milestone. And we have an announcement by Ms. Shalmali Mukherjee, Director, Indian Poultry Review, to that effect.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we celebrate a decade of the Indian Poultry Review Annual Conclave, a platform built on knowledge, dialogue, and collaboration, it is indeed an honor and immense pleasure to present a new initiative that carries our commitment into the future. Today, we unveil the IPR Excellence Foundation. The foundation has been established with a simple yet powerful vision to create greater awareness about the nutritional, economic, and social importance of poultry and livestock in general, while advancing sustainable poultry consumption across the country. It will serve as a credible platform for advocacy, knowledge sharing, and consumer connect, bringing together industry, academia, government, healthcare professionals, and the society at large. We believe that better awareness leads to better nutrition, healthier communities, and a stronger nation. As India aspires to become a global leader in food and nutrition security, the IPR Excellence Foundation will work to ensure that poultry remains at the heart of affordable, accessible, and sustainable protein for every Indian. I invite everyone present here to join us on this shared journey. Together, let us build a healthier India, one that is nourished by knowledge, strengthened by collaboration, and inspired by the bright future vision. Thank you so much.
I would now like to invite Dr. Tarun Sridhar, Director General, Indian Chamber of Food and Agriculture and former Secretary, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, for his talk today on his Vision 2036. Dr. Sridhar.
Thank you, Sanjay. A very good afternoon to all of you. Dr. Shukla always tells me that you should not have a written speech before you, and you should just speak from your heart and impromptu. But since I was asked to present a vision for the next decade, not only for the poultry sector, but also for the Indian Poultry Review in this conclave, I thought I better jot down certain points, lest I slip here or there and cause the anxiety which Mr. O.P. Singh caused in the morning. And thank you, Dr. Shukla. In the end, you said that you don't see any threat to the poultry sector over the next 100 years. Well, I wish that all of us live till then to see that day. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Mrs. and Mr. G.N. Ghosh, ladies and gentlemen, I would love to take everyone's name, but I know that time is of great constraint. So all of you have been very dear to me in my personal capacity as also in my professional journey. And I have no shame in repeating time and again that I do not belong to this sector. I do not know the P of poultry. Whatever little bit of poultry I have learned and been exposed to is my personal and professional interactions with each and every one of you. And I owe a great deal to you in my professional journey and my growth in this sector. So it is indeed a privilege to be present amidst all of you, stand here and speak of the vision of poultry sector and IPR's role in that over the next 1 decade. You see, whenever I have interacted with all of you, again, either individually or collectively or in small groups, I have renewed my admiration for the poultry sector, how it has quietly transformed itself through science, enterprise, and perseverance. You heard and saw the presentation of Uday Singh Bias in the morning. I call him Dr. Uday Singh Bias. Whenever they say, everyone say Dr. So-and-so, Dr. So-and-so, and then say Mr. Uday Singh Bias. And today, Dr. Makhija sent me a WhatsApp message which had a appointment order of professors of policy. Now, these professors of policy are no doctors, but professors of practice, sorry. But they are the real practitioners who have contributed to the sectors. So I think poultry farmer doing backyard poultry in the village could also be a poultry scientist and a professor of politics. So today I'll not speak of poultry as poultry, but poultry as the journey of the growth of this nation. I would see India through the eyes of poultry and poultry through the eyes of India. Because I have come to believe, again, on account of my very close and very dear interactions with each one of you, that Indian poultry is not really about birds. It is about people. I was talking to Sanjay yesterday. I said 6 decades back, Mr. G.N. Ghosh thought in terms of bringing out a journal and a magazine on poultry. Was he in sound mind at that time where he thought that poultry will be a career? Sir, अंडा नहीं मिलता था बाजार में तब. मुर्गा खाना तो बहुत दूर की बात थी. It was an item of luxury. I am reminded of the olden days in Rome, BC days, before Christ days, when poultry was considered an item of luxury, and the then Roman emperors brought out a law that there cannot be more than 1 poultry bird on a table of 5, because poultry was considered to be a sign of decadence, life of luxury. And Mr. Ghosh, hats off to you. 6 decades back, you thought of having a publication on poultry, and you have persevered, persisted, that today we are celebrating the decade of Poultry Conclave. Now, I was very curiously reading the slogan there, celebrating 10 years of inspiring ideas, industry leadership, and meaningful connections. But we started the day with that international dialogue, international panel, which was a very good panel, very informative, although I didn't understand most of it, Dr. Shukla, it was too scientific. But then I found that we were celebrating less and causing alarm more. While it is good to discuss issues, problems, and try to find solutions, I think when we are celebrating these 10 years and we are looking forward to the next 10 years, we should start on a positive note. And thank you for putting that positive note in the beginning. Although Dr. Shukla also gave me a scare right in the beginning. If you recall, he opened his address with saying, I will not talk science, I will talk general things. मैं परेशान हो गया तो मैं क्या बोलूँगा? I am not a scientist, and a scientist says I'll talk general things, and not what will the general fellow say? So, sir, poultry is not only about poultry birds in India, it is about people. It is about the farmers who seek dignity through this enterprise. It is about children. It is about our children whose future depends upon adequate, good and healthy nutrition. It is about scientists, many of them sitting in this room, who have devoted years of patient research to solving problems which the public hardly even knows about. It is about veterinarians who stand as silent sentinels protecting both animal and public health. And animal health is one thing which we give very scant respect to. In fact, the entire One Health dialogue in this country has been appropriated by human health or the AMR agenda. I recollect my days in the Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying. Only time the health ministry would contact me or seek me out was if there was some Nipah virus or something else. Otherwise, whenever they talked of One Health, we were never a part of it. And even today, if you've seen, I don't know how many of you have read the G20 declaration on One Health. Dr. Makhija, you may have seen the G20 declaration on One Health. The G20 declaration on One Health does not have a single word on animal health. It does not have a single word on animal health. It defines One Health only in terms of AMR. So I would say it is also about these veterinarians who are protecting human health through their protection of animal health. It is about entrepreneurs sitting in this room who have converted the knowledge given by poultry science into a big business opportunity and created a world-class poultry in this country. In fact, the only subsector of agriculture and the livestock sector which can truly say that we are organized and integrated into sound business principles. And ultimately, it is about a nation striving to become healthier, wealthier, through its ambitious slogan of Viksit Bharat 2047. You see, I have always believed, while Dr. Shukla also mentioned that we are big in quantity, but we are not good in quality. That is true. We are huge in terms of production, but rather poor in terms of productivity. Still considering what we were in the year 1947 when we gained independence and what we are today, I would say one of the most remarkable successes of modern India and the independent India is the growth of our agriculture and livestock sector. From a nation which was hugely dependent upon import of substandard basic food grains to becoming the breadbasket of the world and a net exporter and sitting on huge surpluses. It is a story which is it's a fairy tale story, I would say. And when unbiased historians write the history of Indian agriculture, I would say definitely a chapter would be devoted to the Indian poultry. And I think if that chapter is written, and I would like to be the author of that story, I would definitely give a prominent place to Mr. G.N. Ghosh and his contribution to the growth of Indian poultry sector. And mind you, not just a footnote, but a whole chapter. It should find a special mention. For what we have witnessed over the last 60 years or so is nothing short of extraordinary in my view. An activity which was once confined to backyard clocks has evolved into one of the most dynamic, technologically advanced and professionally managed sectors of Indian agriculture. Uday, Poultry India is going to become the biggest in the world this year or next year? Atlanta को क्रॉस कर दिया तो मिस्टर जी.एन. घोष के साथ इनके लिए भी ताली हो जाएगी. Millions of livelihoods and jobs have been created. I would say millions of employments. I don't like the word livelihood. Livelihood means just the basic existence, but not the quality of life. So millions of employment opportunities have been created. Billions of eggs produced. Millions of tons of poultry meat has reached Indian households. In fact, you see, when the entire focus of our governance has been on agriculture as a crop culture and the crop science. Livestock, poultry have always been at the margins. But whenever they talk in terms of growth and the success stories, it is always the livestock, poultry, etc., which come to the rescue of the larger agriculture sector. Agriculture sector has been growing at what? 2.5%, 3%, never crossed that. And if you take out dairy and poultry, fish, goat, everything from there, it would come down to 1 or maybe less than 1. This is what the contribution has been. And amongst all the subsectors of agriculture sector, poultry is unique that it has created entrepreneurs who have built world-class enterprises. There are very scant and very scarce examples in dairy and others where you can say a world-class enterprises. You can boast of Amul or one or two others, but they are in the cooperative sector. Individual entrepreneurs creating world-class enterprises is again the contribution of poultry. Farmers have displayed resilience, innovation, courage. Scientists have generated solutions. So today we have built an industry which is called poultry that stands amongst one of the most proud achievements of modern India. Now, having celebrated or having said the words about celebration of this sector, I believe we stand at a very important moment of एक दशक. शुक्ला साहब ने कहा था एक दशक के बाद जहां हमें अपनी achievements को project करना है, हमें कुछ आत्मचिंतन भी करना है. We have to introspect also and look into the future also as to what the next decade would look at. If you take one decade as a critical period for your achievements, for your success, progress, but also that 10-year period for a futuristic planning. So question before us is not whether Indian poultry will grow, Dr. Shukla. 100 साल में बहुत अच्छा होगा, it will continue to grow. I am also confident, die-hard optimist that Indian poultry, you see one very peculiar characteristic and a positive characteristic of our Indian poultry I have witnessed is, and Sanjay would written an article also in Indian Poultry Review, one co-authored with Dr. Shukla, one myself also, that poultry is one sector which has always bounced back and bounced back very fast. The COVID times, I think, were the hardest on poultry, and you had these very horrifying and very repugnant kind of images of day-old chicks being buried alive in numbers, in millions, etc. And in fact, that time there was total despondency in this sector, but the sector immediately bounced back. Round the year avian influenza. Previously, साल में एक बार avian influenza होता था, सारी सरकार हिल जाती थी. And we started culling millions of birds. But not a round-the-year phenomena, but we are still always bouncing back. So Indian poultry will definitely grow. But now let us ask the question, what is the larger purpose of that growth? So next chapter of poultry should not be written only in numbers. आज भी जब हम poultry के success की बात करते हैं, we say 148 billion eggs, 5 million tons of meat, number 2 egg-producing country, nation in the world, number 5th meat-producing nation in the world, 50% of the meat is poultry meat. Good, numbers are important and we must pat ourselves on our backs on numbers. But when we are now having a futuristic vision and looking in the next decade, or maybe 10 decades, that is 1 century, as you said, Dr. Shukla, should we be written, say only how many birds, how many eggs, how many tons of meat, how much investment, how much growth? These questions are important. But friends, in my view, they are not sufficient. We have to look beyond these questions. Because now our industry has reached a level, at least poultry sector within the larger ambit of agriculture sector, has reached a level of maturity where we must start asking deeper questions. Not how much bigger we can become, not whether we will continue to grow at 6% or 7% or 8%, or not how will we accelerate our growth. But now let us ask a question. Now I'll just read the question as I have drafted it. What role do we wish to play in our society and nation building? That is, I think, the time has come for the poultry industry to ask the question. And when I say nation building, I am not using this term in the conventional sense of nationalism or patriotism. But how can poultry transform the quality of life of the citizens of this country? That is the question we should ask ourselves, and that is the solutions we should be looking at. In my view, the next chapter of Indian poultry cannot be, well, if it can be, but it should not be written merely in numbers, tons, and percentages. It must be written in terms of impact. Impact on nutrition, impact on employment, impact on sustainability, impact on public health, impact on quality of life. In short, impact on the development of our nation. Poultry should not be seen only as poultry, but as a vehicle and instrument for nation building. The future belongs to those sectors that serve a purpose larger than themselves. We have entrepreneurs sitting here who have built startups, who have built industries, etc. The real corporate giants globally, that if you take some of the top ones, they have looked beyond themselves, defined a purpose which is not confined to their businesses also. And again, within this country, I think Indian poultry is the only sector, I may be making a tall statement, Indian poultry is the only sector which precisely has such an opportunity, and that is an opportunity you must cash upon, you must build upon. We have been talking of protein. Let me make a very general statement, and Dr. Shukla will bear me out. In the EPSACon, I had made this statement. The statement is, protein is the foundation of progress. Protein is the foundation of progress. Now, this statement is highly non-scientific. It is too general and a sweeping a statement, but it highlights a very undeniable truth. Protein has played an indispensable role in the biological existence of humans and the cultural, economic, and physical development of human societies. I'll repeat, protein has played an indispensable role in the biological existence of humans and the cultural, economic, and physical development of human societies. Historically, meat and other protein-rich foods are associated with health and wealth. Not only health, associated with health and wealth. High protein consumption is also a marker of social status, and in some cases linked to national or racial superiority. And you, ladies and gentlemen, therefore are custodians of essential nutrition. You're not just poultry scientists or veterinarians or poultry entrepreneurs. You are creators of health and wealth and prosperity of communities. Sanjoy, if I'm running out of time, you please tell me. Now let us consider what are the challenges before our nation and what role can poultry play in that. We are home to one of the youngest populations in the world, or maybe the youngest populations in the world. We are also home to millions of children who do not have adequate and good nutrition, and they deserve better nutrition. We have millions of workers who suffer from low productivity on account of lack of good protective nutritional security. We have millions of elderly who require high quality diets for healthy aging. And what is the solution? Eggs and poultry meat. So they are not mere commodities. They are guardians and protectors of our health and nutrition, and also the quality of life of all ranges of citizens, right from children to lactate, to mothers, to young budding citizens, as also the aging population. So poultry is an instrument of human development. I sometimes wonder, when we say human resource development, we think it's only education. When we have Ministry of Human Resource Development, that only has primary education, secondary education, elementary education. Human development is not education. Human development encompasses all these things. And one of the most critical elements of human development is good, healthy nutrition. Good, healthy nutrition means protein security, and poultry is truly positioned to provide this instrument of human development, because every nutritious meal contributes to human productivity. Therefore, I think time has come, 1 decade of Poultry Conclave. You're celebrating that. And I would say this is the celebration not only of Poultry Conclave or a celebration of the growth of Indian Poultry Review. I think let us embrace the entire poultry sector in this celebration. After all, Mr. Ghosh started this journey more than 6 decades back. We all joined at some stage or the other in this journey and became fellow travelers. So every improved nutrition, in my view, contributes to human development, and thus it contributes to nation's progress. So we need to redefine ourselves. So we need to now think in terms of that we are part of a national nutrition movement. Mr. O.P. Singh who says about hello protein, and everyone was talking about protein. It's a very good thing. We're not talking in terms of only number of eggs and other things, talking in terms of protein security. So let us expand that protein security into a national movement, which will be contributing to the development of our human resource and thus contributing to nation's development. You see, industries seek markets. Movements, we'll be talking about markets in the afternoon, I'm sure. There are some topics I was seeing. But movements seek missions. And missions inspire people in ways that markets cannot. So the emerging India we must serve will be very different from the India we know. So India in the year 2036, it should have been 2035 or 36, 35 mein ho jayega na, chalo, let's not quibble over that. So what will be the India 10 years back? It will be more urban. It is already well connected, it will be more connected. It will definitely be more prosperous, more informed, more demanding, and consumers are not going to simply purchase products. We're talking in terms of traceability, and the recent example was given. So it is not that there's one food commissioner who is going hammer and tongs this thing. He may be going overboard, but you cannot fault him and question him for questioning and asking you about traceability. Consumers are also going to ask for this traceability. So they'll not merely purchase commodity, they'll purchase trust. They have to have trust in your product, and that is why the poultry will have to adopt the highest ethics of a sector, that also a food production sector, a sector which provides essential nutritional security. So they'll ask the questions: when was this food produced? Where was it produced? How was it produced? And again, did it adhere to the standards of sustainability as we understand? What was the term called? ESG? When we're repeatedly saying ESG, I was feeling very ignorant. What is ESG? What does ESG stand for? So I Google kiya. So then I said, oh, it is environmental, social, and governance. So future consumer is not going to be interested so much in your claims as in the kind of credibility you have established and the kind of trust yes, you've developed. So future will have to be driven by sound management principles and sound science. And again, within our livestock sector, poultry has been the most science-driven sector. You see, our dairy is huge. Dairy is very big. But dairy mein science compromise ho rahi hai. In dairy, our beliefs, our cultural values, our religious orientations, etc., are dictating a lot of our decisions, which may not be supported by good, established, and proven science. Artificial intelligence, and you mentioned in your data analytics, so I'll not go to that. Sustainability is going to be a big challenge, and I've always wondered what sustainability means. In fact, Sanjay, for IPR only, I had written a detailed article in which I had also questioned whether our understanding of sustainability is complete. Is it comprehensive? You see, sustainability is no longer merely an environmental concern. Sustainability is now becoming an economic imperative. And it will also become a business necessity in times to come. So therefore, it has to encompass the sound management and business principles also and be integrated into whatever activity we do. Dr. Shukla has already mentioned about the climate change and adapting to warmer world. So I'll not go to the issue of can we reduce waste, can we do better water management, circular systems, etc., etc. Biosecurity, of course, yes. I'll skip that part. Global opportunity. Till now, we have always concentrated on domestic demand, and our entire planning in terms of production and subsequent processing or marketing, etc., has been primarily geared to our domestic markets. That remains important. I'm personally not a great fan of focusing merely on exports, because the whole world is looking at India as the biggest market. So why should we be always obsessed with exports? Export makes business sense only if it gives you greater value in terms of the financial returns. If it does not, then it won't make much business sense. But slowly and slowly, we have to emerge again, as Dr. Shukla, you said, sorry, I'm quoting Dr. Shukla time and again because Samir, I have not heard you so far, etc. And he has been one of my first gurus in poultry. You see, interestingly, when I just, as a aside, मैं थोड़ी कहानी सुना सकता हूँ? कहानी सुना सकता हूँ छोटी सी है? You see, when I was first in the ministry posted as joint secretary, my domain was fisheries. Dr. Shukla's was poultry. So, मछली पानी में रहती है, जो मुर्गी है वो धरती में रहती है. So there was no occasion for us to meet or interact at all. तो सिर्फ I used to see this handsome young officer sitting in meetings without knowing who he was. Then it so happened that there was one order passed that in the absence of Joint Secretary Poultry, if the Joint Secretary Poultry is on leave or on tour, if there is some urgent file, so Joint Secretary Fisheries will look after that work. So one fine morning he came to me with a file and started explaining to me कि सर इस फाइल में ऐसा है, ये करना है, वो करना है. I told him, यार, why you giving me the story? You tell me दस्तखत कहाँ करने हैं. Just sign. And let us have a cup of tea. Let us spend the next 10-15 minutes discussing something interesting rather than some mundane and complex issue on the file that I have no wish to understand. That is where we developed this. Sanjoy organized one aqua event here, ornamental fish. So he must have asked Dr. Shukla as to who to invite to be one of the speakers. So Dr. Shukla introduced me. Not much to do. Now you see, I'll now just come to the next part. I'm just skipping whatever I had noted down. You see, no great industry or sector or enterprise can really advance without very strong institutional framework. Companies can create values, but it is institutions which create missions and which give direction. Companies build businesses, but institutions build environment and ecosystems. And that is why entities such as Indian Poultry Review hold a special place in our collective journey, and events and organizations like Poultry India. They are not merely selling a product or doing advocacy. They are building this institutional framework wherein the sector can thrive and grow. For 6 decades, more than 6 decades, well, how many of you are 6 decade old besides me? अरे नहीं, झूठ बोल रहे हो. Okay, so there are just 2 apart from me. Mr. Ghosh ने हाथ नहीं खड़ा किया. So, it is on account of the persistence and commitment shown by one gentleman and others joined that it has continued. And this persistence and commitment is the hallmark of poultry sector, and this is what we need to protect and nurture. IPR has documented achievements, also recorded the challenges before the sector, highlighted innovations, celebrated pioneers, and I'm very happy that I have been associated with IPR now for last 6 years. 2020 I started, and very cleverly he trapped me into it. He requested first an article from me, and I think first article I wrote on my own or with you? Okay, first or second article, I was too nervous and diffident to write anything, so I requested Dr. Shukla to join hands and give me some data, etc. He gave me the whole information, the entire scientific foundation of that article. I just played around with some words and then produced it. Then Sanjoy one day says, sir, I need 3 articles from you. Only 3, that's all. Now that 3 has been unending. 70? Okay, about 80. I had committed 3 articles, that 3 has now gone to 80. And I'm glad that you pushed me into it. And now many times when I'm just relaxing at home, my wife reminds me that IPR ka article nahi likh diya is mahine ka ke nahi. So if Sanjay doesn't catch me, my wife catches me. So it has celebrated pioneers, but the future now calls for a much larger role. And as we were discussing, Sanjoy, Dr. Shukla, Mrs. Mukherjee, we had a call, video conference, etc. And we discussed certain things, but Mrs. Mukherjee was camera shy. She didn't come in front of the camera. So we thought that now if you have to celebrating 10 years of the conclave and your 10 years of journey, and you wish to look to future, so now you have to grow beyond just merely reporting or writing about poultry, this thing. you now require a different kind of leadership. Now, IPR should also emerge as an institution which can ask difficult questions, which can also gather the wisdom, collective wisdom of the sector to facilitate meaningful dialogue, create a platform that can connect scientists, entrepreneurs, policy makers, consumers, I would say any stakeholder in the poultry sector. In a nutshell, a platform which can translate knowledge into action, a transform which can truly illuminate what the future lies, the tunnel before us and the road ahead. And I think the IPR Excellence Foundation, which Mrs. Mukherjee just announced, is uniquely positioned to become such an institution. And I would urge all of you to partner with that institution, especially the big event like Poultry. India could also join hands with this foundation. And maybe this foundation can take your Knowledge Day and other things forward. And the catchy vision statement of the IPR Excellence Foundation we've coined is helping India eat better. Helping India eat better. And helping India eat better means better nutrition. Better nutrition means more protein. More protein means also healthier protein. And again, eggs and poultry meat are the healthiest and most affordable of proteins. And that is what poultry is positioned to be. So this vision is not merely a statement or a mirage. A lot of thought has gone into it. It is also what we do, nichod hai. Some of whatever we have learned from all of you over the years, at least personally, my interaction and repeated interactions and dialogue with many of you, individually, again, I say individually, collectively, in small groups. It is an ambition, it is a passion, it is a commitment, and it also an ambition, a passion, a commitment for which Mr. G.N. Ghosh is our role model, which he had displayed. So I would say helping eat India better, let us resolve today that let it be the shared vision of each and every stakeholder of the poultry sector. Is it okay? Do you agree that it will be a shared vision? Or just a vision which Tarun Sridhar from here has announced, or silence? Huh? Okay. Now, how do we attain this vision? This is just a statement. Statement looks good, ताली बज जाती है. किसी politician को यहाँ खड़ा कर दो, वो 10 अच्छे slogan दे देगा, हमसे better slogan देगा. But then this vision has to be translated through a mission which should again guide us into what our future course of action would be. So our mission statement reads this: IPR Excellence Foundation shall be the most trusted knowledge, dialogue, and foresight institution, advancing a sustainable, scientific, and inclusive poultry. Now, this word inclusive we use very loosely all over, inclusive development. You see, Mr. O.P. Singh bhi keh rahe the, inclusive means every stakeholder in the value chain should feel equally loved and equally recognized. What the bane of our agriculture sector, the food production sector is, in large number of commodities, in large number of items, the primary producer and the end consumer are at the margins. Everybody else across the value chain is the biggest gainer. That is what poultry sector and the poultry sector should refrain from. Creating meaningful synergies across livestock and fisheries value chain. Let us not compete with fish and other sources of protein. If our mission and ambition is helping India eat better, you can't tell India कि भी सिर्फ अंडे और मीट खाओ, poultry meat खाओ और कुछ ना खाओ. So you have to create these synergies with the fishery sector and all other livestock food production sectors. Now, both in my view and in our view, we had this long discussion with many of you individually. And again, this vision and mission has not evolved overnight. It is the part of this journey over several years, interactions over several years, dialogues over several years, our individual experiences. You see, I am an outlier. I am not a poultry scientist. I am not a veterinarian. I am not a poultry entrepreneur. I am not a poultry marketer. I am not a business, nothing. I just, by a quirk of fate, or because I was in a particular profession wherein I was placed at a place where poultry became one of the subjects I had to attend to, not willingly, not voluntarily, it was part of my professional duty. So, but it has emerged as a sum total of that. So as an outlier, I am suggesting it. And I believe that both the vision and the mission are ambitious. But this crazy man was ambitious 6 decades ago, bringing up poultry. So he made it happen. It has continued. So they are ambitious, vision and mission, and they are inclusive. And they are inclusive of everyone across the value chain, and inclusive of other food production sectors in livestock and fisheries. The vision and mission, they recognize farmers, scientists, entrepreneurs, workers, policymakers. Every stakeholder becomes the part of the same story. Now, looking towards 2036, now, if we sincerely pursue this vision and commit ourselves to this vision, despite the challenges, despite Mr. O.P. Singh's anxiety, despite the alarm created by your international panel, which Dr. Shukla, you moderated, let us visualize the kind of 2036 we would like to see. Children would receive better nutrition. Farmers would enjoy greater stability and prosperity. Consumers purchase food with confidence. They don't need a drug commissioner to be raiding or telling them. Disease outbreaks are contained, managed. Technology has empowered everyone rather than being excluding certain sections. Waste has become a resource. And young professionals, our young boys and girls, the future of this country, they look at poultry as a very exciting and meaningful career. That is what our vision is. And our expertise of our poultry entrepreneurs, expertise of our poultry scientists, farmers, veterinarians, is sought across all continents. And let the poultry sector not be recognized not merely for what it produces, but what it contributes to the society. Now, these things will not happen automatically. Aaj humne vision le li. In the evening, we are out of this room, go to our own business as usual. That should not happen. So finally, once we have created this IPR Excellence Foundation, Sanjay, since you are the architect of this foundation, let it remain committed steadfastly to these goals. Now, very attractive statements, attractive slogans. Now we have to actually translate them. Again, I'll repeat, let us not merely feed markets, but a nation. Let us build not merely businesses, but institutions. And let us not just pursue growth, but create a long-lasting legacy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhar. That was really inspiring, and we remain committed to the vision that we've just shared. I now request Mr. Samir Agarwal, Managing Director, Shalimar Group, for the 10th anniversary commemorative lecture. With over 30 years of experience in the poultry industry and more than a decade in the dairy sector, Mr. Agarwal has been instrumental in driving the Shalimar Group's growth and transformation. Over the past 3 decades, he has successfully led the group to establish a strong national presence. Under his visionary leadership, the Shalimar Group has diversified both vertically and horizontally, expanding its business segments and operational footprint across India. He has also been instrumental in forging a strategic tie-up with a leading Japanese company for setting up a state-of-the-art fish feed manufacturing unit in Kharagpur, further strengthening the group's position in the animal nutrition sector. Mr. Agarwal actively oversees the core management functions and plays a key role in policy formulation, strategic planning, and implementation. Mr. Agarwal.
Good afternoon, friends, industry colleagues, scientists, veterinarians, ladies and gentlemen. We have had some inspiring speeches since the morning, and the international panel discussion was also very insightful. I also want to congratulate Mr. Mukherjee for the 10th year of the Annual Poultry Conclave, as well as the IPR Excellence Foundation. It is a step in the positive direction, and I think the topic that we are discussing today, it is something very relevant, and the foundation, I'm sure, will be doing a lot of good work in the future. My best wishes for that. Adapting to a warmer world. This is a burning statement which we have been hearing about in private conversations, and it has been going for quite a long time now. The world is rapidly progressing towards industrialization. We are trying to boost consumption. Everyone is in, exponential growth phase. So somehow along the way, growth has become a priority, and we have lost the zeal or lost the vision for creating sustainable and more responsible production. But now things are changing, because what seemed to be a thing that whether it will happen or not, it is now hitting us right in the faces. 2025, as you all know, was one of the warmest years on record. The world is now dominated by news of stronger cyclones, which we never used to see earlier. Even in India, even in Calcutta, honestly, the cyclones have become more prominent, more powerful, intense rainfall. I mean, there are sudden bursts of rainfall which really, deluges the cities, heat waves, wildfires, El Nino, La Nina. They were terms that people were not aware of, but now I think everyone talks about it. They have quite a good knowledge of it. I know some of my friends, colleagues, they have been to Europe this summer, and they have complained about the miserable experiences they have had because of the intense heat waves there. We read in the papers today, France, Spain, Greece, people are dying because of unprecedented wildfires. Just day before yesterday, I was reading in the newspaper that South Korea has recorded its highest temperature in the last 122 years. And they have declared a state of emergency. So definitely these are very concerning issues which are facing the world. We being in this industry, obviously we can do our bit so far as the industry is concerned. So how does this warming of the world, or these erratic weather patterns that are emerging today, how does it impact us as an industry? Most of the points have been shared by my preceding presenters, but I'll just say in brief, yes, these rising temperatures are resulting in erratic crop patterns. We are seeing suddenly the maize crop fails, or the soya, there is a shortage, and that directly impacts us as an industry. Also, livestock and poultry. The heat stress is getting more and more alarming, as there was in one of the discussions that earlier AI used to be once a year, and now it is like a round the year phenomena. When we also sit in office and we discuss across the table, the farmers, the dealers, even our own people say that, sir, suddenly diseases come, the viral loads are too high, and we don't know what to do. So these are basically manifests of the climate change, the warmer world that we are talking about, the erratic weather patterns. These are taking a toll on everything. So definitely our industry has to be resilient. As it was pointed out that during COVID times, I think we were one of the most resilient sectors, having bounced back from literally zero. I mean, I remember we sold chicken at maybe minus, because we had to give money to lift the chicken from the farms. That's what we have seen. So bouncing back from those lows or from those depths, I think we can easily be more responsible, sustainable in the future too. At least personally, I have got a lot of confidence from the industry and from the people who are running this industry today. They are responsible people, and they know what is to be done in the future. So definitely, we are investing in climate resilient farms. We are making insulated houses, as was also discussed earlier. So farming is one very important aspect in which we have to tackle climate change. Building of these insulated houses and having proper farming infrastructure is very important today. Breeding as well as commercial, we need to be vigilant in both these things. Nutrition, as was also discussed in the international panel today, we have to become more of nutritionists rather than formulators. We have to today optimize rather than maximize, because we have to understand that resources are limited and we have to use it efficiently and effectively. So we have to go for diversified feed sourcing. We have to understand that the conventional raw materials might not be available for us in the adequate quantities today. Water is becoming a scarce resource. So earlier we used to do rainwater harvesting for obtaining a pollution no objection certificate. I remember when we used to talk about rainwater harvesting 5, 7, 10 years back. You know, my people used to say that it is a requirement of the pollution department and we have to do this. I guess now we have evolved and we have to understand that this is a resource that will not be available for us in the future, and we have to be very responsible around it. So this is something as an industry we have to embrace in all the farms and everywhere, wherever possible. Data analysis, again something that has been discussed. We cannot be reactive. We have to be predictive. It's very important. We also discussed about creating simulation models in which we can understand that how climate will impact us as an industry. So these are imperatives that have to be accelerated basically. I think Mr. Prashant is also going to give a presentation in IoTs and predictive data analysis, which is also the need of the hour. So nutrition has to be viewed as part of the farm's climate management strategy, along with ventilation and water management. We have to keep the birds comfortable. We have to optimize production, productivity. And basically, we have to be very responsible producers who do sustainable production. Sustainability is a term, honestly, even I never knew about it till 7, 8 years back. But this is something which is being discussed more and more as we are progressing. Brands across the world are promoting how they are contributing towards a stronger planet. Honestly, whenever we go and buy something, nowadays the packaging clearly mentions the carbon footprint, how much they have saved, and that and the influencers also. They are also talking about that. In fact, the next generation, they are very conscious, very aware, and they want to understand that the product that they are consuming or purchasing from the market, whether it is leaving a positive carbon footprint or not. So that is something that they are becoming more and more aware of. So we as brands, we have to understand that the time is also coming for our industry to be aware of these situations. Yes, we have to be conscious of producing our product using lesser energy and water. Energy conservation, we can use VFDs in motors in feed mills. We have to be more responsible in that. We have to recover heat from maybe boilers, compressors. Rainwater harvesting is something that we have to do. Packaging is something which we have to innovate upon. We have to consciously use less of plastic and go more for recyclable packaging material. If we go to the supermarkets today, we'll see shelves that are innovating on packaging technology. In fact, it's become a whole new subject today, that what type of packaging can we use. Packaging also increases the shelf life of the chicken. Naveen is here, he'll be able to maybe talk about it more. So we have to prepare ourselves from now. It is very important, and climate adaptation now cannot be viewed as an expense. Rather, it is an investment for business welfare, for business sustainability, and for business continuity. Honestly, the question today is not whether we can afford to adapt, but the question today is whether we can afford not to adapt. So we have to be very aware of this, and we have to take proper steps towards creating a proper value chain. And a proper ecosystem is also important. Is there an opportunity in this crisis? Yes. We can develop ourselves as being very responsible and we can command premium for our products. Premiumization is in. You must be reading in magazines, in newspapers, in social media that the Indian consumer is now paying more for products. They want, if we can guarantee trust, then they are willing to buy at a higher price. So consumer also has evolved today. This is definitely an opportunity for us. Can we be more responsible? Yes. We have inherited a lot of resources from our previous generation, and I think we should be responsible enough to leave enough for the future generations also. So as one of the slides mentioned, I think it was Dr. Sridhar's or Dr. Shukla's, I don't remember, Ban Moon, the United Nations Secretary General, that this is the first generation that is experiencing this climate change, and this is the last generation that can do something about it. I think it is very relevant today, in today's world, and we really need to be responsible towards this. We have to be very judicious about the use of our resources. It's very important. We all need to do something. I'm sure we all, as individuals and as corporates, we are doing our bit. And I think the poultry industry today is the most evolved amongst the agricultural sector to take things in the right direction, and we can actually look at things in the correct perspective and set an example for others to follow.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. We will now move to the presentation by Mr. Surojit Bose, Senior ESG Advisor in TURI. Mr. Bose is a distinguished ESG expert with over 25 years of experience driving sustainability and climate strategy for global organizations. Currently a key leader at Inturi, Mr. Bose leverages his deep expertise in the Indian corporate and regulatory landscape to help organizations navigate complex ESG standards and circular economy models. His work at Inturi involves high-level collaborations with industry leaders to develop transformative sustainable roadmaps, improve ESG ratings such as S&P CSA, and manage the implications of international policies like the India-EU Free Trade Agreement. Throughout his career at organizations like Coca-Cola, PwC, and EY, he has pioneered efforts in carbon markets, water stewardship, and plastics clarity. An IIT Kharagpur and LSU alumnus with a background in environmental engineering and law, Mr. Bose is a recognized thought leader and an award-winning trailblazer in India's sustainability journey. He'll be speaking to us on the new climate reality, rethinking growth in an era of extremes. Mr. Bose.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate you right at the beginning for celebrating 10 years of the Poultry Review, and it's a privilege for me to be here today. At the very outset, I am no poultry expert, but I have spent about 25 years in climate change. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for the kind introduction. And some 25, 26 years ago, when we talked about climate change, it was talk about both adaptation and mitigation. And it was actually like a chicken and egg story then. Are you going to have mitigation so that you don't have to adapt later on? And if you did not mitigate your emissions, then what could the adaptation costs be like? But over a period of time, I think the world has come to realize that both the chicken and the egg are important. And today, in the first half here, I've been very interested to hear so many wonderful lectures on ESG and AI integration into your sector. We are quite aware now of all the impacts. I'm not going to get into them, individually. I'm going to leave you with a thought how we can probably in this sector combine adaptation and mitigation for business advantage. I think that's probably what's going to be useful for you all. We have seen that in Eastern India specifically, there has been significant increase, and I think all the speakers have talked about it. And I think the biological failures which we are seeing, which is leading to low yield of eggs as well as the yield of meat, it is having a serious toll, and also the evidence of disease, etc. It's quite interesting for a climate professional like me to say that IPCC predicted all of these things 26 years ago. If you look at those reports, in every sector, these were actually realities told to us. We also know that your sector in poultry is a huge contributor to the nation with respect to nutrition. And while I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritties of this, from my experience with other large organizations, multilateral organizations, it's very important to see the big picture. First, because you need traceability. Second is the use of AI in managing the impacts across the value chain. So when we talk about any aspect, including environmental and social governance, the traceability of it, as well as the life cycle impacts, is what's going to determine the future. More and more, this kind of transparency will require both on environmentally as well as socially how well you are progressing. Now, if you looked at the entire value chain here, it is not just the immediate requirement of the birds and the feed which is going in. It's important to look at also the raw feed inputs of maize, soybean, etc., and which is a large part of your cost, and how that is being impacted by climate change. And likewise, obviously, all the others, including farm production, cold chain and logistics, and finally, how the end consumer is viewing this as a low carbon food option. All of these are going to be very important in defining the future of the industry. I really like the vision helping India eat better, which you launched just now, as a very interesting concept indeed, and that's very well aligned to what our nation needs. Now, one of the very interesting areas which is emerging thanks to the carbon markets again coming back, which is the compliance market, the CCTS, which is carbon credit trading scheme, as well as the voluntary markets, is that the poultry litter could actually be used, and I'm sure this is probably a practice in many of your industries, for clean energy and reducing energy bills. Biochar has a very large pricing in terms of the global carbon market, and it has a good potential of producing biochar and generating carbon credits. So if we looked at the entire process flow, the difference between what used to be the carbon markets in the past and today is that the requirement of huge amounts of traceability and also the need for AI-based tools, including IoTs and sensors, to be able to connecting all the dots around the various methodology requirements which are there. The idea is that if this industry could build more resilience through the carbon revenues which would come, at the same time also look at what kind of adaptation measures that could happen. And this is just an example that if you had around 50,000 birds, you could have two kinds of gains. One, of course, is from the carbon revenue sales, and the other could be from the grid electricity savings that you might have. So this is an interesting area to look at on how the decarbonization could happen. I'm just giving a few examples. There would be many others. Also, it's important to look at the various impacts which are happening and what kind of funding is available. I'm sure most of you, many of you, would have probably taken advantage of some of these funding. And the national policy, because this is such an integral piece to the national nutrition, will make finance available for the adaptation and resilience of the sector. So if you looked at, the Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund, the National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change, MNRE's Ministry of New and Renewable Energies, different funds, National Livestock Mission, etc., the various problems both on the energy side, on the water side, etc., to build more resilience, it's important for the industry to be able to attain to these targets and get what is called the sustainability-linked loans. And that is what is an important area around carbon credits, as well as utilizing the low-cost funds which might become available to make the sector much more resilient. And this is a kind of a futuristic model, if you like, where you could have a combination of solar, different kinds of precision nutrition, and also AI-powered audiovisual nodes. I believe somebody is going to cover AI and automation quite a bit. Automation is definitely going to play a huge role in this, besides genetics, which Professor Shukla also talked about. So overall, just as in other industries, there would be environmentally controlled sheds where you could use a number of technological means to be able to reduce impacts and access sustainability loans. So finally, it's basically how we rethink this entire growth model, around your vision of helping India eat better. And here, making resilient infrastructure work with precision nutrition and also carbon monetization. I think this is what, from my side, is a submission to you all, that if you looked at this, then it would pave the way for a phenomenal growth, which it's already seeing, but it would now be resilient, and it would also be a low carbon one. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Bose. Our next speaker for today, Dr. Someshwar Zadbhuke, Associate Vice President, R&D, Nadir Godrej Center for Animal Research and Development. He would be speaking on feeding in a warmer world, rethinking nutrition and feed strategies. Dr. Someshwar is a veterinarian with a PhD in animal nutrition from IVRI. He has experience of working on both poultry and cattle feed areas. In his earlier stints, he worked with Noveltech Feeds Private Limited and Godrej Agrovet Limited, where he worked closely on leading technical and various research and development activities in cattle and poultry feed. He has 17 years of experience in management, new product development, R&D, sales and marketing, cost reduction, and resource management. He is a team player who works in close alignment with management, customers, and vendors. Knowledge of cost analysis of product and business puts him in a good stead to drive business growth. Dr. Someshwar.
Good afternoon, everyone. These slides. Yeah, this is a daunting task because all the stalwarts have spoken many of the points which I'm covering now, and this gives me some kind of nervousness. But I will try to put some of my points before you. So when we think about the global warming and its impacts, as rightly said by the last speaker, the IPCC was very active in India when the Suresh Pichuri, I think, was there, and you got into the scandalous things, and then the talk went back from the scientific forum. But the predictions are coming very clear over to us, where they had predicted that there will be rainfalls in excessive amounts in the areas where the rainfall was not seen, and the rainfall fed areas will be gone dry for a longer time. And that is what is coming out to be true. So when we think about the global warming and its poultry relation, it is very important to look at the temperature phenomena in India and how that is being affecting us. In 2090 onwards, till now, that means it is more than 30 years, and we have seen 0.5 degrees Celsius increase in the temperature. And when it is correlated to the crop production, when we see that as a basis, when we think about the feeding poultry, there are clear indications that there is increase in the lignification which is happening in the plants. And this is coming to the DORB, this is coming to the soybean meal, this is coming into the maize, and that lignification has a large impact on our digestibility of the raw materials, which is a very, very neglected factor, which nobody wants to look at, but this is the reality. And also, when we are looking at the increasing temperature, there is a huge risk which we are paying right now is the higher mycotoxins levels. So when we look at the agricultural phenomena, because this is basis of nutrition, I would like to have a very clear view until 2047, because we talk about the 2047 as a benchmark to become developed country. So what emphasis we want to give towards the poultry production, and then looking back at the agricultural scenario, it is a grim situation because the urbanization is going to increase, and there is going to be 50% of the more population going to be in the urban areas. There is land holding size is going to decrease then by 40%. Then cropping intensity is going to increase and agricultural share of GDP is going to decrease. Now how it impacts us as the poultry industry or animal feed industry? So there are two clear negative stresses here. One is the stress on the resources for more production per year. That means the kind of indicators we discussed just now, that lignification, mycotoxin, or the reduced digestibility of the raw materials is going to increase. Then second stressor is the less opportunity for the RM processing, because it will be produced by the marginal farmers again and again. And when it has to be coming into the processing, it has to be in the volume to have certain quality, to give the certain indicators to the feed millers, to the end users, that this is going to be of one certain quality. I'll give an example. This is the limiting factor in when we see the cattle production. See, silage is a very good source in cattle to be fed to the cow in a consistent manner, because the basic objective is to give all nutrients in a consistent manner. And that is how it has been promoted worldwide. But when it comes to India, it is produced in a fragmented manner. And whenever you do 10 tons of silage production, that is never from one agricultural land source. Rather, it comes from 3 acres of land. But those 3 acres are again belonging to the 3 different farmers' practices and outcomes. And then the basic objective of having uniformity is lost. So that is what is happening to poultry as well, because when you get 1 truckload of any maize or any soya, all the bags are not of same source. So that is bringing you the inequality in the sourcing of material. And that is again going to increase. It is not going to be in a positive scenario. Sorry, sir, I'm not starting with the positivity. I'm starting with the background which is seen. I'm quoting your reference to start with the positivity. But there is positive outcome that, as discussed, we will be having good opportunities to produce more protein. And there are better output on the last point is that we might have lesser say in the government on the basis of our shared GDP contribution. So that is out of the context. But when we look at the heat impact on the poultry, how it affects poultry more than the other species. Now poultry basically is able to keep temperature of 40 degrees Celsius in its body, 41 degrees Celsius. Then logically it should have been able to cope up with the higher temperature than cattle or other producing animals. But unfortunately, because of the feather coverage and the lack of sweat glands, it is not able to do so. So which are the parts which helps it to cater to that are the panting and the combs and legs where the skin area is open. So when we go for that reasoning why it is there, the poultry is made to fly. Basically, it is animal to fly, which is made to fly. And when it is made to fly, it has to have lesser body weight in all aspects. When it is having lesser body weight in all aspects, it is having least fat deposition, bone strength, and all that is accumulated in such a way that it is having less proportionate body weight when it is flying. And in that scenario, it is not negative side of it, but it is a positive side that mitochondria are largely capable than the other animals. Other animals are not that capable of handling glucose input or glucose inflow or the fat inflow to be converted into glucose. But poultry is very, very capable in that. And that is the trap where the poultry gets into. Because as we go on increasing the energy supply to the poultry, it is having more and more accumulation in the liver, in the mitochondria, and mitochondrial contribution is very high in the thigh, in the breast muscles, and it starts producing the heat. And that is where the poultry comes into pressure when it comes to the heat stress. So that one very important point we'll have to consider before we having any feeding strategy defined to poultry in the summer stress. So now in birds, in the heat stress, in typical Indian condition, they are getting abused on many aspects. Like we can say it is a chronic and acute heat which is posed by the tropical climate of India. We have lack of managemental practices both at feed mill, at the managemental, as at the farm level. And very important, crucial aspect nobody considers is the over and under nutrition to the birds. The undernutrition is discussed many times, but overnutrition is never, it is hardly spoken about. Because anything in excess or deficiency is harmful for the natural phenomena. That simple principle applies here. How it affects, we'll see that later. So, and the last aspect is whenever bird is in stress, we try to give the treatments because it is posed threats of the biological nature of the heavy metals or the mycotoxins or any other way. So we start giving them the antibiotics, the medications and all, and that also becomes an abuse. So when we do this, we as a community are not going towards the right direction, because when we are developing a bird is at one farm is a source of infection to the other farm. And whenever you do something good at your farm, it is not necessary that you are doing good to your farm. You are doing good to other farm also, but the negativity of that particular farm is going to come to your farm. So you are not going to have control, because, and that is why the animal farming is a collective activity across farms for a region. That is a vision statement it should be having, the region should have in a whole. And unfortunately, that is not being cultivated in India. So when we say that climate change is the reality is also that we are growing as human activity or as human population beyond our control. And that is how we have got like the sarcastic comments on the human population control are the making it half the size by natural calamity or some nuclear bombs or something like that. Those are the sarcastic comments passed on by the workers in the climate activism. So, and on the other hand, as we see, this is our own data that in 2015 or so, 1 decade back if you go, we were producing birds with the 1.8 FCR, 1.7 to 8 FCR with body weight gain of 1.6, close to 1.6 in 35 days. And right now we are producing birds with 2.2 kg body weight in 35 days and less than 1.5 FCR. So this is the way we are progressing, and the opposite way human civilization is progressing. So those two things are not matching each other. Even when we say that we have the precision nutrition, this is not going to be sustainable. So what happens to the birds physiologically when heat stress affects them? The feed intake is reduced by 10 to 20%. Everyone will be aware that in hot conditions, the bird is eating hardly 80-90 grams of feed when it comes to the layer birds. And unfortunately, when we go to the farm in a AC vehicle, and you don't get that pinch of heat continuous basis. It is only the acute heat that you are exposed to when you enter the farm. You finish your work and come back, and then go to another farm in the same AC vehicle, and you really don't get that pinch of heat. But the bird is constantly put into the heat, and that is what is forcing it to have less feed intake, then body weight gain, egg production. All these are culminating factors out of that. So the egg is the most affected production parameter, I can say, because egg is affected on the weight basis, on the number basis, and also the shell strength basis. So all these factors are affecting the egg production. Then in the meat production, impact on the breast meat yield, which is fortunately, unfortunately, whatever you say, we are not monitoring as of now as a whole community. Fertility is impacted, which is seen in breeder performances last year, I think. We can correlate that into maybe the genetic strain or partly to the climate, and hatchability and mortality are another factors. So when it comes to the metabolic impacts, we can say one important aspect is the panting of the bird is directly related to all these activities, and this I wanted to just highlight, because the panting is also forcing bird to keep its mouth open, and when the mouth is open, the eating activity is completely stopped. Even if the feathers are spread across or the bird is not active, that is not going to matter you. But what is going to matter is the bird's mouth is used for the respiration activity, and it is not available to eat, and that is what is causing less feed intake. So metabolic impacts, when we say it is affecting the metabolism is affected at all the nutritional levels. None of the nutrient is spared from that stress, because out of all the stresses, the heat stress is the most important stress, because it is not easy to handle, and birds are not made to give positive responses to that. So when it comes to the protein metabolism, the feed intake or corticosterone levels are increased, proteolysis is decreased, and protein synthesis in itself is decreased. And there is a reduced muscle growth, lower breast yield, or poor FCR. When it comes to fat, carbohydrate, and mineral, there are the list of impacts, which I will not go in detail because of the paucity of time. So overall impacts, this is the last, this is the slide which comes across all the papers, research articles, whichever you come across. There are changes on the production cycle, the physiological side, then behavioral side, and neuroendocrine side. So the most important aspect is the neuroendocrine side of it, because whenever this heat stress is affecting the bird is going into the neurotransmitter cycles are changing. The adrenocortex is getting the signals, and then the corticosterone is increasing, glucose levels are increasing, and unfortunately the T3 level, or heat stock proteins, as sir said, HSP70 and T3 levels are the major indicators which gives you the indication that bird is actually in the heat stress. The T3 importance here lies because the bird is negatively responding to the growth, because T3 is involved in all the metabolic activities related to production. And ultimately, you are seeing that production levels are down. So when we talk about the feeding interventions, see I have spent time on this background is because the interventions or the solutions are always on the one line or in the one bracket, because you get them very quickly, and when it is summarized, it is passed on very quickly. But the reasons behind it, or the importance why we need to do this, is also important. That is the reason we have spent that time. But the feeding interventions involved on the basis of these points is the feed restriction. And a lot of people do, a lot of us practice this into the farms, feed interventions and restrictions. Then dual strategy of feeding. Dual feeding strategy, This is a concept which may not be practically possible because the concept behind it is protein versus fat. There is a difference in the heat increment, as we have also discussed last presentations. The fat is able to decrease the heat of increment and give them the ability to cope with the heat in a better way. Whereas the protein intake capacity of the bird or need of the bird is increased in summer because of the stress on the genetic side of it. So when your duty is to give them the protein at sufficient quantity, your duty also is to reduce the heat of increment in the hot hours, and that is the reason we have to give energy feed in the hot hours and protein feed at the cooler hours so as to make bird comfortable in that particular situation. But this is very easy to say, but very difficult to practice, at least at the smaller farms. Then it comes to the weight feeding concept. Weight feeding concept is a little risky affair because when you want to give birds with the feed with the higher moisture, you are always posed with this risk of mycotoxin because of the fungal development. And if you use foggers and all those activities, that can be controlled, but directly addition of moisture into the feed is going to be a tricky situation. But this definitely helps to the birds because it is partially digesting the feed, activating the enzymes in the feed. Nowadays, we are using a lot of enzymes, and those enzymes can get activated if the feed is little bit moist in its form. Then the most important aspect of dealing with the summer stress is the low protein feeds because it is not completely possible to give different feed in the daytime and different at the night time. We want to give precision feed through low protein and then micronutrients and all. So feeding, when we want to give the low protein feeds, there are always risks that amino acid imbalance can be there, and we might reduce the protein, but there can be excess of any single amino acids that again going to be causing you more through the excretion cost. So I will just put one point here out of all these points, that when you want to reduce the CP by 0.5 to 1% or so, you are reducing soybean extraction or the protein sources to major extent. And when you try to do that, there is a impact here that protein is getting reduced and filler is getting increased. And that is what is the risky situation in the summer stress when the gut health is compromised. So the filler component is not going to be that easy. So these are the recommended levels, and there can be easy solutions via decade management, high feed for moderate. Now this point I just wanted to highlight. Can I take 2 minutes? Yeah. So this is one point which has been discussed here, that high versus moderate production, as we are going for the higher body weight gain and improved FCRs day by day. And we are predicting that if you talk to a Asian person or any genetics person, they are saying that 1 FCR is always possible. And at our center, we have seen 1.18 FCR as well. But is it going to be sustainable in the summer stress conditions of Indian climate? That is the most important aspect. And all of these points together, it is going to be highly rewarding if you are going with the highly controlled environment. But if it is not, then it is going to be disastrous for the summer phase. And that is what we have faced last summer. So apart from that, the source management is a very less spoken about topic. We don't have proper guidelines on the raw material management. We don't have proper storage facilities. We don't have any strategy, Indian strategy towards mycotoxin management, and that need to be in place. And lastly, I want to leave you with one thought, that we are dependent solely on the guidelines which are being given by the foreign institutions. We don't have any such guideline available of our own origin, which can give us the picture of, if I use soybean meal against soybean meal, I want to use DDGS, what are the amino acid specifications going to be, what are the anti-nutrition factors going to be, and what are these insoluble or soluble carbohydrates going to be in that particular compound. So those guidelines are not at all there, and technological interventions are not. With this, I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Someshwar. The next presentation will be by Mr. Prashant Kumar, co-founder and director, Sapiens Group. He would be speaking to us today on Predict, Prevent, Perform, the role of data in climate adaptation. With over 15 years of experience in brand development within the agribusiness industry across Asia, Mr. Kumar has established himself as a leader in corporate strategy and digital innovation. An alumnus of Birmingham Business School, his professional journey spans diverse industries, including aviation, information technology, and agribusiness. Prior to co-founding Sapiens, Mr. Kumar served as a signals engineer at Lockheed Martin, where he played a pivotal role in building reliable man-made interfaces for military applications. His engineering background continues to inform his approach to problem-solving and innovation today. Mr. Kumar also co-founded Frio, a leading global brand consultancy, where he has pioneered digital transformation for clients across multiple industries in Asia. He has helped businesses understand what digital transformation is, why it is crucial in today's rapidly evolving landscape, and how to strategically implement digital change for long-term success. His work has empowered companies to adopt digital tools and processes that drive efficiency, adaptability, and growth in a competitive market.
Good afternoon. Sanjay periodically does this to me. He puts me just before lunch. So I'm the only one holding all of you ransom before lunch, so I'll keep it brief. I'll keep it as succinct as possible. But at the outset, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Ghosh, Mrs. Ghosh, Salmoli, and of course Sanjay for the great work and for the new initiatives. Congratulations, 10 years, 10 more to go, and much more beyond that. So really looking forward to being a part of that journey. So when this topic was given to me, which was how does data or information play a role in adapting towards a warmer climate, he was very specific. He wanted me to sort of bucket the conversation into three parts: predict, prevent, and perform. And what's the role of data in climate adaptation? So I thought to myself, we've had a pretty nasty summer. And apart from the typical questions with the opportunities that I have sitting with customers and farmers every day, is always centered around challenges. So some of the questions that I keep asking my customers is the heat really hurting you? The answer to that is yes. Every summer we're getting buggered by it. Are we losing money? Without a doubt. But when I ask, how much did you lose last year? That's when I generally draw crickets, absolute silence. I think every farm feels the heat, but almost nobody is able to measure it. So while every speaker today will offer you something to do, I wanted to talk about the one thing that you actually need in order to make those strategies more efficient. And that's the layer of information and data that can be built over it. And the burden of heat has already been invoiced to our industry. If you look at some of the disastrous things that happened last year, in a single event in Andhra, we lost 20 lakh birds over the heat wave in just a week. The projected loss was about 50 crore. And over 57% of all districts in India are at either high or very high heat risk. While Andhra Pradesh is a huge egg-producing belt, as we all know, West Bengal is the 4th largest egg producer with the same hot, humid delta climate. And the fact also is that poultry starts to lose production as the temperature humidity indexes start to go up. And at 74, it's been measured at the highest heat tolerance beyond which production starts to fall. The entire eastern seaboard sits at about an average of a THI of 89, 8 months of the year. That's significant and very telling. And the worst part is that what we're measuring and what's on our balance sheet is only one portion of the total losses that are actually incurred. What lands on our balance sheet is mortality, the number of dead birds, the cost up until the point of death, vaccines, chick prices, and so on and so forth. But what we're never able to measure really is the opportunistic pathogens caused because of events like heat stress, which suppress feed intake, leading to losses in production, thinner eggshells, failure in vaccine uptake, slower growth, and most importantly, loss in FCR. I will come back to FCR in a short while. So if you really put things in the right perspective, heat does not sit beside disease. It actually manufactures it. And the stressors that really fuel this follow a very logical chain of events. THI spikes, that causes heat stress. That triggers a stress response, particularly in the heterophil lymphocyte ratios. And the first barrier breaks, which is immunity falls. And as the immunity falls, the second barrier starts to crumble, and that's the gut. So leaky gut, leading to pathogens entering systemic circulation, leading to further infections. And to make matters worse, the vaccine that we paid for also stops to work. There's evidence that's been published that heat stress actually suppresses ND and IB titer responses. So believe it or not, the timing of the vaccination is now a climate decision. And the physiology is quantifiable. The price is known. If you look at it, a THI of above 75 in layers reduces feed intake by 30%, suppresses egg production by 36%, reduces egg weight, and in the broilers, there's a reduction of 33% of body weight gain, and importantly, 16% of feed intake. The worst part is a heat stress event actually adds 0.17 points to broiler FCR, increases the chances of mortality by 4 times, reduces eggshell quality. This is the price that we are paying. And if you think cooling is the answer, while yes, partially, you can throw money at a problem to a point, the problem goes away. But in some cases, it doesn't. For instance, evaporative cooling fails where the wet bulb is above 26 to 28 degrees. And the humid deltas, the region that we operate in, the Gangetic Plains, coastal Andhra, Godavari belt, cooling pads start to fail with the THI going up. So whether it's a summer stress or whether it is even in the rainy season, because of humidity, evaporative cooling fails. The second, which adds burden to the entire climate problem, is that cooling is an emissions decision. As we increase cooling, not just is that adding on the capex, but it's also adding to the overall carbon footprint. So essentially what I'm trying to say is the cheapest adaptation that we can take to a warming global environment is not necessarily to throw money at it. Yes, you need to, it is a capex problem as well, but it's also knowing where to point the weapons. We have a lot of strategies that have been discussed by a very august set of speakers before me, whether it is capex strategies, whether it's nutritional strategies and feeding strategies. But I think the missing layer is when to use what. So adaptation really, or what I'm trying to reframe in the narrative here, is that adaptation is not merely a capex problem. You can't keep throwing money at it all the time. It is also an information problem. And if we can see the stress coming at a fraction of the cost, I think we'll be better equipped to design solutions around it. And that's the work that we at Sapiens have been pursuing for the better part of the last decade. And we've been, for instance, installing sensors, temperature sensors, humidity sensors. We installed cameras in a poultry shed, which not just measure things like body weight and intake, getting to automated FCR, but also measure body temperature at the bird level. So we've been collecting and using sensors to collect voluminous amounts of data. We've also been doing a lot of disease surveillance. So the data is something that we are deeply invested in. And in fact, at any given point in time in a typical breeder farm that we are monitoring, there are over 95 quantitative data points per flock, per week, per minute that we're monitoring. That essentially arms us, equips us with the information layer needed to make better decisions. Which really leads us to the three aspects of this entire problem that Sanjoy tasked me to speak about. The first being to predict. Now, the speakers before me were very gracious enough to say that, yes, data, analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence can actually use to make certain predictions. What we've been able to do, really, is fuse much of the climate data, temperature, humidity, body level temperatures, and so on and so forth, with pathogen-related signals, where we do molecular diagnostics and metagenomics, to actually predict certain phenomena that are about to happen. And one such example is what you see on the screen. What we've been able to very consistently predict is as THI rises, which is what you see in the orange curve, we're also seeing a strong correlation in the amount of airborne pathogenic load, whether that's viral, whether that's bacterial, we're able to see it in the air. And for instance, in a breeder flock, that also follows with dips in production. And the beautiful thing is that most of these things happen at least 1 to 2 weeks, and in some cases up to 7 weeks before the actual event happens. So the data is actually able to serve as a predictive indicator a week, 2 weeks in advance, informing us that a certain negative event is going to happen at a particular farm. And over a period of studying over 2 million birds, we've been able to quantify and establish statistically significant relationships between some of these. And let me show you some of that data. For instance, we've seen that the airborne pathogenic load going up is negatively correlated with hen day production at an R value of negative 0.52 and statistically significant. Similarly, an enteric load of, say, Salmonella reduces hen day production and egg set in a hatchery by a negative 0.5. A H9 or an IBD problem reduces egg set by a negative R value of 0.43, and so on and so forth. So what the algorithms allow us to do, what data science allows us to do, is make really accurate, statistically significant predictions of what is going to happen in your farm 10, 15, 20 days away from the actual event happening. So that's the first part, which is it is possible with the data set that's available to us, using sensors, using molecular diagnostic tools, to actually create enough data points to make strong enough predictions about what's going to happen. The second part is really the prevention part. Now that we've made a prediction, what do we do? And that's where all of the nutritional strategies, all of the other things that were discussed before me really come into play. As an example, should I move my vaccination program? We already know that heat suppresses a tighter response. We can tell, for instance, a heat incidence has happened. Should we schedule it off-peak? Should we strictly follow the calendar that's been given to us? Or should data now start to drive some of those decisions? Should we be relooking at the amount of ammonia, particularly at the evening periods, when the curtains are drawn down and the ammonia levels start to rise? Where should we target precision nutrition? So these are some of the answers to the predictions and where we need to start investing, whether it's capital resources or other nutritional strategies, in order to fix the problem. And the beautiful thing is, when we've done the prediction and then prevention approach, we've actually been able to make some significant progress. As an example, this is actual data from a breeder operation where we studied a flock of about 40,000 birds. And we studied that over time, right from week 20 all the way to culling. And the decisions that we made at week 27, week 30, week 33, week 36, and so on and so forth, fueled by data, fueled by statistical indicators, allowed us to make a huge recovery in fertility and hatchability and selection over a period of time. So hatchability recovered from a 40-45% all the way to an 87%. And the opportunity gained in a 40,000 bird flock was about 2 crores, which is around 540 rupees per breeder hen housed. That is significant, and that's proof of what is possible and what we are able to recover. And the other really anxious part is that climate is redrawing where the disease appears. While we have warning systems in place, for instance, in the case of low pathogenic avian influenza, where we can, with a 95% confidence interval, tell a particular farmer that he's going to have an LP outbreak, say, 10 days from today. The fact also is that diseases have crossed, the spread of disease has no boundaries. Bird flu, for instance, is now prevalent or has been isolated from over 700 species. It crossed the Atlantic, carried by migratory birds. Climate action, for instance, we are in the midst at this point in time of a huge raw material crisis where the quality of maize and the toxicity in the maize has deteriorated to such an extent because of a 1 or 2 degree increase in temperatures in, say, a state like Bihar. So a warming world does not necessarily only stress the bird, it also moves disease patterns and pathogens with them. Which brings us to performance, where I think more than solving for anything else, solving for efficiency is the strategy to pursue. Because feed, as we know, is 78% of poultry's carbon footprint. And arithmetically, a 7% improvement in FCR actually cuts our carbon footprint by 8.4%. So like the previous speakers said before me, 6 to 8% of metabolic energy, which is diverted into fighting diseases, if it can be prevented or plowed back using the predictive analytics, can actually have a significant impact on improving FCR and actually cutting carbon footprint. And that's where the opportunity to perform really lies. And the best part is, poultry has never been the problem, it's always been the answer. If you look at the total carbon emissions, 9% come from livestock, but it's predominantly from dairy cattle and beef cattle. The egg industry accounts for just 5% of total livestock emissions, and poultry meat is just 10%. And the best part is there is absolutely no approved carbon methodologies that exist for poultry. That's a blue ocean that's yet to be captured. So what are we able to do with data? We're able to create records that answer these three questions. He's throwing me out. So yeah, this is my last slide. So what are we able to do with data? To the farmer, make predictions and transform it to performance. To the buyer, that's the primary data for Scope 3 regulations, which is climate action regulations. And to the planet, verified efficiency gains. So the farms that really answer the data problem is really the farms that can keep the contract today and into the future where we're trying to export. The technology is not really a concept. It's been running. We currently have close to 2 million birds in active surveillance where we're implementing these systems for. So the proof of the pudding already exists. It's for us to use. And as a parting thought, adapting for a warming world means that the farm that measures itself is really the farm that survives. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Prashant. We'll now break for lunch, a 30-minute recess for lunch, and we convene back at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
In this country, and he wanted to see this not only his company grow but also the industry grow.
Good afternoon. So after having a refreshing lunch, we are moving towards a very important session, and that is a panel discussion. And it's a leadership panel where we are going to discuss something about from wet markets to modern retails, the urgent need for processing and cold chain infrastructure. And I would like to invite the panelists on the stage, Dr. Vidyasagar Punja, Mr. Naveen Pashupati, Mr. Sameer Agrawal, Dr. Sirish Nigam, Yeah, we are going to discuss an important issue because predominantly in India, the chicken market is wet market. And always it is a debatable issue whether to switch over from wet market to processing instantly. Should it be a stepwise process as it has a lot more livelihood issues? Or should we see for a consistent ecosystem to develop first and then we should switch over? So we are going to discuss all these issues during this leadership discussions, leadership panel. So firstly, I would like to invite a comment from our esteemed panelists, 1 minute each, just to open the session. 1 minute each, and then we'll have a shooting questions. You have a mic.
Can I have a longer session?
Yeah, absolutely.
5 minutes. Huh?
How long?
5 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. To set the stage for the discussion, let me give some data and some anecdotes that support the data about the processing. There are some misconceptions about processing in the country. Even people are not aware what extent is being processed. So let me share some data with you. I was studying the processing data right from about 2000 till date. Roughly in about 2002, India's total processing capacity was 13,000 birds per hour. 13,000 birds per hour was the total installed capacity in the country. There were only about 7 companies operating in 2002. In West, Venki's was one, Riverdale, Gulam Haryana Bala in South, Suguna was there, Hyderabad, Gold Chick, Godrej, Arambagh in East, and Alchemist in the North. These were the companies. Then the growth was very slow. Then it was about 1% of the market was into processing, and the growth was very slow. I should say 2018 was an inflection point as far as processing is concerned, because growth really took off from 2018. Now, if you say from 2002 to 2018, growth was something like in 12% CAGR. But after that, now the current CAGR of processing industry growth is about more than 15%. It's about 15.5%. Now the current installed capacity of chicken processing in the country today is 267,000 birds per hour, all the plants put together. This was about 83,000 in the year 2018. So you, as I said, 2018 was an inflection point, and from there, it really took off to what it is today. Then it was about 15.5%. And as far as the ratio of processing is concerned, one speaker said it's about 7% in the morning, but I beg to differ because the total placement today is at about 53 crores and we have 267,000 installed capacity. And if you convert that into the total number of birds processed, assuming that all the processing is running about 80 to 90% capacity, it's about 11% today. In 2001, it was about 1% of the birds were processed. In 2018, only 7% of the birds were processed. But today, we are sitting at 11.5% of the total birds placed in the market are being processed. This is based on the data available in the birds placed and the processing facility available, and assuming that a large of the facility is being utilized. This is how it is. So, with this processing industry, also it not just the processing alone. Then came the demand for branding. It was sold as a commodity, and now it's a branding. In fact, with pertaining to branding, I have an anecdote to share. One of the pharma majors in South, Wetcare, its director, Mr. Gopal Swamy, another poultry major in Tamil Nadu, one of the brothers. They had visited Brazil early, about 15, 20 years back. Then they met, they were on the invite of Sadia Chicken, and the Sadia Chicken owner took them around all their facilities. He took them to their processing plants, he took them to their state-of-the-art hatcheries, took them to the feed plants, everything. And after that, they came to the office. Once they came to the office, then these gentlemen asked him, our Indian counterparts asked him, what is your biggest achievement in your life? They asked Sadia owner, what is the biggest achievement? And then he pulls out his drawer, and puts a polythene cover on top of the table and tells him, this is my biggest achievement in my life. Actually, on the polythene was written Sadia Chicken. What he was referring to is that this brand is my biggest achievement in my life. It is not the infrastructure which I have built, what you have seen in the morning. This is my biggest achievement. So this is, how he was focusing on the development of brand in those days. Because Sadia Chicken is being exported everywhere. Today you see it in Middle East and the other countries, all these countries. And as far as Indian market is concerned, stalwarts are sitting here. As far as fresh chilled chicken is concerned, they have cracked the market. They will let them discuss about the fresh chilled. I will talk a little bit about the value-added chicken, because we are into value-added chicken quite a lot. In value-added chicken, what we have been observing recently is there are many markets, the Horeca market, the general trade, the modern trade, and the e-commerce. What we have been observing recently is that the general trade, the modern trade is declining. The sales through modern trade is declining. But sales through general trade is increasing. But what is really interesting is that the Horeca segment is really growing very fast. E-commerce is just a recent development. That is also growing. But what is interesting is Horeca segment is growing very fast. In this, as far as Horeca is concerned, if I have to share another anecdote, Nitin Kamath, the founder of Zerodha, was in Singapore last year. It was in the public space. He was in Singapore last year. And after the meeting, his colleagues, he asked them, what is your plan for dinner? In the sense, what are you planning for dinner at home? But to his surprise, all of them said, no, we are not going for dinner. We are going out. In the sense, we are going out for dinner. Then he asked them, like, what is it? They said, we have food every day outside. Because Singapore, the eating culture is that many people do not have kitchens at home and they don't cook at home. There are very super hygienic and super clean food courts in Singapore, and people don't think that they'll be wasting time at home cooking the food. Instead, they go to these food courts. That is how the culture is. So this is what I'm trying to say is that, and what I'm trying to say is that the culture is evolving, and we are seeing it in the Indian market as well. Now the Horeca segment is taking a large chunk of our products. So that means from the retail, the products are moving to the Horeca market. And even in the value-added products, what you have been earlier, nuggets, chicken nuggets, is largely seen as a Western product. That was the top seller in any part of the country. But today, products which are akin to Indian taste buds, like spicy and crispy chicken wings, they are almost on par with nuggets. So what I'm saying is that here, Horeca segment is growing, and also people are trying, the companies which cater to the Indian taste buds can do well in future. These are the trends in the value-added products. Finally, to sum up what I've said is that one of the things about I had said about in 2002, 13,000 birds per hour was the installed capacity. What the company which have fizzled out from the game where people who did not have good backup arrangement, in the sense people who did not have the back-end arrangement, they actually fizzled out of the business. So it's important, it's not just to be in the front end, it is also important that you are part of the entire value chain. It's just, there are many companies today which are in the business, maybe a bit of positive or a bit of negative that Naveen will be able to tell. But people with who are in the entire value chain have actually cracked the game than people who are only at the front end. That is one, based on the 13,000. And second is that the restaurants, the institutions are taking major chunk of business because people are eating out. And third, if I have to say, that people who are catering to the Indian taste buds, they are likely to do better in the coming days. So as far as fresh chill is concerned, there are many people. Mr. Naveen is operating quite a large operation. Samir Saab is also having a large operation. So I would suggest they throw some light on the fresh chill. You're also on for the process. I'm sorry, because today morning in my Twitter feed I was getting total sausages. I was showing Samir Saab, it is your algo is catching me as well. Then he said, yeah, my social media team must be doing very well, because I am getting on my Twitter his Total Foods sausages. That's how it is. Thank you. That was my brief introduction. And
great.
Yeah.
Very. Samir Saab, what is your experience about processing regarding consumers' preference and infrastructure? How do you feel? What is your experience?
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you, Dr. Punja, for your kind words and encouragement as always. And for us, Total Foods has been a 12-year-old journey now. And when we started our processing plant, we started our brand simultaneously. And honestly, 2 years after we started the processing plant, we had an internal meeting in our office. And honestly, I told during my internal meeting, क्या decision गलत हो गया. मतलब किसको बेचेंगे processed chicken नहीं समझ में आ रहा है. I mean, it's something that we were only processing about 700-800 birds a day or maybe 1,000 birds a day, because we didn't have a market, and the Horeca segment was totally a market which operated on discounts and on high credits. So we did not want to enter that segment. At that time, KFC and all were not aggressive, or maybe they weren't there also, I don't remember. And they had very stringent audit systems, and they had fixed suppliers. But then, you know, we slowly started picking up the brand. So it's a long journey, and I'm not in a position to suggest anyone, we are not that big, but creating a brand, you have to be very patient. That is what I can say. It will not give you returns from the first year. In fact, it won't give you any returns for the first 5 years also. So you have to be in the game for the long haul, honestly.
It's a brand building years for that.
So, you know, a lot of people feel that whatever we invest in the brand should not be shown as an expense. It should be capitalized.
Okay.
That is the normal accounting entry when people are creating a brand. It's different that we showed it as an expense, but...
it's a different kind of learning.
Yeah, so
yes.
it is, people say that whatever you are spending on the brand, whether your promotional costs or advertisement costs, you should be actually loading it on the capex. You should not be taking it as an expense, otherwise you'll not be able to see the balance sheet at the end of the year, because you'll realize that you're only losing money. So it has been a difficult journey, but a very interesting one, and honestly, again, from what Dr.
Yeah, but
Pankaj-
again, any problem infrastructure-wise while
See,
going to
it
the
has to
market,
go-
right from your processing plant to the market?
So creating a brand and creating your infrastructure, I think it is a simultaneous activity. You can't create a brand without not creating an infrastructure. So the cold chain, the reefer vehicles, the deep freezers, your own control over the shops and also on the product, they have to move hand in hand. Because if you don't move simultaneously, you will never be able to build a brand.
Yeah, but sometimes I feel in the rural areas, normally you'll get everything. Say, for example, the fridge, the deep freeze, so far Amul ice cream is concerned or milk and milk products are concerned. But same is not true with the meat industry.
Yeah, because
So what could be the reasons? Because it's the same phenomena.
So again, if we compare chicken with, let's say, an ice cream is more of a niche product because it's not a commodity. I mean, it is a commodity, but chicken is more of a commodity which is, available locally. So, but you have to create that brand. So for us, if we want to compare, let's say, an ice cream, we have to compare it with a value-added chicken packet. So maybe you have to compare an ice cream with a nugget or a sausage or a marinated packaged chicken. Raw chicken is a different ballgame altogether.
But this is what I wanted to have it from you. What is the consumer's preference? They would like to
Consumers
have
now-
the processed chicken or
Yes,
value-added
so consumers
chicken?
are now evolving. The evolution in the urban market is very rapid. Also because of e-com and now Q-com. Q-com is, I think, going far ahead. It's racing ahead. People, I don't know whether the patience levels are down or whatever, but they want the chicken in half an hour. So, and in fact, even in our app, we guarantee delivery within 40 minutes. So earlier we were guaranteeing delivery on the same day. So it used to take 3 to 6 hours to deliver the chicken.
I think this Blinkit has an
Blinkit,
effect.
yeah. But then I told
Because
my
people
people that
compare-
if you deliver chicken after 3-6 hours, you will not get any customer on your app. So we started, and in fact, we ran a promotion campaign also in Calcutta, in which we guaranteed chicken delivery in 40 minutes. So that's how the sales picked up because people want it very quick.
So it's a change in behavior of the
Yes,
consumers
yes.
also.
So in urban India, it is moving very rapidly. In the semi-urban also, I think the trend has come. It is catching up. Yes, rural is a little lagging behind, I would say. But the way urbanization is happening, I think it's just a matter of time before it picks up.
But even in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, people want it, but they don't have.
Yeah, that's
so
why.
what's the solution now?
So brands, the regional brands, they have to open shops there. They have to tie up with Q-coms and they have to make the chicken available. So someone very rightly says, it's not a question of, it's availability which creates demand. The demand is always there, but you have to make the product available so that the demand is picked up. Otherwise, if you're not available with the product, obviously the consumer can't buy it.
So again, we need to work with the market channel.
Yes, we have to work with the market channel, open our own stores, tie up with the e-com.
But again, it will be a huge investment.
It is.
Huge investment.
As
So
I
how to
said,
cater this? How to cater this?
It is a 5-year game. We have to be patient.
Normally.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Naveenji, we do have a vast wet market, right? Almost to some extent, more than 3 million people are involved in this. How we can change it into a ecosystem where processed meat can be introduced and at the same time they should also not be out of the market?
This is a billion-dollar question I have not been able to answer, sir. I'll tell you why. So
what is the solution? What we can think because
so Nandu's is, we just celebrated 10 years of Nandu's existence. Bangalore has got 3.1 crore people. 3.1 crore people. And how many people, a brand like us is 1.7 million, which is 17 lakhs. And 10 years of journey. Shame. It's a shame. What we have observed is people think live is fresh. It is not true. Live is not fresh. Now, how do we fight in Nandu's? I keep telling, you're sitting on 3 crore people, shame on you. You've got 17 lakhs in 10 years. It's tough business. As Samir said, it's a pit with no bottom, sir. It's a pit with no bottom. Many of you know our chairman, Mr. Nandakumar.
Yeah.
He is the biggest opposition party in my company. And he keeps calling
I
Gopal
know him
Swami, and
personally.
everybody is saying that these two children are just
Spoiling.
burning cash.
Spoiling.
So anyway, as Samir said, it is a long journey. It is not short haul. He was very fortunate to have a printing press in his house where he did the slaughterhouse and the brand at the same time. We didn't have a printing press. So we said we will not put up the slaughterhouse because you touch a slaughterhouse, it is about 130 to 140 crores, right? At 4,000 birds per hour, if you want to put up a slaughterhouse with all compliances, it's about 120 to 140 CR, including land, effluent treatment plant, rendering plant, boilers, everything. We said, let Samir do both at the same time.
But I'm just stopping you.
Yeah.
Lot of incentives are being given by the Ministry of Food Processing. Do you think those are not
Sir,
sufficient?
I think you should never build a company because you have incentives. That's my personal opinion, sir. You never build a company, never, उधर incentive आ रहा है, so दुकान खोलो, पैसा ले लेंगे. After 4 or 5 years, these incentives, oxygen is over. Your business has to sustain. You can't go back to taxpayer and take taxpayers' money every time.
No, but now you are getting the incentives in a different terms. Not like earlier that they have given you the money and you go away with it.
So, but
you have to be a consistent performer.
So when you do a DPR, detailed project report, we as a company don't take incentives in our DPR, right? The business has to stand on its own.
But then incubation period will be more.
Yeah, so if you're getting into a brand activity, it's a marathon.
Yeah.
It's not a 100-meter
Rather,
dash.
I should say it's a never-ending process.
It's
Brand,
long.
Then super brand, then
Yeah.
further super brand. So something.
So it's a journey. It's very difficult. But we see in our experience in Bangalore about 78 to 81% repeat customers. They come back.
With trust.
Quality, service at the retail store,
Fine.
online, offline, everything. But if you put a slaughterhouse, it's a Taj Mahal. And your shackle line has to run. Every point on the shackle line should be loaded. And you're building a brand, then you have to get into Horeca. The minute you get into Horeca, as Samir said, it is credit business and it is competition of 1 rupee, 2 rupee. So you have to decide whether you want to get slaughterhouse, you want to go into Horeca segment, or you want to go into a brand. If you want to go into a brand, what we did, we did not put money in a slaughterhouse. We had paid advance of 2 crores. We stopped and we lost that 2 CR because we had paid. So we said, no. Everybody in poultry is putting up slaughterhouses. There'll be so many slaughterhouses that I can go and engage on 15, 16, 17, 18 rupees per kilo. So we will put the money in brand building and we'll acquire the customer, build a brand to some respectable volume. And then of that volume, then you can put back the slaughterhouse. I'm not saying he's right and I'm wrong. I'm right and he's wrong. It's just a strategy of how the brand. And
you mean to say strategy varies from region to region or place to place?
Sir, for us, what happened was when somebody carries my product in a black plastic bag, it hurts me, sir. There are 3 things you carry in a black plastic bag: sanitary napkins, alcohol, and meat. It hurts me. It hurts me when I'm carried in a plastic bag which is black.
That's
and
a consumer psychology.
No, I mean, yeah, but it, as a producer, it's dehumanizing my profession. So I said, I build a brand. And when Fresh to Home brought Ranveer Singh, I just put Ranveer Singh's photograph and did Mangalarti because he brought some dignity. I mean, we can talk very loosely. He spent 15 crores, 20 crores, but I think he brought some dignity to processing and retailing. And then today you see people carrying meat in not plastic bags, not hiding behind. So that was the motivation for us to build a brand and reach a consumer. But it's a long haul. It's a marathon.
Yeah. Shirish, you are a system analyst to me because always you talk in terms of analyzing the things whenever it comes to grassroots level. See here what we are discussing is a strategy where production system is there Another one, you have to reach to the market straight. And here they need to have integration, otherwise they are going to lose the business. So how they should strategize their strategies so that the production stage can be segregated from marketing. Because it's a burden. Marketing ultimately is a burden on them.
No, I think, sir, as a student of management, I always believed in business, money is in the last mile. You make more money in the last mile. You can take example of any business. So as Naveen said that connecting the dots with the end consumer, acquiring the customer, I think principally is the best strategy. And our market is quite capital intensive in the sense, one is the perishability, second one is the volatility in the raw materials, which forms the major cost of production. So the capex cycle has to be smaller. Payback period of any project less than 3 years should be ideally evaluated. Second, the cost of capital, because in India is a high cost capital market. In double digit you have interest cost. If you have single digit, whether through subsidy, whether through venture capital or whatever the structure you have, so we have to lower the cost of capital. All these things, I am not a practice of this thing, what Naveen and Total is doing here.
Actually, they are doing it right from the
no, I know,
processing till marketing.
Shalimar is our very valuable customer, and Nanda Group is also a valuable customer, so I know. I keep on meeting their offices, their colleagues. But for me, I have learned this thing from Jubilant Food Works, where I was employed there earlier, and by default, I have been thrown into the, because my Sethji was even not liking to attend the non-veg meeting also, because he was a vegetarian person. So one day he called me, he told me, Dr. Saab, ये मुर्गी का है, ये हम इसमें नहीं जा सकते हैं, आप ही इसको देखिए क्या है. So when I went there, immediately I called Venkis, Dr. Tijare, I told Dr. Punja just now, I have seen the demand growing from 3 tons per day to 180 tons per day in the non-veg chicken in that business. So I firmly believe, sir, one is the cost of capital need to be analyzed because solvency is important for enterprise. Second, we are not connecting emotionally with the consumer. For example, I asked this question very recently because I consult Professor Ramcharan, and I asked Professor Ramcharan this question. So he told me that India is an emotional market, brand means connect, emotional connect. How many egg companies are giving newspaper along with the fresh eggs daily? So he's saying that you have to use it as a vehicle. Second, he said this is a good strategy after looking into rules. Every chicken company should also sell something for pets also. Because the owner, the new like Gen Z or whatever we call millennials, they are having nucleus families. So they are having pets, whether it is bird feed, like ornamental bird, ornamental fish, you club it with that. So there has to be emotional recall of the brand within their life outside what they consume. So then only you will be able to repeal the benefit of the brand. And brand is a promise. As all of them they said, I remember I was in China, I asked Sethji, sir आप हमको इतना fill in the blanks करते हो for profitability business में, ये Domino's वाले तो पैसा lose कर रहे हैं, तो आप इनको क्यों नहीं बोलते हो? तो because he is from Kolkata, तो उन्होंने बोला हमारा जो customer है बड़ा हो रहा है. I remember that. सिंघाड़ा के देश में हम पिज़्ज़ा बेचेंगे. सिंघाड़ा मतलब समोसा. So I remember that. And he made it. The valuation of the Jubilant Food Works, as a case study I'm saying, is one of the biggest, I think 3.5 times, if I'm not incorrect, with the Jubilant listed in the US stock exchange. So in our country, supply creates the demand, जो दिखता है वो बिकता है, और हमारे को distributor को bypass नहीं करना है. India is we have a protein, as I said, we don't have protein production problem. We have protein distribution problem. So we have to involve and engage distributors and make the products available, as Naveen said, and I think Total has made a good efforts. My colleagues from my alma mater, most of them consume Total eggs and Total chicken, and they pay for it. So in this market, Total has created that image, but they have to invest more if they go to other city. So we have brand of underwear in country, We have brand of the sanitary napkin, we have brand of soaps, we have brand of everything. Why not the brand of chicken? Even Amul is the brand of the milk. तो आज हम लोग नहीं करेंगे तो कोई और करेगा, इस young generation से कोई करेगा. But some company will definitely do. So I firmly believe not to invest in the high, long capex as you asked me. For short capexes, we should outsource or even collaborative capex can be done. एक ही facility से जो चाइना में हो रहा है, कि तुम दिन की कैपेसिटी खरीद लो, मैं रात की कैपेसिटी खरीद लेता हूँ, but we will brand it separately, so the total cost goes down. And we can make a separate company, we can do transfer price, means cost of product plus 7% markup. You transfer that to the different companies. This is my few points which I have.
In other words, it's a optimization of resources.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Punya Sahab, Dr. Shirish told, जो दिखता है वो बिकता है.
Yes, sir.
So how to make the visibility now? Because there are two constraints. One, even if you are going to make a visibility, it is by and large it's being opposed by the entire community, or sometimes you'll get a setback or drawback that people are opposing your product to be inducted in the market, isn't it?
Yeah.
So how to counter this? Because certainly I feel IEC is one of the options. Try to educate them, try to make more and more IEC campaigning so that they should start consuming, or you are educating them about the processed product, not to have the fresh chicken, which ultimately they are saying it fresh. Because a common person cannot distinguish between the fresh chicken and the chicken meat. So flesh they are eating as a fresh meat. So how to educate them?
Probably we have to see what the youngsters consume today. See, youngsters today...
It's a consumer's preference.
No, I'm sorry, I talk consume in the form of news. Okay. What they consume today, they are not consuming the newspapers, or they are consuming the social media, how they are engaged in the social media.
Right.
There are a lot of platforms where we can convey. In fact, many companies and many NGOs have used social media influences to convey their message to the masses, because their following is huge, and today we have seen what social media can do. So I think we have to, because the other, the old formats are losing their relevance a little bit. Probably today we should look at new ways of communicating to people, especially the young, by the media and the person. Maybe the media should be the social media, and maybe social media influencers, they have a good sway amongst the youth. That can be used, that's what I feel.
Samir Saab, just a wild question. Can we integrate the poor farmers with our processing systems? Because we do have small stakeholders. They raise 5,000, 10,000 birds. Straightway, whether they can supply these chicken to the processing plant, so that traceability can be maintained, and further it can be supplied to the market.
Yes, it
Is
can
it possible? Any model you can think of?
It can be done, but the company needs to take an initiative.
What could be the probable outcomes of this?
See, because since we are integrating, so we know from which farm we are lifting the chicken. So that can bring in the traceability factor. And asking the farmer to supply directly to the processing plant is not a possibility today, because they don't have the infrastructure, the proper vehicles and all. So the company has to again invest in the proper vehicles so that they can lift the birds from the farmer. And I have also come across...
again, you need some infra also.
Yes, so I have come across models in which we create a team of farmers who specially rear for the processing plant. Because now, see, we'll have to slowly get into processing chicken which are raised without antibiotics. So for that, we need to create a farmer base who are specially rearing for the processing plant. Maybe we'll have to pay them extra growing charges. We'll have to train them specially. We need to create a special team at the head office level also, who will be interacting with these farmers, creating awareness, educating them. But I wouldn't say can it be done, but it has to be done. Because eventually these farmers will only produce, and we'll...
This is what I say, because ultimately they'll also get a remunerative prices, and at the same time their product can be sold in a...
So I would say that it will be a sort of specialized farming techniques that we'll have to, bring in with a small cluster of farmers or with a larger cluster of farmers depending on your volumes.
But do you get sufficient skilled manpower for this? For running a
Manpower
processing
is always
plant?
an issue in the poultry industry
So,
today.
so I'm coming to Naveen, how to resolve this? Can you contribute through your processing
I
plants?
want to answer one question about Sirish, about connecting the brand on emotional terms. We ran one campaign in Bangalore. We said if you go and exercise your right to vote in the elections and you show this, we'll give you 15% off. We never told them we are selling chicken, we are selling mutton, we are selling fish. No. We said you go and exercise your vote, come back to Nandu's store and show this mark and we'll give you 10%. So everybody started talking, who's Nandu's? So we started getting traction. So that's
yes,
one thing we did.
That's
sir.
a visibility.
That other campaign we did is about packaging. Some OP sir was talking this morning. We said, you come here with your dabba from your home. You take the product home, we'll give you 20 rupees off. They did not know who's Nandu's. They didn't know what we sell. Right? अरे डब्बा लेकर जाता है क्या बेचते हैं इन लोगों ने? So that gained lot of traction and lot of community of customers who were very conscious about packaging, no packaging. I'll bring my tiffin box and I'll buy, you put it in, I'll get 20, and then exercise to vote. These are some of the campaigns we did. The other thing we also did in brand building is, we don't have a single poultry person in Nandu's. It's a whole different generation of people, sir. I cannot understand that language when I sit in the review meetings. But they are extremely creative. They are their HR policies are different. Their compensation structures are different. They work like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. They're roaming around like ghosts in the office. So this culture is very different in building a brand. And it's a little different than animal agriculture sector.
Absolutely.
So this whole, in retail, you've got a fixed pay, you've got a variable pay, you've got a kicker. The compensation structures are all different. The culture is, the HR is different. Everything is different. So if you really want to build a brand, you need to have a different company and then do that. But obviously, you need to have a transfer pricing.
Thank you. I think time का हम लोगों के पास constraint है, but we can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. If anybody is having any questions to, yeah. Yes. Because he is daily dealing with those questions. So henceforth he is asking how to deal with it. He wants to strengthen his,
Sir, we are efficient producer. Now we are becoming efficient marketer as well in terms of many things, brand building and promotion like that. But we have the monster behind us always, that is social media and particularly anti-poultry propaganda. So together, collectively as a poultry fraternity, how we can combat this? Single person can't do this job. Okay. Now again, the ministry, some bureaucrats, they are also behind us. So together we need to be as a one brand of a poultry. So your views on this for the collective efforts.
Shirish.
I think he has not asked this question to me. You to whom you want to? Okay, thank you. No. Thank you. No, I just want to say, Santosh, you see, we have an village Venus effect and an island problem. We think there is a social media behind us. Every in the mining industry you ask, there is a social media. Banking industry you ask, quick com you ask, there is a एक बंदे का death हो गया था. They have chased this founder of this Blinkit. So there are people, they are paid for that, their job is this. So we should discount that. Rather, we should be one step ahead as an industry. What is consumer is asking? Consumer is asking health. अभी तरुण श्रीधर सर ने दिखाया था यहाँ पे फाउंडेशन का. Yeah, I forgot the something to eat. Kya? To eat better. To eat better. We have to simply communicate. Instead, one brand cannot be one. Brand will be multiple because it has a regional feeling. There are investors, there are different companies, stakeholders. But there has to be messaging, which as an industry, core message can be given uniformly that egg means digestible amino acids or XYZ and taste also. That communication strategy need to be made by PFI, by CLEFMA, by IMFA, by Poultry India together, and we should build our brand around that feeling. Then only we will be able to create and fight the social media. And fighting social media is a constant exercise. One of my dog has gone to one clinic, I will tell you, and this is east of Kailash in Delhi, and my junior is a veterinarian there, and somebody kicked the dog. That lady took a picture and she posted it on the social media. No care, only money by the doctors, exploitation, blah, blah. But they have not bothered because they have a protocol. The dog was not kicked, but she took that picture, and I am, as a veterinarian, I was the owner of that dog. So I said that the dog was not, and she was there for some other purpose. But she made a story out of it. And it became very viral because the Facebook marketing, they select the PIN code number, 483501 So they know that the Kormangla is a richer area. Let us spread the news here. So we have to use the tools which are techniques which are available and hire a professional company. That is what I think so. We should not be fearful because हम लोग कोई चोरी नहीं कर रहा है. Our industry, everybody is trying to do the best in their company, whether it's a supplier or anybody. तो हम लोग अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं तो हमको डरने का नहीं है. We have to invest our time and money wisely. This is my point. Yeah, thank you.
Sir, my one interaction for Dr. Shukla. Sir, somebody has to build up the ecosystem of it.
This is what I was talking about.
So he has to spend money blindly so that others will get the benefit. Like, example is Milk Moo. In Odisha, they spent for the brand building. They actually didn't sell milk. They only built up the brand and sold the brand to, at a very higher price to somebody. So that smartness has to be there with somebody to build up the ecosystem. Then we can be competitive because somebody will build up the brand's ecosystem and will take the benefit of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
right.
that's
Absolutely.
government has to also take the initiative for that.
See, in government's initiative, there is no ownership. Henceforth, I feel it, and the sector should take the ownership and they should spread it so that they should own it.
Sir, sector, the coordination between owners is a very, very difficult subject.
But a time will come. It is going to happen. This is what I feel. Because long back, when we were a student, we have been taught about that only 0.01% or something like that, it was a processed portion of poultry.
Sir,
Right
Mr.
now-
Naveen is working for that, maize and soybean initiative he is doing. But we are unable to, give him our contribution because no owner is contributing.
Abhi, in the next session, we are going to discuss this, yes. Now we are running short of time.
On the social media, I personally feel I maybe the panel will have a different opinion. The social media is talking bad about chicken generically. A brand cannot take on such this thing. A brand should never go and take them on. We'll get singled out. No, we'll get singled out. Associations should take this responsibility. Associations should take this responsibility. For example, if somebody talking bad about chicken, if Total only goes, Samir will have to walk around the whole city of Calcutta with the bodyguards. I will have to do that. Single-handedly, it is difficult for us to take that. Association takes this up with the legal counsel and take them to court. Association, it's an association. 60-member association, 40-member association. Who will they go after? So my suggestion is associations across India should invest money in overcoming this bad, unscientific publicity on digital media.
Yeah, Naveen, at Poultry India, Suresh Chuturi Saab was the first when the bird flu hit. At that time he started, he came and met Chakradhar Rao and he made it possible to make Chicken India brand. So that was lying, after that we could not take it up. Recently we started that because of the egos could not take up the issue. So last time it decided, so we are moving forward with the same direction wherein we'll be combining all the associations and as money is required, we will be putting the money, infusing it and make sure that the association represents it. So it was the brainchild of Suresh Chituri that day, actually, which was not later on taken up. But recently, because the person who's doing is, he is basically doing a lot of intelligence work. So I had a discussion with him. He said, like, if there is a negative marketing started in somewhere in Orissa, in Balangir district, you can pinpoint from there and how it circulated, how we have to go immediately. So the response time is also very fast. We can do that. So that kind of a survey we are doing now, and we're able to move forward. Sure about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Even Shirish is writing a book on the protein paradox. I have gone through a few of the chapters, whereas processing is also, by and large, he has taken it, and how the outcome will come, this is also he is predicting. So in a time to come, we are quite hopeful that our live market is going to be transformed into a processed market. Maybe time is a factor, but as soon as we are entering in a Viksit Bharat, I feel more than 50% will be processed one.
It certainly will, because the live market, the poultry market, the broiler market is growing at about 6 to 7%, but processing market is about 15%, more than double. The growth is double last 7-8 years. So it's only a matter of time that the processing market will catch up with the live market.
Thank you. Let me thank all the panelists for their valuable inputs, and I thank Sanjay ji for sparing time, because since long he was waiting, I could not close the panel. Yeah.
We'll now have the fireside chat with Mr. Suresh Chituri, Chairman and Managing Director, Srinivasa Farms. And speaking to him would be Dr. Vijay Makhija, INFA Chairman, Biologicals and Biosecurity Committee. Can I invite Mr. Suresh Chituri and Dr. Vijay Makhija on stage, please?
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me introduce the distinguished Mr. Suresh Chituri. He is the Chairman and Managing Director of Srinivasa Farms. The company is a well-known poultry company in our country, involved in the poultry breeding operation, feed mill operation, and also in the recent times soya processing operation as well. And particularly Suresh, a farmer first operator, building his business around the areas of sustainability, technology, and also the bird welfare. So on these three axes, he has developed this entire poultry company. And very proud to share that Suresh is the first Asian to become the chairperson of the World Egg Organization. So he deserves a big round of applause. And each one of us feel indeed privileged and proud that you achieved that heights and making a significant difference. And I remember your vision was to India climb up to the ladders of the world egg production, and under his leadership, India has now reached #2 in the egg production. So round of applause again for his vision in making India to the top of the world. And very proud to share that he also chair a very important committee of CII, Confederation of Indian Industries, on animal agriculture. So anything on the policy making, he is the go-to person for the entire animal agriculture sector. Apart from his, you can say, work, he is a very passionate wildlife photographer, and he is also considered as a conservationist for the WWF. And ladies and gentlemen, you will be very delightful to know that sir is always, you can say, open for learnings and advances his thinking. So very recently I learned sir is doing a PhD in business administration in the area of artificial intelligence. So such a multifaceted personality we have among us. And the fireside chat objective is a focus on a particular theme. The theme is around protein security for India. Can poultry bridge the nutritional gap equitably? So the most focus is around the protein gap. And Suresh, I welcome on the 10th year special edition of IPR. And it's a very special event, and that's why we wanted a special person to address on this topic. So we like to learn, you can say, your thoughts about, when we talk about the food security in our country, the focus is always on calories. Do you think is it the right time to shift the conversation towards protein security?
Thank you, Vijay. And of course, thanks to IPR and to the Ghoshs and Mukherjees, and congratulations on the 10th anniversary and many more, of course. So I think, yeah, I think we have to acknowledge our governments over years and all governments that they have done a good job of solving hunger, right? I think, and I think I think it's more or less, I don't think there is hunger is an issue in anywhere in India today, right? Odd cases which is mostly because of their own personal issues or family issues or something like that. But at a social level, I think hunger has been solved. I think, and we have to acknowledge government on that. But I think somewhere we are still stuck in that old thinking, and that, you know, still we are working on that. But I think now, now nutrition is what has to be focused on. And there's a difference between hunger and nutrition, right? Like you said, right? Abhi pehle tha ki pet kaisa bhare, calories, and so that part is solved. But now I think protein, this thing has to be focused on without doubt. So I was just checking today, you know, ki top 10 Olympic medal countries, ki unka protein consumption kitna hai, right? They are about 120 grams per day, right? India, we are at about 70 calories per day, 70 grams per day. But the difference is what? If you see, there the protein is all coming from animal sources. Here we are getting protein from cereal sources. Cereal matlab, it's not even dal, it is rice and wheat and all that, which are not, I mean, as poultry we know, right? We don't use them because they are protein sources, right? So that is the problem. So the balance is bad. This is the, now if you see, in the entire history we won 10 gold medals. Now if you remove hockey, it is only 2 gold medals since 1947. And now if you see, we are getting better because all of them are getting better protein now, and from a very young age, right? And that's why we are now slowly climbing up. So that's why protein is very important, especially for India, as to our children, the youth, have to really live up to the potential. So now protein is definitely the most important macro, definitely.
Thank you, sir. And in the morning, Tarun sir enlightened all of us that we have made a significant progress in the area of food production. However, when we look at the protein deficiency is still around. So according to your observations, Suresh, what could be the key reasons for this protein deficiency across the country?
So I think, see, some way it was about access, it was about affordability. And also, I think, you know, somewhere we are still stuck in some old thinking, practically, because see, ek to tha ki we didn't have production. So naturally, production nahi hai to khaya, chicken and egg situation, right? Jab nahi hai to kaun khayega? Now, khane ke liye, unless there are people eating, then who is going to produce, right? So I remember my father, even now in Andhra you go, people would say, you know, why did you start poultry farm, sir? हमारे पिताजी या दादाजी आपके पिताजी के साथ ट्रेन में जा रहे थे, वापस आके पोल्ट्री फार्म शुरू कर दिए. because Pitaji had to find a farmer first to sell chicks, right? There were no farmers, Sridharji. So he had to first have somebody start a farm, right? People forget how it was, how did it happen in 71, 72? Because for most of you, I don't know how much you know, till 1996 when Rao Saab died, most of Venki's revenue used to come from Hyderabad, right? So because Hyderabad or Andhra, the old Andhra used to dominate the market, and that's how we found. Every Raju you could find, zameen hai kiske paas 15-20 acre, ek farm dalwa do. And you know, cajoling them, hand-holding them, that's why NECC also was started, right? Because so that agar wo paisa nahi banaya, to hum kaisa paisa banayenge? So, you know, we went through that, right? And, but now that is done. Now I'm seeing, that's why you see South India, if you see Hyderabad, Andhra, Telangana, why is egg consumption and meat consumption more? Because availability is there. I want to give you an interesting case. एक फार्म था सर, उधर वो गांव में बहुत egg consumption था, बहुत, I mean, like brilliant egg consumption. So they found out what is happening there. वो फार्म मैनेजर ना चोरी चोरी अंडे बेच रहा था गांव में, right? So now the owner and everybody was like, इसको punish करे या reward करे. Because he opened up something for all of us, right? We said, boss, availability गांव में मिल रहा है. Because what was happening in Andhra, everybody was packing trucks and sending them away. Calcutta आ जा रहा था. Nobody was selling in the local market. 2 लाख का फार्म था, सब अंडे पैक हो गए, ट्रक चढ़ गए, कलकत्ता चले गए. Nobody was selling in the local market. So now, where previously we were selling 3-4 crore eggs a day to Northeast, we are only now, it's come down to 2 crores because no consumption has increased there. So I think that's also a thing. Now I think affordability, I don't think is not an issue, but I think we still have to do a job of promoting. We're still stuck with that same ad that we did in 80s. Roj Khao Ande, and everybody still remembers that only, you know. We got so many awards then, but tab se leke aaj tak koi naya ad kisi ko yaad hi nahi hai ki what have we done, right? So I think that's the problem. But egg consumption is growing. I think it's very healthy now. We have to be careful about asking for too much because, you know, the entire supply chain has to also catch up with that. So
Suresh, we talked about that excess of this protein should be equitably. So maybe you can share your thought how it can be made even accessible to rural household, women, children, and of different economic strata. So how it can be achieved?
So Vijay, I mean, I think earlier there was some discussion on that in the morning speakers and all that. So I know some of you have shared and all that. If you look at inflation from 1980, Sridhar sir was saying, sir, so that actually when there were two triggers. One CII meeting, the Amul guy was talking about how much they have done for the nation and all that. I said, okay, yes, they have done. And then just around a few months later, my father expired. So I was sitting at home a lot. So I said, let me work on this and see what is the contribution we have made. So then from 1980, because before that I couldn't find the information. So 1980 se agar aap low inflation if you take, right, the inflation has been I think 44x. You know, what was 1 rupee then is today 44 rupees roughly. But if you look at it, milk is at 160%. If you take 100% as the 100 as the baseline, milk is at 160 now. Dal is at 200 plus. Anda is at 70. Chicken is at 65. So that is the contribution we made to this nation, right? So affordability, I think, is not an issue anymore. Communication is definitely is. Because again, like somebody earlier was saying, I mean, we are in Calcutta, वो लक्स कोजी के बारे में कितना ads देखते हो यार? I mean, हर छोटी चीज के लिए कितना promotion चल रहा है? Today, that is the age we are living in. You have to remind people and do all that, and you're providing such a fantastic product, but we are not doing any. Even now, unfortunately, I would say 90% of doctors will still tell you eating eggs is bad. I mean, cholesterol problem, anda white khao. So kal subah kisi ko mila tha, she says, I love eggs, you know, I only eat white. I was like, why yaar, eat yellow? वो मेरा कोलेस्ट्रॉल प्रॉब्लम है. I said, no, so बिठाए के मेरे को हर बार, but you can't keep doing that person to person. Na? We have to educate, we have to now go talk in those conferences, talk to those doctors, tell them that, you know, dietary cholesterol, it is now very clear. Science has never been more helpful, friendly to eggs than today. Science is the best time in science-wise for eggs today, right? And because it is very clear, dietary cholesterol, मतलब जो आप खा रहे हो, has almost no impact on your serum cholesterol. In fact, eating eggs, not all fat helps, but cholesterol from eggs actually has a good chance of your body not making that cholesterol. So I don't know how many of you know, your body makes 3000 mg of cholesterol every day, no matter what. There are only some conditions, which eggs are one of them. If you eat that, then that much it is not making. So unless you are eating more than 14 eggs a day, I don't think eating, I'm in full eggs, right? I don't think, and I don't need you to eat 14 eggs a day. आप 2-3 अंडे खा लो बस है यार. मेरा धंधा अच्छा चलेगा. अगला 20 साल, 40 साल और baby भी, see, right? So that's the thing, right? I think these are the things we have to go and talk and educate, I think doctors also. But to a large extent, I know in Hyderabad, so many of my Marwadi friends and all that who would not eat eggs are all eating eggs. I come to Calcutta, I have a lot of Marwadi friends, सब छुपा के, घर पे तो नहीं खिलाते, but छुपा के सब खा रहे अंडे. And there's good demand now in Gujarat, especially they are saying, बस ये पकाने का problem निकाल दो हमको. You know, we want to eat eggs, but we don't want to cook them at home. So it's an opportunity for us, right? We have to figure out how do we deliver them that. And I think then if we do that, maybe they'll eat 4 eggs a day, right? So I think we'll have to get innovative on that. So for sure, especially women, children, I just wanted to share one more example. 2014, when Andhra government split, Andhra Pradesh split and, you know, and then Hudud happened in Vizag. And of course, during that time I was a CII chair, I was interacting with the CM a lot. So he asked me, क्या कर सकता हूँ आपके इंडस्ट्री के लिए? तो मैंने बोला, सर आप मिड डे मील स्कीम है, उसके हिसाब से you are supposed to give, you are on paper, you know, giving 3 eggs, but you are only procuring 1 from us. So हम एक ही दे रहे हैं, तो 3 तो बच्चों को जा नहीं रहे, right? So I said, fix that. आप 3 अंडे लो, 3 अंडे बच्चों को दो, दोनों तरफ से ये हो जाएगा. Who does what is not my problem. Within 4 months they fixed it. In 4 months they started taking all the 3 eggs, and naturally when they were taking बच्चों को जा रहे थे. 2 years later I was preparing कि how do I go and talk them to increase that to 5 or 6 eggs. But fortunately वो CM का ऑफिस में secretary था. He said, Suresh, we have decided to make it 5 eggs. So on their own, right? I was still trying to gather information, sir, कि तमिलनाडु में दे रहे क्या है फायदा? कोई, there's no data anywhere, right? Unfortunately, that's also a problem with our industry. We are not following up those things and doing that. We are not investing money in those kind of studies. But anyway, so I said, why? Then I said, sir, मैं तो पूछा भी नहीं, आप कर रहे क्या? He said that, you know, he made an interesting statement. CM, this is what I believe Chandrababu Naidu said, this is the cheapest and bestest investment we made in public health. I said, acha, kyun? He said, 1, across the board, 15% marks have gone up, sir. Across the board, in all government schools. Absenteeism has gone to 0. Not, हम तो 3 दिन ही दे रहे थे. What happened to the remaining 3 days? No, because nobody is falling sick. Right? And these 2 we are observing, they have data. Right? Third is, they said, teachers are reporting children have grown at least 4 or 5 inches. There's no data on that. And the fourth one, they said behavior improvement. I said, behavior improvement kya? I mean, our classic thing is, you see children in Europe and all that screaming at their parents, misbehaving in, you know, malls and all that, right? Well, apne bachche to aise nahi hai, so then what do you mean by behavior improvement? They said teachers have all reported that before the midday meal scheme was implemented fully, children were sitting in class, glassy-eyed, not understanding a single word teacher was telling. Right? They were sitting there, that's it. But after this 1.5 year later, the activity level of the students in the class is actually in some ways has become a problem because they've become very active, right? And two, lot of questions being asked. And like, so these are the things, you know, then they said, you know, then Chief Minister said, और एक 2 अंडा ऐड करेंगे, 300-400 करोड़ हो रहा है, but this is the best investment, farmers को दे रहे हैं, बच्चों को दे रहे हैं, इसमें क्या, तो find the money and now, so as I said, you know, so that is one impact for sure that it has had, and it's one, and as they said, it is the cheapest and bestest investment they made.
You have got so much of success factors coming from usage of eggs in the midday meals and also for the maternal program, but still.
No, but we, if I, like Calcutta mein, I think some of you were here 2 or 3 years back, you know, in a public meeting, everybody was, the minister was talking, हमने ये किया, वो किया, and which he did, of course. I'm not saying he didn't do, but anyway, सब ये बोल रहे थे, and then I said, sir, एक जगह पे आप पीछे रह गए, sir, आपके बच्चों को एक ही अंडा मिल रहा है हफ्ते में, आंध्रा में, तेलंगाना में देखो 5-6 अंडे मिल रहे हैं, then immediately next day he announced one more egg, right? And then of course, but the problem is, if I can have that data, if the industry spends on collecting the data on what effect is there, then you go talk, why will they not do? Right? अब यूपी में बात कर रहे हैं, but you know, it's all on my, whatever I am saying. If I, why do I need to go say, data दिखा दो ना साला फिर, it's undeniable, everybody will fall. But we are not spending on that, you know, we are more, unfortunately, you know, there is a problem with us. There is definitely a problem with us, you know, कोई fancy conference ये वो में वो तो we spend money. But on studies like that, nobody is taking it seriously. Like Uday was saying, COVID के time में, you know, ये पीछे पड़ के we did that. Then we dropped the ball on that. I was ready to continue to support that. But then overall, from our industry perspective, it was not sexy. Oh, they dropped the ball. You know, it was a simple thing, you know, because social media, there are tools now where they will track and tell us. उस टाइम में भी वही हो रहा था. That guy would tell me, sir, this particular fellow put a wrong this thing. Immediately, I only personally would challenge him कि ये किधर से बोल रहे हो तुम, data दिखाओ, and then they would delete the tweet, right? You know, because they would tell me, sir, Sridhar sir, within 15 minutes they will tell me, sir, यहाँ से एक tweet आया, या social Facebook में, WhatsApp we couldn't track, we could track LinkedIn, we could track other social medias. Immediately they go, YouTube में sir ये video डाला, so immediately go challenge him. Nothing, I would say nothing. I said, where is the data? Where are you coming from? And then they had to take it down, right? I mean, but now we are not tracking that. So that's the main problem there. I think if you give me, if the industry comes together, spends on that, I don't think it's a lot of money. We get that. I'm telling you, I don't need everybody to, sab ek din karenge to problem ho jayega. Please understand that also. If Bengal goes to 6x suddenly, that will create a different problem. But I'm sure I can convince them, you know, I can go meet them and convince them, but there is no data. We are only giving anecdotal evidences and all that, you know, we are not talking to them. Sir, Sridhar sir ko bhi when we first met and all that, that's what was happening when we were dealing with the cage ban thing and all that. साहब लोग को भी कितना हम लोग को educate करना पड़ा उस दिन, right? Because there was one opinion in the department, ये 6 company का problem है, क्या हो जाता है? Right, sir, before you came, they were saying 6 company का, तो ठीक है 6, ने कहा 6 सर 9 लाख farmer है. That they didn't understand that, right? Because that's also our mistake, na? If our department doesn't know what's happening, it is our mistake. How can you just keep blaming somebody else? आज बोल रहे हैं क्या है 6 करोड़, you know, 12 lakhs. You know how long it took me? It took me 2 years to get that number out from the industry. हम लोग we are placing 12 lakhs a week. हमारे पास नंबर नहीं है. अब Government of India is saying we are producing 5 million chicken, 5 million tons of chicken a year. Where that number is at least 12 million. वो कब से you know हम लोग, that's what I'm saying, you know, the poor fellow अभी 4 बार email भेजा है वो department से, because the committee has sent email 4 times, please send data. Now nobody is responding.
I think you attended that meeting and chaired also from industry about giving the
That's what I'm saying. After that, the committee has sent 4 emails to us, please share data. Nobody has responded.
I think a lot of ideas you are suggesting, Suresh, particularly, for startup ideas, because this event is getting live as well. So many people would be taking, any problem is an opportunity as well. So the problem of cooking eggs in Gujarat, or let's say the deficiency of data generation, deficiency of publication within our sector. So I think from this discussion emerging are the opportunities, and many industry leaders are here, and I'm sure they will be picking up this as an opportunity. But I must compliment, under your leadership, we see many reports coming from CII, at least on the poultry, and very recently, maybe you can talk about a bit so that everybody is aware about the recent report published by CII on the egg industry. Yeah.
Yeah, I think one report that CII came out with is about, and thanks to Poultry India for supporting that, where we laid out a plan, showed what is the industry going to be 2047. So that is one report. There's one more report now. Sridharji, we are working on a report on a comprehensive feed. What is the feed requirement for Indian animal agriculture? All dairy and all that, because there is no sight visibility on what is the feed consumption, animal feed consumption in this country. So with CRISIL, we are hopefully in the next 7-8 months, we are going to come out with that report. Neither of this report, please, I'm telling you, it's not perfect, but it is the beginning. Hopefully now we will slowly start getting, in 2-3 years, maybe we'll get a better picture of what is happening. So, yeah.
So thank you, Suresh, for...
Vijay, just a minute.
Please.
To supplement a couple of things which Suresh has made some very important points. First thing is, you see, as far as the nutritional characteristics of egg is concerned, I don't think anybody disputes it much. If there's an opposition from certain angles, it is more on account of religious beliefs, cultural beliefs, or sentiments or other things. But very important two things. One is we have to do positive advocacy about egg or poultry, egg as a reference protein, egg as nutrition, protein powerhouse. One thing we always miss out on is the egg as one of the most dynamic foods, which is amenable to so many cuisines. Our choice of food, first thing is it appeals to is the taste. We never talk in terms of the egg cuisines. Next time when you have this kind of thing, also tell that egg is not only highly nutritious, it is also very tasty.
Menu mein egg tha pehle. Was there egg in the menu today? Kya hai, Sanjay? Kya kar raha hai? I'm not coming from next year if there is no egg in the menu. I said if there is no egg in the menu.
That is the complaint. There was no egg in the menu today.
You see, why I remembered was I had written an article started writing an article for Sanjoy's magazine on the Anda Ghotala. It was titled Anda Ghotala Ain't No Scam. How many different dishes can be made of egg? When I started writing, I said I can write a book on it. But in 1500 words, I could only mention 4 or 5. So, cuisines ki baat zarur kijiye.
There is a Japanese book which is 900 years old on 1000 recipes of eggs.
Second, the point you mentioned in terms of our Olympic gold medals or this Andhra experiment wherein the children started doing well in exams. Now, I think it's very important that we confront the opponents and even a positive message on the basis of established scientific evidence and facts. I just want to share, I don't know whether I've done it or not, there's a fellow scientist called James Flynn who conducted a study over 70 countries to see how the IQ has developed. So it developed a scientific concept called Flynn effect. Flynn effect. From 1948 till 2020, the average IQ increased by 2.2 per decade, whereas it had taken millions of years for the human brain to develop. So what he found was that wherever the nutrition derived from animal source food was much higher, that is where the development of IQ was also much higher. Now, these are the things which are not there in public domain. Lastly, Suresh,
what is the name you said, sir?
Flynn
James?
effect. Flynn effect. James Flynn. It's called Flynn effect. Lastly, ना एक जो हमारे एक बहुत बड़े formidable forces जो which are creating a major obstacle is institutional forces. Very responsible people. I will give you 2 or 3 examples. One Minister of State of Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying. I repeat, Minister of State, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying. He made a comment in the meeting saying कि अंडा और मीट खाने से हार्मोनल इम्बैलेंस हो जाता है और फ्यूचर जनरेशंस का जेनेटिक स्टॉक कमजोर हो जाता है. This is now how do you counter
counter this. Secondly, FSSAI encouraging you to eat millets and cereals and dairy and milk, but consume poultry, eggs, etc. in moderation. 2 years back, there were massive flash floods and cloudbursts in Himachal. Hundreds of people died and property worth thousands of crores was lost. The director of IIT said that this natural calamity can be attributed to people consuming eggs and non-vegetarian food in the state. Now, these are the forces which I think individually writing an article here or there or mentioning in a conference is not going to help. The sector and industry as a whole has to come up and have a very sustained campaign to counter these. Today you go to any official banquet in Government of India, etc., you will not find egg or non-veg dish. You will find jowar, bajra and all these things. Nothing against them. But then it should not be one food at the cost of another, especially when the alternative is a healthier option and a tastier option too. Although Dr. Shukla may not agree with the taste part of it.
Thank you, sir, for addition. I think in the interest of time, I'll just come to the last part of this fireside chat. So Suresh, looking forward for next decade or so, do you believe India can eliminate protein malnutrition, and what role poultry sector to play in achieving that vision?
So I would put it the other way, Vijay. It is not, can India, the danger of India not doing that, right? Is crazy. You know, we cannot afford for our children to not, like sir said, there is definitely, I mean, and those are elements now. I was also checking on the top 10 countries ranked health-wise, right? And how much protein are they consuming? Because Olympic medals wise, you can't, US is a bad example because US is also the highest consumer of sugar, maida and everything, right? And while they consume a lot of this thing also. Again, there, if you see...
You can take Japan, they are
so the Japanese, they love eggs, you know, I mean, there is nothing they won't put an egg on. So actually, Sridhar sir, iska idea मेरे को एक Japan में ही दिया था, you know, so it is the Japanese, I think when was that, so there was an IEC meeting in Kyoto, and the Japanese guy came to me and said, Suresh, simple है तुम एक ही करो, track how Japan's egg consumption went and see how our Olympic medals went up. And the China wala बाजू से चल रहा था, बोला हमारा भी study करो, right? And that is where I actually got the idea from. I said, damn, how come we never looked at it, right? And intelligence also now, right? Because, you know, do you know choline, a mother having choline shortage during pregnancy, right? That child can never go beyond a certain level in intelligence. Such a sad thing, right? 3 eggs a week solves that problem. I didn't know that. They said, you know, if you forgot where you parked the car, they said blame your age. But if you forgot you came in a car, they said blame your mother because she didn't have choline in the diet. And that's how, you know, and many a times you see, right? I mean, you see these people, people who are coming up in life from very small families. Sometimes they're struggling with that. Pehle samajhte the, you know, wo unme galti hai. Then you actually go back and study. Poor fellows had no chance. And if you continue doing this to our nation and our children, so it's not, and I think, again, from what Saab was saying, this is our failure, right? We should be collecting this and taking it on. Not everything we should be confronting, but we should start doing that. And if you go with data, I'm telling you, right? So again, one more small example. There was this, during COVID, the UN started this UN Food System Summit, right? The main idea behind that, Sridharji, was a mission to bring down global animals by 50% by 2040, right? And DSM and all this had signed up for that. I said, you know, I told DSM, what the hell are you signing up for? Do you even know what that means? Then they went and studied and they said, no, unless you change the language. So anyway, because Bill Gates was funding it, Wellcome Trust was funding it, the biggest Facebook founder who has some for $20-30 billion, वो पैसा लगा रहा था उसमें, vegan movement वाले पैसा लगा रहे थे इसमें. The whole thing started saving the world. And then I was the only one representing farmers because dairy was being represented by processors, chicken was being represented by processors, piggery was being represented by processors. Only egg was a farmer's body. IEC, right? W. So I started और बीच में ताना मारता रहा उनको. मैं बोला जो बच्चा सोमालिया में एक अंडा हफ्ता नहीं मिल रहा है, उसको तुम इम्पॉसिबल बर्गर खिलाओगे, जो 8 गुना कॉस्टली है, and it's a useless protein. You know, and at the end of the day, Tarun sir, that day World Egg Day, World Food Program Day में, they've declared eggs and beans are the 2 best foods for human beings, right? So I think my point is, you know, resistance तो रहेगा. You can't, if you are wishing, an NGO will see reason with you. The problem is yours. वो उनका छोड़ो उनको. But whatever said and done, bird flu आता है, लोग खाने बंद हो जाते हैं. Actually, reality is only 15% or 20% stop eating. 80% are still eating. But we overreact. The industry's mistake is that we overreact and reduce the prices like crazy. ठीक है, so the good thing is I saw, Samir, this was 20, 30 years, 25 years back. 2006 में जब पहली बार वो bird flu आया था ना, तो उस टाइम में शायद हम लोग 20 रुपए में चिकन बेच रहे थे. तो 5-6 रुपए में चिकन आ गया था. So we had a shop in a slum, sir. उधर वो 20-20 रुपए लेके आके खरीद के लेके जाता. जितना 20 रुपए में उतना लेके जाता था. But he used to come 2-3 times a week. This guy started buying 2-3 kgs of chicken every day. मैं बोला क्या बोला सर इतना कम में मेरे बच्चों को कब मिलेगा food? Right? And then that is when it clicked for me, right? I mean, what is happening? Those guys are enjoying. Right now, but today, I think we have to do better on education for sure. We are not spending anything on that. Coming together and solving that. And also tracking, you know, what is happening. But we have to track that, at least know war. It's a very thing, it's not a very costly thing also. Tools are available today that automatically with AI, it will tell you ki kisne post kiya, kya kiya, kidhar kiya, and what is happening. So I think that we have to definitely invest in. So any other questions?
Yeah, please, sir. You can you please pass on the mic?
Please come forward. No,
or you can, yeah. Mic.
Mic.
हेलो, मैं डॉक्टर प्रदीप सतपथी हूँ, आप जानते हैं. आपने एक बहुत अच्छी बात बोला कि मेडिकोज एंड कुछ ऐसा एक्स के बारे में नेगेटिव ये करते हैं, आपका ये मैं सजेशन में बोला. तो हमारा देश में इतना वेटरनरियंस है और न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट भी है. हम न्यूट्रिशन का सिर्फ पोल्ट्री का बात करते हैं. ह्यूमन न्यूट्रिशन में हमारा न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट का रोल कुछ हो सकता है क्या? अगर हमारा एक के बारे में हम इतना कुछ बोल सकते हैं एंड वी आर सो एनरिच इन आवर नॉलेज, हम लोग का जो भी न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट है हमारा देश में, बड़े बड़े न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट, तो दैट दे कैन ऑल्सो कन्विंस देम. इसका भी एक प्रोग्राम हो सकता है. मेरा मानना है, आप उसको पॉजिटिव में ले सकते हैं, कैसे ले सकते हैं. तो कैंट आवर डॉक्टर्स, हमारा जो वेट्स है और सीनियर जो भी प्रोफेसर्स है, ये वेरी एमिनेंट पर्सन्स है. वहाँ मेडिकल न्यूट्रिशंस में भी अब मेरे को लगता नहीं हमारा न्यूट्रिशन में, वेट न्यूट्रिशन में जितना होता है मेडिकल न्यूट्रिशन में इतना कुछ होता होगा. हो भी सकता है, बट उनको कन्विंस तो किया जा सकता है. कोलेस्ट्रॉल लेके जो डिफरेंसेस है या एग लेके, तो इसको आज तक तो शायद ऐसा कुछ हुआ है हम लोग सुना नहीं. शायद सर प्रोफेसर शुक्ला साहब जानते होंगे और भी बाकी लोग को ये जानते होंगे. ऐसा करने से मेरे को लगता है कि कुछ उसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट हो सकता है. ऐसा मेरा मानना है. हम लोग भी इतना साल से पोल्ट्री में देख रहे हैं, शायद ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. मैं आपको एक छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल देंगे. जब आप 1996 का बात बोले, इस एवियन इन्फ्लुएंजा आया था, करेक्ट? 2006 में एवियन इन्फ्लुएंजा फर्स्ट नोटिस हुआ था. उस समय में ऑल ओवर इंडिया में भी काफ़ी माने प्रॉब्लम्स था. तो वी रिप्रेजेंट द ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया. तो अंडर द सुपरविजन ऑफ डॉक्टर S.S. राव साहब and Dr. Dey साहब, हम लोग एक प्रोग्राम किए थे इन द अपना मेडिकल कॉलेज, SC मेडिकल कॉलेज है, कॉलेज में, और ऑल द प्रोफेसर्स, दे आर डिपार्टमेंट हेड्स, दे वर ऑल देयर. हम लोग वहाँ पर प्रेजेंटेशन दिखाया था, डॉक्टर दे साहब ने वहाँ प्रेजेंटेशन दिखाया था अबाउट एवियन इन्फ्लुएंजा. उनका जो मेडिकल एसोसिएशन का जो मेंबर्स थे, तो बोले कि हम लोग को एवियन इन्फ्लुएंजा के ऊपर इतना कोई R&D नहीं है, यू प्लीज शो अस जो भी आपका R&D कुछ दिखाइए. तो उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन दिया था. एंड वेरी नेक्स्ट डे, शायद डॉक्टर HM दास ऑल्सो उड़ीसा का बिलोंग, तो वो जानता है, वेरी नेक्स्ट डे उड़ीसा गवर्नमेंट इन द टॉप मोस्ट न्यूज़पेपर में निकल के दिया कि देयर इज नो एवियन इन्फ्लुएंजा इंसिडेंसेस इन उड़ीसा, कंजप्शन ऑफ एग्स एंड चिकन, हम लोग नोटिंग करके दिए थे उनको, इज सेफ. इंडियन मेडिकल एसोसिएशन उड़ीसा ब्रांच, दे एक्सेप्टेड. एंड उनका जो भी SC मेडिकल कॉलेज ने बिग कॉलेज, उनका जितना भी प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट थे, इवन रीडर उनका जो भी थे, वाइस चांसलर्स, सब उसना कमेंट देके वेरी नेक्स्ट डे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा.
I agree.
What is the question?
Thank you.
मेरा क्वेश्चन था
is
कि अगर पॉजिटिवली, अगर एवियन इन्फ्लुएंजा जैसे थिंग को भी गवर्नमेंट उसको भी सपोर्ट लेके एग एंड चिकन का ऊपर बोल भी सकता है कि खाने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. ऐसे अंडा में अगर कुछ लोग बोलते हैं कि कोलेस्ट्रॉल है, मेडिकोज मना करते हैं, जो आपने बताया, तो उसको हमारा वेटरनरियंस, हमारा डॉक्टर्स उनको समझा सकते हैं, उनको बता सकते हैं. ऐसा मेरा क्वेश्चन वही है, मैं एग्जाम्पल के जरिए में बताया.
Let's hear from
So, Dr. Saab, I think the critical thing is I don't think we can go doctor to do that. That is not going to work. Neither is it practical. But I think what we have to do is, like if you say, what did Canada do? What did Australia do? They worked with the Canadian Heart Institute, Australian Heart Institute, and made them declare with evidence they submitted to them, and the heart institutes have accepted that eating 1 egg a day is actually, there is no harm at all. In fact, now US they worked with FDA now, and this year, last year, they removed saturated fat as a problem. Right? They removed that as a warning now, because that was one of the critical problems against us. So they removed that warning now. And so that work we have to do, right? Because see, doctors also, please understand. The one problem I understood, they have no subject called nutrition in their syllabus. I don't know how much the veterinary doctors are taught, but the doctors, human doctors, have no subject called nutrition, sir. So उनका जो न्यूट्रिशन का नॉलेज है, आपका जो नॉलेज है, सेम है. तो मेरे जो सब डॉक्टर्स फ्रेंड्स है हैदराबाद में, they call me for the nutrition advice. You know, एक दिन एक मीटिंग हो रहा था.
मैंने वही बोल रहा था, उनका कोई न्यूट्रिशन सब्जेक्ट नहीं है, but we have a subject with nutrition. हम उनको समझा सकते हैं.
Yeah. So I think in the interest of time, we thank Suresh sir for such an enlightening session. A round of applause for Suresh sir, and please continue this discussion after as well. And thank you so much, Suresh sir. Thank you, and Sanjay ji, over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Suresh. Thank you, Dr. Makhija, for that wonderful discussion. Moving on, our next presentation, I invite Mr. Mani, National Sales Manager, Neutral Global, to speak on the topic of building resilient birds for a warming world, why the future must move beyond AGPs. Mr. Mani is a biotechnology graduate with an MBA in marketing. He spent 15 years with Aviagen, holding responsibilities across breeder operations, technical services, and commercial functions, gaining broad exposure to the Indian poultry sector. He currently leads the Pan-India sales team at Neutral Global, where he works closely with poultry producers to implement innovative, science-driven solutions that enhance bird performance, optimize feed efficiency, and improve producer profitability. His focus is on bringing differentiated technologies to the market that help producers overcome emerging challenges while achieving sustainable growth. Mr. Mani.
Very good evening to one and all here. It's been truly a privilege to be, standing in front of a lot of distinguished nutritionists, consultants, and then industry leaders. Before we start about the topic, well, industry has achieved a lot of extraordinary progress in the last couple of decades, whether it's been due to better genetics, better nutrition, better management, or there were a lot of continuous innovations happening it up. We have constantly pushed all the boundaries of the poultry production. But today I think we are entering an era which is entirely different because the challenges faced by the birds are getting much more complex. Climate is changing, production pressure is increasing, the consumer expectation is really evolving. It is always having an advantage to have the presentation at the last because all the stage share has already been done and about impact of having climatic change on it. I think today the most important thing is, managing bird performance is not just only about maintaining the performance or improving the productivity. It is more about how we are making the birds to get more resilient. The bird which will perform on the constant pressure now will determine the future of the industry. So we will take another 10-15 minutes to understand where we are going to be and why it is really necessary that going forward we need to move away from the traditional AGPs and what the future or the next generation gut health solution needs to be looking like. Before we talk about that, let us try to understand what is currently changing among us. A lot of previous speakers has highlighted about the impact what the climate change is bringing it up. So it made my topic a little bit more easier to put forward that what impact it brings to the bird currently. Because of the climatic variations, we already started seeing a lot of quality variations in the raw materials what we currently have. Whether it be maize, soya bean, there are a lot of mycotoxin contaminations, pesticide contaminations because of sporadic rainfall, all the climatic changes. What it really puts pressure is on the formulators because there is another prime issue happening current is about the nutritional inconsistency in the raw material. What it developed in the field, it started moving through the feed, finally it ended up in the gut. Because end of the day, gut is your powerhouse. Whatever you put in the feed, gut makes sure that it converts entire thing into your profitability. If you don't have a proper gut, if you don't make that the gut absorbs much better, your profitability is getting leaked up. Adding to that, there are a lot of geopolitical pressures currently happening, whether it be the ongoing Ukraine war, Russian conflicts or shipping disruptions, higher feed cost. End of the day, it's been come to this one particular point. Every gram of feed has been becoming more valuable than before. We really want to make sure that what input, what we are giving to the bird is getting absorbed fantastically. If there are one take-home message from this particular slide so far, it is this. I think the poultry industry altogether is entering an era where the success will be less dependent on the genetics, but more about that how we are going to make the birds more resilient. Because you don't have a better control on the climate, we cannot do anything on that. But what we can do is that we need to focus more on one system that connects every production challenge. That is nothing but gut. Whatever may be the issues we have earlier described, the entire parameters comes and fall on the burden towards the gut. So it is really high time that we make sure the gut really works well. If that is the case, then how much we've been doing in the past? Because we were having a hero called AGP. I think without AGP, we couldn't be able to reach to the level where we are now because AGP has helped us to control the pathogen in the gut, to increase the gut integrity and then so on and so forth. But because of its over usage, there is a challenge happening at now. AGP inefficiency is a big task currently. Is that AGP inefficiency alone is a big task? No, because there are more than challenges apart from the reducing efficacy of the AGPs. It's more about the antimicrobial resistance. We have already spoken and there are many speakers earlier touch-based about the antimicrobial resistance. Because of over usage of AGPs and the cleverness of the pathogenic bacteria, it has found out a way to come out of all the ill effects caused by antibiotics to them. The moment when it enters into the human health sector, that's where the challenges creeps up more. Because the data on your right-hand side shows that if you don't take care of the AMR challenges currently happening now, not only from the poultry sector, but in a whole segment, the casualties from the drug-resistant issue will be humongous in the future. Apart from that, there are a lot of regulations happening it up. Government is taking steps to move out of AMR, being Karnataka, the first state in India, followed by West Bengal, and the central government is also having the AMR in their next plan. Especially after COVID, there are a lot of consumer expectations has been changed. After COVID, the protein consumption push has been increased. Now the Gen Z or Gen millennials really want to know how the food came to their plate, what it is fed with, and other stuff. So it is really important to cater their expectations. And when we go for future exports, it might not be a current issue for the Middle East where we are currently exporting, but when we spread the wings and go outside of other regions, there will be a lot of pressure coming up, moving out of AGPs. Because globally, there are a lot of countries which has already moved out of AGPs because of its ill effects like AMR challenges and also resistant development in the chicken and then meat. So if that is the way, what are all the opportunities in front of us, or what are all the solutions in front of us to evade these particular challenges? There are better solutions. There were a lot of gut health alternatives starting from probiotic, prebiotic, organic acids, enzymes, and other stuff. It does has its own advantage and limitations, but holistically, this is a better solution what we currently have with us. Also, there are some new innovative concepts like that solid state fermentation and other stuff. But if you drill down deep, and if you ask whether after using the AGPs and other many gut health enhancers, do we able to get the gut integrity better without having those ill effects? The question mark still remains a thing. These are all kind of partial solutions, because what we really need, today's challenge, what in front of us is not about finding another gut health alternatives. It is more about finding a solution that can manage pathogenic bacteria, that can preserve beneficiable bacteria, that can work on your inflammation or wound healing in the intestine, that can take care of your entire gut integrity without the residue or resistant effect which was caused by the overusage of AGP, at the same time without losing any productivity challenges. Because if you listen to the previous presentation peoples, the land is about to be the same. It is about to going to shrink, but your population is going to increase, which means that you need to produce a lot of protein. So it is really essential that the solution what we are putting forward should also need to make sure that the productivity what we have need to be continued, because we are not in a position to reduce the productivity and find up a solution forward. Now the question comes arise, is there really a molecule that can take care of all these challenges, which is in front of us? Because, AGPs, how it works is that it makes sure that the entire gut gets sterile, but we are not looking to make sure the gut gets sterile. We are trying to find a solution that can balance the bacterial load in the gut and also make sure that your gut integrity gets better. The possible silver bullet to address all those challenges would be biopolymer. Biopolymer might be a new term for the entire livestock or feed industry, but before we understand how biopolymers are used in the poultry, let us try to understand what are biopolymers. What are biopolymers? Technically, biopolymers are a molecule that are produced by all living things. It is in me, it is in you, it is in the plant, it is in the mosquito inside this thing. Whatever all the living organisms, they produce certain type of biopolymers, which is a natural given gift to them, which has an antibacterial property. So we are trying to utilize that, harvest that, and try to bring it into the poultry gut to ensure that all those challenges could possibly be addressed. Without knowingly or unknowingly, we are using biopolymers in our day-to-day activities. There are more than 276 published articles about usage of or applications of biopolymers in different industries. A simple example would be the 2 rupee hand plast bandage, what we put for the small wound. That medicated area is having a type of biopolymer. When you go to the dentistry for your root canal treatment or other things, the moment when the doctor removes your teeth, he will dip a cotton in a solution and then press it on your gums. That solution is having a type of biopolymer in it. For example, in the food industry, Lay's is a perfect example. Lay's needs potato throughout the year, but potato is like a 3-month or 4-month seasonal crop. So they use a spraying technology on the potato to cover up it to ensure that the shell life has been increased, moisture has been held inside, outside bacterial invasion is not happening it up. That solution is having a type of biopolymer in it. In the agricultural, they are using biopolymer as a pesticide to kill up the bacteria without having any ill effect on the chemical pesticide stuff in the soil. We started seeing antimicrobial garments, antimicrobial vests and antimicrobial briefs. So that is having a type of biopolymer in it. So biopolymer is used in our day-to-day life for quite a lot of applications in it. But what makes it more unique in poultry is this. All the biopolymers exhibit multiple biological activities. So it does has antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and then immunomodulatory effects. More importantly, activity of the biopolymer is influenced by 2 things. From where it is sourced, what is the molecular size. A biopolymer which is sourced from component A will have a different characteristics based upon its molecular size. The other uniqueness of biopolymer is that it possesses bidirectional antibacterial mode of action. So technically it attacks both the cell wall of the bacteria and also go deep down, destroy the biological components inside the cell. This is one reason why it doesn't have any residue or resistant effect developed with that. It effectively combats all major gut micropathogens, helping in microbial imbalance. And we have tested the MIC value of these biopolymers for all 4 major pathogens, both gram-positive and negative. That will be shown in the next slide. The more uniqueness of this biopolymer when it compared to the AGP, because the concern with AGP is that in a layman language, it destroys both good bacteria and bad bacteria. But biopolymer, because of its saprophytic effect, it does having a sparing effect on beneficiable bacteria. So technically, it destroys majority of the pathogenic bacteria, thereby leaving your good bacteria alone in the gut without any ill effects on beneficiable bacteria. Since this is being extracted from natural, it is a molecule extracted naturally, so it does have a heat tolerant, so there is no issue on pelleting thing. There is no residue on chicken and meat or eggs. There is no resistant development concerns as well. As I said, the MIC value or efficacy of this biopolymer has been tested for all 4 gram-positive and gram-negative common pathogens in the gut, E. coli, Staphylococcus, Salmonella, and Clostridium. And it has an MIC value of more than 88 and 90%. So which says that it is working very well for all those common pathogenic bacteria which is affecting our gut. We have studied the commercial impact of this biopolymer in the bird because it's not. It is great to have the R&D data shown up, but we thought it's better to have the commercial data itself. One of our product is having biopolymer as the main component. So what we studied here is we have taken the feces sample of the birds because biopolymer controls your pathogenic bacteria, it preserves your beneficiable bacteria, your entire gut integrity is taken care. How to ensure that this is being done? You cannot have a comparison of feed conversion or your body weight growth or better uniformity because those are all multifactorial things. The easiest way to analyze whether this really works is to understand how much better absorption is happening before and after application. So if you see before application of this biopolymer core component thing, in the chick shed, the moisture percentage of the feces was 78, which came down to 77 after application for 15 and 30 days. The crude protein in the excretion was 5.65, which came down to 4.94. The gross energy was from 89 to 81. So technically it says that your entire gut has been absorbing much better than before. So it means that considering the current raw material prices, current commodity prices, every gram of feed what you give to the bird needs to do it work. And this biopolymer is helping us to make sure that your gut integrity is getting much better, your absorption is getting much better, your realization for your input cost is getting much better. That too without having any ill effects of residue resistant and also not compromising on your productivity. Again, many people has mentioned that it's more about 65, 70, 72% of your production cost is determined by the feed input. So it is high time that we make our bird more resilient, that it makes sure that your entire gut integrity is taken care. The final take-home point would be that the future of the poultry health will not be built by any stronger antibiotics because it is out of scope now. It will be built by only smarter biology. I think there is a high hope on biopolymer which will lead the forefront of getting those challenges addressed. Because biopolymer leaves us with no residue concerns as an ill effect what we had with the previous alternatives or other antibiotic. It doesn't have any known resistant pressure. This being obtained from natural resource, so it supports the sustainable production because this has been derived from the natural byproducts. And it is aligning with the future market expectation. I think overall the industry, has overcome a lot of disease challenges, whether it be outbreak challenges or, periodic disease outbreaks. We have adapted to a lot of feed and market uncertainties, and we thrive to grow because as many people say that poultry industry is the one which hits the rock bottom and then bounce back much better than the other industry. I think the current challenge going forward where we need to get ourselves ready is that how effectively we are going to produce our protein in a much sustainable way and the safest way, which is the residue-free production. And we believe that biopolymer will lead us to that particular pathway. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mani. Our final presentation for today would be by Mr. Anil Singh Tomar, Head Sustainable Energy, Koshish Sustainable Solutions Private Limited. Mr. Tomar is a renewable energy professional and a leading expert in sustainable poultry waste management with over a decade of experience in biogas, bioenergy, and waste-to-energy technologies. He leads Koshish Sustainable Solutions renewable energy strategy, engineering, innovation, and execution of commercial bioenergy projects across India. Mr. Tomar has successfully delivered more than 100 commercial poultry waste to biogas plants, pioneering scalable technologies that convert poultry litter into clean, renewable energy. His expertise spans EPC project execution, renewable energy policy, MNRE subsidy programs, and technology commercialization, helping poultry businesses improve sustainability while creating economic value. Mr. Tomar has conducted renewable energy research at IIT, is a sought-after speaker on poultry waste-to-energy solutions, and has received prestigious recognitions including the Agri Icon 40 Under 40 Award and the Dr. B.V. Rao Poultry Entrepreneur Global Icon Award for his contributions to innovation and sustainability in the poultry sector. He would be speaking today to us on powering the future, integrating clean energy into agri and livestock systems.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Sanjay sir and IPR team for giving us this opportunity. It is a matter of honor for me to present our work here in front of respected leader of our poultry industry, Dr. P.K. Shukla sir, Tarun Sridhar sir, Uday Singh Vyas sir, Anpal Dhanda sir, Suresh Chituri sir, Dr. Das sir, Dr. Santosh sir. So I'm here to discuss on an opportunity, that is poultry litter. So before start, I would like to introduce my organization. Our organization name is Koshish Sustainable Solutions. We are Noida based, and our founding team are IIT Delhi alumni. We guys are from IIT Delhi. We have done our research work on biogas only from IIT. And at present, we are working on 4 verticals: sustainable renewable energy solutions, in which we are providing biogas and solar solutions to poultry farmers, and wastewater and STP, ETP plants, and ESG carbon credits. So a lot have already been discussed about poultry industry in India. So as we already, there are lots of inputs from Sridhar sir and PK Shukla sir that poultry industry is rapidly increasing. So along with this, a parallel challenge is there: poultry litter management. Across India, all the layer, breeder or broiler farmers are facing this challenge: litter management. In general, farmers' approach is very defensive. Anyhow, their approach is just to get rid of this nuisance. We are helping them to convert that litter into energy through biogas technology. So in biogas anaerobic digester, that material breakdowns in 4 processes. First is hydrolysis, acidogenesis, then last is methogenesis. In last step, methane bacteria attacks on litter and generate methane and CO2. In raw biogas, around 55% is methane part, 40% is CO2, and rest 5% is N2O2 and other traces of gases. So we, on daily basis, annually, we are generating around 1575 million of poultry litter in India. If we convert that completely into biogas, then we are able to generate around 116 million meter cube of biogas. And if we use that raw biogas for power generation, then it is around equal to 648 gigahertz of thermal energy. This is the potential of poultry litter. Let's understand the monetary benefits of a biogas plant from farmer's angle. Let's say if a farmer of having around 50-60,000 birds, and he is setting up around 500-600 cubic meter biogas plant, then through this biogas technology, he is able to meet around 60 to 70% of their power requirement from biogas only. And he can also convert that gas into CNG, CBG, compressed biogas, after purification. And as a byproduct of this process, he will get organic manure, dry organic manure, which he can directly package and sell in market. That biogas plant will help them to lower the handling cost of poultry litter. It will improve the overall hygiene of the farm. Here is a case study just to better understand the output of biogas plant. We have set up a biogas unit at Venko Research and Breeding Farm in Dehradun. They have around 30 to 35,000 breeder bird. So plant capacity is 300 cubic meter. Capital investment is around 75 lakh. On daily basis, they are generating around 400 units of electricity through biogas generator. And from electricity only, they are able to save around 12 lakhs annually. Along with this, they are also, here they are not selling manure. We have provided briquette setup for manure because in Dehradun region, temperature is on lower side, so they require wood for to maintain temperature in sheds. So we are converting that manure into briquettes. And they are also, we are helping them to get subsidy from MNRE. So overall, you can see the ROI period is around 4 to 5 years, excluding subsidy part. Along with this, biogas is suitable only for layer and breeder farm because in that farms, farmers are able to collect litter on daily basis. But in case of broiler farm, they collect litter once batch gets completed. So in case of broiler, biogas technology is not suitable. So we are installing briquetting and pelleting units for broiler farms. We are converting that manure into briquettes and that is being used in boiler for heating applications. Although calorific value is on lower side if we compare it with wood and coal. It's around 3,300 kilocalorie and wood is around 4,000 kilocalorie. So these are some of our installations across India. This is on poultry only. As I already mentioned that we have done our research from IIT Delhi, so our expertise is to generate biogas from any type of biodegradable waste. No doubt we are very aggressively working with the poultry farmers across India and we are also in discussion with some global leads also. Along with this poultry, we have done installations of biogas plant on pig farms also in northeast region of India. We have done installations with Gaushala and dairy farms also. We are technical partner of Rajasthan, MP and Jharkhand government to helping Gaushalas to make self-sustainable through biogas technology. We have also done biogas projects for municipal waste for different state governments of India. This is a case study of a unit we have installed in Rourkela, Odisha. The unit capacity is 450 meter cube per day. And this is the first unit in India we have synchronized it with grid only. This is the first unit in India, first biogas unit. In general, it's a normal practice in solar, it's on-grid system. But in biogas, more or less all the plants are for captive use only. This is the first unit in India. And that is on municipal solid waste. Other than biogas production, farmer can also convert that biogas into CBG, CNG. After purification, we need to install a biogas purification system that will remove all the impurities and will get the enriched biogas which is having around 96-97% of methane CH4. This is the process flow diagram. That unit. And obviously we will get the biogas slurry that we can sell as a manure or we can convert into briquettes also. As I already mentioned in a slide that with the help of biogas unit, farmer is only able to meet around 60 to 70% of their power requirement of farm. So for remaining 30%, we are installing solar also. So we are helping a farm to become self-reliant in terms of energy, electricity, gas, or wood requirement. We have done some installations for Tata also for their tea processing factory waste in Hatikuli, Assam. We are doing a project for Reliance in Navi Mumbai, biogas production from algae. So we have a complete team of IITians. We can generate biogas from any type of biodegradable waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tomar. The concluding program for today is a strategic dialogue with Mr. Uday Singh Vyas, Mr. Ranpal Danda, Dr. Santosh Ire, and Professor Dr. P.K. Shukla, to be moderated by Dr. Makhija. Please come on stage. Excuse me, Park Hotel representative.
चेयर लगा दीजिए. Dr. Santosh, please join. Shukla sir, please join. Yeah, IPSA con. Yes. Chair, do chair. IPSA, sorry, IPSA. Yes. सर आप इधर आइए सर. संतोष बैठिए. Please. We are all here. No, we are. So good evening, everyone, and we have a distinguished panel for this evening, and the most important part of this 10th year edition of Indian Poultry Review Conclave. So let me introduce the distinguished panel, Mr. Uday Singh Vyas. A big round of applause. So he is the IPMA Dr. Uday Singh Vyas, the chairperson of IPMA, and we all heard that under his leadership, Poultry India exhibition has clocked 51,000 visitors and surpassed the 51,000 plus and surpassed the global, you can say, event like US event like IPPE. So under your leadership, a great achievement done and under the leadership of entire IPMA team. So we welcome you for this session. हमारे साथ हैं सबसे डायनामिक लीडर पोल्ट्री फार्मिंग कम्युनिटी के श्री ढांडा जी, जिनको हम प्रेम से बिट्टू ढांडा जी भी कहते हैं. आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है ढांडा साहब. आपने अपना कीमती समय निकाल के इस 10वीं वर्षगांठ के लिए आपने अपना समय निकाला, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. We have Dr. P.K. Shukla ji. He in this particular panel representing President of IPSA, Indian Poultry Science Association. So a warm welcome to Dr. Shukla sir. And we have one of the most vibrant poultry veterinary association, Vets in Poultry. We are being represented by Dr. Santosh Iyer. Dr. Santosh, thank you for joining for this session. So one of the most important aspect of this panel is the volatility, particularly around the raw material of the feed raw materials volatility, supply chain risk, and what can be the areas to mitigate this risk. इन्हीं बिंदुओं पे हम चर्चा करेंगे. तो सबसे पहले ढांडा साहब, क्योंकि आप खुद इतनी बड़ी फार्मिंग एसोसिएशन के प्रधान हैं और आपने कई सारे चैलेंजेस देखे हैं मक्का की, सोया की अवेलेबिलिटी और दूसरे इंग्रेडिएंट की अवेलेबिलिटी के ऊपर. आप खुद एक किसान हैं, आपका खुद का एक व्यवसाय है और आप सभी फार्मर से जुड़े हुए हैं. तो इस समस्या के बारे में आपके क्या ऑब्जर्वेशन हैं और इसके लिए क्या समाधान आप पूरे पोल्ट्री सेक्टर के लिए सजेस्ट करेंगे?
सबको नमस्कार। आज हम फीड के रॉ मटेरियल मक्का और सोया के साथ साथ मैं जो इसके प्रोडक्शन फार्मर हैं हमारे, जो एग्रीकल्चर फार्मर हैं, जो मक्का और सोया का प्रोडक्शन करते हैं, मैं उनके बारे में भी थोड़ी बात करना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि उनके बगैर मेरे ख्याल में मैं कहूँगा कि पोल्ट्री का अस्तित्व ही संभव नहीं है। जब से पोल्ट्री फार्मिंग शुरू हुई तो एक हमारा गहरा जुड़ाव उनके साथ रहा है, क्योंकि हम उनमें से ही निकले हैं। लेकिन पिछले 25-30 वर्षों से जैसे जैसे पोल्ट्री फार्मिंग से हम पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री में कन्वर्ट हुए हैं, तो जो हमारा जुड़ाव था, वो जुड़ाव हमारा दो तरह से था उनके साथ। एक तो फिजिकली जुड़ाव था, एक वैचारिक जुड़ाव था, जो हम गहरे तरीके से उनसे जुड़े हुए थे। तो आज भी हम उनसे जुड़े हुए हैं, फिजिकली जुड़े हुए हैं, लेकिन मैं कहूँगा कि जो वैचारिक जुड़ाव था वो हमारा बिल्कुल खत्म हो चुका है। क्योंकि आज हमें ये ही नहीं पता है कि हमारा वो आज 60 से 70% तक रॉ मटेरियल सप्लाई करता है और हमें उसके बारे में कोई खबर नहीं है कि उसके सामने क्या समस्याएं हैं, क्या चैलेंजेज हैं, क्या उसकी आर्थिक स्थिति है, उसके बारे में कभी भी कहीं कोई चर्चा नहीं होती। हाँ, इतना जरूर होता है, चाहे सोशल मीडिया पे है, उसमें चलो सब तरह की चर्चाएं होती हैं कि अगर कोई बोल देता है अन्नदाता हमारा, तो बोलते हैं कि अन्नदाता काहे का है, क्या पैसे नहीं लेता? वो पैसे लेता है, वो पैसे लेता जो सरकार निर्धारण करती है। वो अपनी मर्जी से कोई अपनी फसल का निर्धारण नहीं करता, और वो भी पैसा उसको जो निर्धारित किया जाता वो भी उसको नहीं मिल पाता। हम अपने से ही लगाएं। अगर हमारे को मान लो आज मक्का का MSP 24 रुपये है, मंडी से 24 रुपये होना चाहिए। अगर हमारे को 21-22 रुपये मिल रहा है तो हम चुपचाप खरीद रहे हैं और मौज ले रहे हैं, और कोई कुछ कहीं कोई जिक्र नहीं करते हम किसी प्रकार का भी। और वही रेट जब 24 रुपये से मान लो 27-28 रुपये हो जाए तो हम चिल्लाने लगते हैं कि ये हो गया और वो हो गया, आगे मक्का की मतलब हालत खराब हो जाएगी, मिलेगी नहीं, इंपोर्ट करो, वो करो, मतलब तरह तरह के मतलब हम वो करते हैं। ये दोहरा जो मैं कहूँगा कि चाल चलन हमारा ये ठीक नहीं है। या तो हम जो गारंटी है उस पे अगर मैं एक एग्रीकल्चर किसान भी हूँ, मैं गारंटी देता हूँ कि अगर हम जो MSP है, अगर उस MSP के तहत पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री इस प्रकार का कोई स्ट्रक्चर बनाए कि एक अच्छी मक्का है जो 13% मॉइस्चर है, टॉक्सिन नहीं है, हम उसको MSP से 20, 30, 40 पैसे महंगा लेंगे, कम नहीं लेंगे, उससे क्या होगा? उससे फार्मर हमारे को मैं गारंटी देता हूं कि हमारे को क्वांटिटी भी पूरी मिलेगी और क्वालिटी भी अच्छी मिलेगी। क्योंकि अभी हम हमेशा बार्गेनिंग करके 21, 22, 23 जहां तक हमारे को मिलता है हम लेते हैं। उससे क्या हो रहा है? जब शॉर्टेज होती है, जब फार्मर दुखी हो गए, जब उसको कोई पैसा नहीं बचता, वो प्रोडक्शन कम करता है, बोना कम, सोइंग कम कर देता है, तो अगली बार हमारे को मक्का महंगी हो जाती है। महंगी होती है, जब 2 बार महंगी बिकेगी, फार्मर फिर सोइंग कर देता है, फिर वो ठीक रेट में मिल जाती है। वो हमारे वाला काम ही है। हम अपने आप को भले ही पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री बोले, लेकिन है पोल्ट्री फार्मर ही आज भी। हम भी उन्हीं की तरह, उन्हीं में से निकले हैं तो हैं हम। वैसे हम बोलते अपने आप को ये हैं, क्योंकि हम भी ऐसे ही हैं। अगर आज हमारी ब्रॉयलर की कोस्टिंग है या अंडे की कोस्टिंग है, जब कोस्टिंग से नीचे 5-6 महीने चलती है, सारी मतलब इंडस्ट्री को भयंकर नुकसान होता है, प्रोडक्शन कम होती है, फिर तेजी आती है, तो हमारे को फिर एक वो मिलता है, फिर हम प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा देते हैं। उसी तरह फार्मर भी ऐसे ही करता है। यही चीज उसके साथ हो रही है। तो अगर हम उसको एक गारंटी दें, जैसा कि पीछे का मैं उदाहरण दे सकता हूं आपको, 1965 में लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी ने नारा दिया, जय जवान जय किसान का। उस टाइम पे भारत में हम मक्का गेहूं का इंपोर्ट करते थे, हमारे पास खाने के लिए भी गेहूं नहीं था। जब ये नारा दिया तो 4-5 साल के अंदर हमारे किसानों ने इतना अनाज उत्पादन कर दिया कि हमने आज तक दोबारा कभी इंपोर्ट करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी, बल्कि हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं कुछ ना कुछ चावल गेहूं ऐसे करके। मेरे को पूरा ध्यान है, मैं अगर 45-46 साल पीछे जाऊं, मैंने खुद देखा है, हमने अपने खेत में हम पर हेक्टेयर तकरीबन मैं कहूँगा कि 2.5 टन 2 से 2.5 टन पर हेक्टेयर हम वीट का प्रोडक्शन लेते थे, और आज हम 6 से 6.5 टन पर हेक्टेयर वीट का प्रोडक्शन ले रहे हैं, यानी तकरीबन 3 गुना हम आज उस पर पहुंच चुके हैं। और सोइंग वही है, वही जमीन है, वही सब कुछ है, लेकिन हमारे साइंटिस्टों ने अच्छा सीड दिया, हमने अच्छी मेहनत की, तो हम आज 3 गुना तकरीबन पैदावार ले रहे हैं उसी जमीन के अंदर। अगर हम 2015-16 की मक्का की बात करें तो मक्का की भी हमारी प्रोडक्शन यही 2 टन के करीब था, 2 से 2.5 टन पर हेक्टेयर। आज हम 3.5-4 टन के करीब पहुंच चुके हैं। तो पीछे हम जैसे इतनी भयंकर हमारे को दिक्कत हुई, हमने धक्के खाए कि भाई आगे आने वाले टाइम में मक्का नहीं मिलेगा, सरकार के सामने रोए, तो साइंटिस्टों ने भी अच्छा काम करा, सरकार ने अच्छा काम किया और हमारे फार्मर ने भी अच्छा काम किया। इतना अच्छा सीड हमारे को मिला कि आज हम पिछले 10 साल में ही तकरीबन मतलब 2-2.5 से 3.5-4 टन पे पहुंच गए हैं पर हेक्टेयर। तो ये छोटी उपलब्धि नहीं है, क्योंकि 3 साल पहले हम एक चिंता कर रहे थे कि क्या होगा, एथेनॉल प्लांट भी आगे हैं, हम भी हैं, स्टार्च भी है, वैसे भी कंजप्शन कैटल में भी होती है, तो कहाँ से पूर्ति होगी इसकी। और आज आप देखिए कि आज भी हमारे को अभी जब हार्वेस्टिंग हुई बिहार में तो 21, 22, 23 रुपए तक ही मक्का वहां से मिली है। तो कोई ये कुछ ज्यादा रेट नहीं है अगर जो हम एमएसपी के हिसाब से देखें तो। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि मैं एज एक एग्रीकल्चर फार्मर मैं कह सकता हूँ, क्योंकि मैंने खुद भी मक्का की बिजाई अभी भी की थी, मैंने 15 एकड़ मक्का थी, तो मेरी पर एकड़ यील्ड जो मैंने हरियाणा में लगाई वो 11 टन पर हेक्टेयर यील्ड आया मेरा। और मैंने ऐसे ही ट्रायल के तौर पे असम में करवाया, वहां पे मेरा 10 टन पर हेक्टेयर का यील्ड आया है। तो इसमें बहुत ज्यादा गुंजाइश अभी है। इसी जितना हमारी सोइंग हो रही है जितनी जमीन में, इतनी ही में हम जैसे गेहूं का हम 3 गुना किया है, इसका भी आने वाले मैं कहूँगा 5 साल में हमारे को 100% हम इसका 6-7 टन पर हेक्टेयर 100% हमारा होगा, 5-6 साल के अंदर होगा। इसी सोइंग जो जमीन हमारे इसी के अंदर होगा। और हमारे पास आगे भी बहुत कुछ है, अगर इसके भी हो तो हमें कोई जरूरत नहीं है अभी किसी प्रकार की भी चिंता करने की। हाँ, चिंता ये होनी चाहिए हमारे को कि हमारे फार्मर को एक अच्छी क्वालिटी का सीड है जो आज अवेलेबल नहीं हो रहा है सब जगह। कुछ जगह अवेलेबल हो रहा है तो वहाँ पे हमारा यील्ड अच्छा है, लेकिन जहाँ अवेलेबल नहीं हो रहा है वहाँ पे यील्ड हमारा बहुत कम है। उसकी वजह से हमारी एवरेज आज 3-3.5 टन 4 टन के करीब हेक्टेयर है। तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि अगर जो हम इस चीज़ पे ध्यान दें कि फार्मर को जो उसका एमएसपी है अगर वो मिलता रहे और उसकी अच्छी क्वालिटी का सीड मिलता रहे तो हमारे पास कोई कमी नहीं है। आने वाले टाइम में हमारे पास सोइंग के लिए भी वो है। पूर्वोत्तर में आप नॉर्थ ईस्ट में अगर हम कहेंगे तो यहाँ तकरीबन 20 मिलियन हेक्टेयर जमीन में धान की खेती होती है, जिसमें से तकरीबन 12 मिलियन हेक्टेयर जमीन पे तो खाली एक ही फसल होती है धान की, और उसके बीच में हम 12 मिलियन हेक्टेयर पे हम मक्का की खेती कर सकते हैं बारिश से पहले और धान की बिजाई हार्वेस्टिंग के बाद। वो हमारे पास एक है, अगर वहाँ पे जागरूकता लाई जाए तो वो उसमें भी हमारे पास बहुत अभी गैप है। तो इसलिए हमें इसमें चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है। हमें फार्मर को बस उसका एमएसपी मिले और उसको ठीक टाइम पे सीड मिले, बढ़िया सीड मिले। अगर ये काम हो जाता तो हम किसी भी सूरत में हमारा फार्मर हमारे को निराश नहीं करेगा, हमारा साइंटिस्ट हमारे को निराश नहीं करेगा, क्योंकि उन्हें बहुत ज़्यादा इस चीज़ पे काम किया है। और आगे भी जैसे जैसे हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट होगी तो काम होते रहेंगे। और हम भी उस पर ऐसा नहीं है कि हमने हाथ पे आदर के बैठना, हमने भी चिल्लाना है, ये तो हमने करता ही रहना पड़ेगा कि हमारे पास कमी है, ये है वो है। लेकिन हम जो एक दूसरे तरीके से वो करते हैं कि भाई और कुछ चीज़ों को बढ़ावा मिले, उन चीज़ों को हमने बढ़ावा नहीं देना चाहिए। हमने अपना वैसे एक एफर्ट्स लगाना चाहिए ताकि हम आगे दिक्कत में ना आए। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ढांडा साहब। आपने जो विचार व्यक्त किए उससे साफ नज़र आता है कि मक्के की पर्टिकुलरली आपने काफ़ी रिसर्च की है और किस तरीके से हमारे खुद के खेतों में हम लोग उसका उत्पादन बढ़ा सकते हैं। आपने खुद अपना एक उदाहरण पेश किया है। थोड़ा सा हम जानना चाहेंगे सोया के बारे में, आप भी थोड़ा प्रकाश डालिए। तो मक्का का समाधान आपने दिया है, सोया भी उतना ही ज़रूरी है, उसके बारे में आपके क्या विचार हैं ढांडा साहब?
देखिए, अभी तक हमने जैसे सोया पे काम किया था, अब पिछले 6-7 महीने से मक्का पे काम किया था, पिछले 6-7 महीने से हम सोया के ऊपर भी लगे हुए हैं। हम गवर्नमेंट में मिल रहे हैं। हमने वहाँ पे बल्कि इस बात को दोहराया है कि जिस प्रकार से मक्का पे पिछले 4-5 साल में काम हुआ है, उस प्रकार से सोया पे अभी तक किसी प्रकार का काम नहीं हुआ है। जैसे यहाँ पे हम हाइब्रिड सीड लेके आए हैं, अच्छे सीड लेके आए हैं, और हमारी जो पर एकड़ यील्ड है वो तकरीबन मैं कहूँगा कि 2-2.5 गुना 3 गुना तक बढ़ी है। तो इस पे अभी तक इस प्रकार का कोई काम नहीं हुआ है। हम इसमें अभी पीछे लगे हैं और हमारे को आश्वासन दिया है, सोयाबीन के जो साइंटिस्ट हैं उनसे भी हम मिले हैं, उन्होंने आश्वासन दिया है कि हम जल्दी ही इस पे भी जिस प्रकार मक्का पे काम हुआ है इस पे भी काम करेंगे, और हमारे को आशा है कि आने वाले समय में इस पे काम होगा और जिस तरह से इसमें हम सक्सेस हुए हैं उसमें भी सक्सेस होंगे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ढांडा साहब। पिछले कई महीनों में जो समस्या आई थी, सोया के दाम बहुत ऊंचे चले गए थे और मक्का की अवेलेबिलिटी का भी चैलेंज था। आपकी संस्था ने, आपके सहयोगी ने मिलकर जिस तरीके से सारे फार्मर्स की परेशानी को आगे रख के उसका समाधान निकाला, पूरा पोल्ट्री जगत आपके लिए आभारी है और आपका व्यक्त करता है कि अभी 20 से 25 रुपए की रेंज में मक्का आ गई है और सोया भी 58 रुपये एक्स फैक्ट्री का भाव चल रहा है। सब आपके प्रयासों की वजह से हुआ है और पूरा पोल्ट्री जगत आपके लिए धन्यवाद कहता है। एक बहुत बहुत तालियां आप सबके लिए और आपके प्रयासों के लिए। आपकी संस्था जो फार्मर्स के लिए काम कर रही है सभी बहुत अप्रिशिएट करते हैं। Now let me move next to the IPMA President Uday Singh ji. Uday Singh ji, considering these challenges, please share what are the key challenges you are finding relevant to IPMA equipment manufacture, and how under your leadership your office bearers are trying to address these situations.
पहले तो धन्यवाद, आपने सब्जेक्ट थोड़ा डाइवर्ट करके मुझे चांस दिया है, क्योंकि फीड और फीड के इंग्रेडिएंट्स के ऊपर रानपाल जी से तो अच्छा कोई बोल ही नहीं सकता है, क्योंकि फार्मिंग को तो वही काफ़ी अच्छा समझते हैं। जैसे आईपीएमआ आज हम लोग इक्विपमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरर्स है। कई इक्विपमेंट्स आज हम लोग जो फाइनली इंडिया में इंपोर्ट काफ़ी हो रहा है आज के डेट में फ्रॉम चाइना, और ये चाइनीज़ इक्विपमेंट जो इंपोर्ट हो रहे हैं ये काफ़ी ड्यूरेबल नहीं रहते हैं, तो जिस वजह से काफ़ी फार्मर दिक्कत का दे आर फेसिंग लॉट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स, बेसिकली काफ़ी तकलीफ उठा रहे हैं। जैसे हमने देख रहे हैं कि कई फार्म्स जो खुलते हैं विद इन 6-7 महीने में या 1 साल के अंदर ही क्लोज हो रहे हैं। तो ये एक वन ऑफ द रीजंस हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं, क्योंकि आज मार्केट तो ग्रो हो रहा है। ग्रो होने के साथ में जैसा अभी आज बात कर रहे थे, क्वालिटी ऑफ फीड है, क्वालिटी ऑफ प्रोटीन है, क्वालिटी ऑफ हर चीज़ पे क्वालिटी की बात हो रही है आज, क्योंकि हम जो देख रहे हैं जो विकसित भारत का जो प्रोग्राम है हमारा वो, और उसके साथ में जो कार्बन प्रेजेंस जो बता रहे हैं हम लोग, अगर वो पहुंचना है तो उसमें इक्विपमेंट भी वन ऑफ द मेजर पार्ट लगता है। अगर हम इक्विपमेंट साइड में भी अगर थोड़ा ध्यान लगाते हैं तो ये सभी फार्मर्स, सभी लोगों का ये इम्पोर्टेंट डिसीजन है कि इक्विपमेंट जो भी ले, स्वदेशी ले, विदेशी ना ले। विदेशी से ले सकते हैं प्रोवाइडेड दैट टेक्नोलॉजी अपग्रेडमेंट हो रहा है और हमारे देश के लिए वो फ़ायदेमंद होता है, ना ही कि वो कोई नुकसान करे, ना ही कि वो कोई और कार्बन एमिशन ज़्यादा उसके वजह से हो, और फार्मर भी उसके साथ फ़ायदा उठाए। तो ये वन ऑफ द रीजंस है जो हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं, और हमारा जो प्लेटफॉर्म है पोल्ट्री इंडिया का, इसमें चाहे फीड मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, जेनेटिक्स, वेटनेरियंस, इक्विपमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरर्स या जो भी हमारे जो प्रोडक्ट्स वहाँ पर पोल्ट्री रिलेटेड है, हर एक को एक इक्वल चांस है अपना प्रेजेंट देने के लिए। और जो पोल्ट्री इंडिया का जो प्लेटफॉर्म है, यहाँ पर हम लोग एग्जिबिटर्स को भी देखते हैं कि वो पर्टिकुलरली अच्छे प्रोडक्ट्स अपना यहाँ पर बताए और फार्मर को उससे फ़ायदा हो, ना कि वो कोई नुकसान उठाए। तो हम लोग खुद ऐसे कंपनीज एनकरेज कर रहे हैं जो इंडिया के लिए प्रमोट करें इंडिया के फार्मर को और इंडिया के डेवलपमेंट को।
तो उदय जी, पिछले साल भी आईपीएमआर ने जो पोल्ट्री इंडिया प्रदर्शनी के दौरान बहुत ही ज़्यादा आउटरीच प्रोग्राम किया, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मार्केट्स के डेलीगेट्स को, मिनिस्ट्रीज को इनवाइट किया। थोड़ा सा उसके बारे में हमारे ऑडियंस को बताएंगे कि वो जो आउटरीच प्रोग्राम था उसके तहत जो इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं किस तरीके से अपना व्यवसाय का विकास कर रहे हैं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मार्केट्स में।
लास्ट ईयर हमारे पास 30 से अधिक अफ्रीकन कॉन्टिनेंट से प्रेसिडेंट्स ऑफ वेरियस एसोसिएशन से आए थे एंड वो लोगों का निश्चित ये मन में भाव था कि हम इंडिया से कुछ सीख के जाएं, क्योंकि आज इंडिया का एक हमारा जो एक्सपोर्ट होता है तो मोस्टली अफ्रीकन कंट्रीज़ को भी जा रहा है, मिडल ईस्ट को भी जा रहा है। तो ये लोग जो देखते हैं कि इंडिया में इतना जो अच्छा प्रोडक्शन होता है एग का, क्योंकि एज वी आर द सेकंड लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर्स नाउ एज एग, तो ये हम लोग कैसा हमारा प्रोडक्ट हमारे पोल्ट्री फार्मिंग को डेवलप करें। और काफ़ी लोगों ने हमारे देश को आके यहाँ पर सीखा भी है और हमारा इक्विपमेंट वहाँ ले भी गए हैं। तो काफ़ी हमारे आईपीएमआर के मेंबर्स काफ़ी अपना एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, काफ़ी विदेश को भी। और यही नहीं, हम लोग आज के डेट में यूरोपियन कंट्रीज़ लाइक रशिया में भी हम प्राउडली बोल सकते हैं कि हमारा इक्विपमेंट आज जा रहा है, जो कि एक ज़माने में हम यूरोप से खरीदते थे और रशिया से खरीदते थे, आज हम इंडिया से हम वहाँ बेच रहे हैं और कई कंपनी ले रहे हैं और वो लोग काफ़ी उसका फ़ायदा भी उठा रहे हैं, क्योंकि एक तो हमारा प्रोडक्ट ड्यूरेबल है, काफ़ी साल चलता है। तो हमारे कंपनीज भी आज आईपीएमआर के जितने कंपनीज हमारे इक्विपमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं, हम ये भी श्योर करते हैं कि हमारे इक्विपमेंट कंपनीज के अंदर अच्छे कंपनी आए और अच्छा मटेरियल दे और अच्छा काम करे। ये ना हो कि कोई उनके वजह से कोई चैलेंजेस फेस करे। तो इस वजह से हमारा आज एक्सपोर्ट भी इंडिया का हम जो हमारे कंपनीज कर रहे हैं आईपीएमआर के स्पेशली काफ़ी कम कंट्रीज़ को कर रहे हैं। साथ ही साथ आईपीएमआर आप जानते हैं कि हम लोग एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे कई एंगल्स पे काम कर रहे हैं, जैसा स्टूडेंट अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम्स है, कॉन्फ्रेंसेस है, ये सब हमारा जो भी जनरेट हो रहा है रेवेन्यू पोल्ट्री इंडिया के थ्रू हो रहा है। तो साथ ही साथ हम सबका साथ सबका विकास, हमारा भी यही स्लोगन है, इसी हिसाब से हम लोग चल रहे हैं पोल्ट्री इंडिया। जैसा हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में बाय द पीपल फॉर द पीपल, वैसे ही हमारा मकसद है फॉर द पोल्ट्री बाय द पोल्ट्री। तो यही हमारा लक्ष्य है कि हमारे देश आगे हम लोग नंबर 1 कैसे बने, हम लोग हमारे फार्मर्स किसके इस हिसाब से कैसे आगे बढ़े और अच्छे से अच्छा फार्मिंग कर पाए। एंड आई एम श्योर जब हमारे रानपाल जी प्रेसिडेंट है पीएफआई के, क्लफमा के प्रेसिडेंट है, संतोष जी है यहाँ पर, हमारे डॉक्टर अजय साहब भी है, तो ये लोग जो है आज पूरे इंडिया के लिए जो काम कर रहे हैं एसोसिएशन से, आई एम श्योर ये काफ़ी सारे जो ग्रोथ मार्क होगा ये एसोसिएशंस के थ्रू होगा। जैसा नवीन ने भी बताए थे आज कि एसोसिएशंस एक मेजर एरिया है जो प्ले करता है, क्योंकि एक कंपनी से करना बहुत मुश्किल है, बट एसोसिएशंस डेफिनेटली हैव अ वेरी वैलिड स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट जो प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं गवर्नमेंट को। जैसे आज कोई भी प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है तो हमारे को वेट्स इन पोल्ट्री इज टेकिंग केयर एंड सेवरल इश्यूज, जैसा रानपाल जी भी जो काम करते हैं पोल्ट्री फेडरेशन से, कहीं पर भी कोई इशू आता है तो वी आर फेसिंग इट। तो आई एम श्योर एवरी प्रेसिडेंट एंड एवरी एसोसिएशन इज ऑन द सेम पेज। इसके वजह से हम लोगों का पूरों का ग्रोथ हो रहा है, तो लेट्स गो लाइक दैट।
वेरी गुड उदय जी, हमारी तरफ से शुभकामनाएं आने वाले आपके पोल्ट्री इंडिया एग्जीबिशन के लिए, और किस तरीके से जो इक्विपमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं अपनी आउटरीच बढ़ा सकें ग्लोबल मार्केट्स के लिए, और जितने भी इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। और इक्विपमेंट जो हाउसिंग सिस्टम्स हैं, फीडिंग इक्विपमेंट्स हैं, सबका इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल है। अल्टीमेटली ब्रीड, फीड, मैनेजमेंट, ये तीनों मिलके ही अल्टीमेटली प्रोडक्शन को मजबूत करते हैं। तो थैंक यू फॉर शेयरिंग योर इनसाइट। Now I request Dr. Santosh Ahire to please share your perspective on the topic of feed material volatility and what are the mitigation plans. Association of I think more than 2,000 veterinarians your group is having. So how collective wisdom is tackling this challenge of raw material volatility?
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू शुक्ला सर के पहले चांस दिया, ना तो बाद में बोलने को नहीं मिलता था। आई लाइक टू टेक दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी टू कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट संजय जी एंड गोलूदार इंटायर IPR टीम Our beloved President Ajay sir is supposed to be here, but because of the priorities, he could not able to join. So from behalf of VIP, we really congratulate and thanks to you. This is very different perspective and the topic of discussion. The eminent speakers, Bituji and Udayji spoke on this, and many speakers since today morning were listening to them. Very interesting conclave. I feel this is one of the best, rather till date based conclave. So again, congrats to you for your relentless efforts. Now this particular session, if you look about the challenges and the opportunities, I bring some interesting facts. Globally, we are really a scarcity of the land and water, both. Particularly talk about India, the human population, we are approximately 18 to 20% compared to the global. So we are sparing 20% population on the land, and land we have hardly available 2% land. So huge competition. Okay, so that's the reason the density is very high. Now talk about the animal husbandry population. We are second in egg production, okay, fourth in chicken and first in milk. So simultaneously our livestock population is also more. So livestock and human both are competing for the same land. So you have tremendous pressure to produce, rather to not produce but efficiently produce. Look at the growth year on year. The poultry is growing around 8 to 10% year on year, whereas the agriculture growth, or particularly if we talk about these commodities, maize and soya, they are growing at the phase of 3 to 4%. The gaps are growing, and the heat we are feeling now. The crisis of maize and soya prices, they are growing up day by day. It will remain. I feel this will be the era where the prices will be always volatile. The monsters like Trump, geopolitics, trade war, all this will always happen. Their egos are very high, their glitch is very much high. So we have to go through this. And our major competitors, who forget about this? We are feeding about the 3 F's: feed, food, and fuel. Now the fuel and food, they are competing with us for the maize and soya both. Because if you look at the ethanol or the starch industry, FMCG, and other ready-to-eat products, they are also competing with us. The production remains almost same for the maize and soya, but the consumption factor, these are growing because of n number of the reasons, maybe social media or the awareness, HoReCa segment, ready-to-eat, all those factors driving for the consumption contribution. So hence further, we have tremendous scope as well as the challenges. Scope, I feel, we, as Bittuji rightly said, we have to look it into our background integration also, backward integration. Looking to the farmers, they are producing maize and soya and other alternative grains. So each square feet of the land and each gram we produce of the chicken or the eggs, it has the value, it has the cost. So we have to optimize our production facilities. We have to stop all the leakages not only into the poultry production, but leakages into the farming as well. Storage का challenge आता है, cold storages नहीं है, transport नहीं है. If you look at the government storages, many time it happens कि flood आया, बारिश आया, कुछ भी हुआ, इतना सारा storage goes into waste, but वो हमें नहीं मिलता है. Yeah, there are certain leakages are everywhere. So we have to plug all leakages from backward to the productions to the forward integrations. Supply chain, fortunately, we are improving because of the infrastructure. That one leakages is improved. So opportunities are there, challenges are there, disease pattern where we are tremendously losing. Morning someone told about, I hope OP Saab said, almost 70,000 crore we lose because of this pandemic. Earlier the mortality was 2 to 3% normal mortality. Now we casually talk, okay, the 7 to 8% normal mortality. If we are placing, if we talk about the broiler, the placement is around 55 crore. Now calculate average mortality is 5 to 6% in a life cycle. If monthly goes to 5%. The losses which we are incurring only for this mortality is very high. And they are consuming feed, they are consuming water, they are consuming everything, and then they are dying. So again, this is also negative pressure. We have to take very seriously about the biosecurity, water management, and efficient production systems everywhere. So being an technical platform, yes, we are always ready to contribute our part and we are contributing. So I feel it is a collective responsibility, different domain. अब हम लोग नहीं बोल सकते मैं मेरा बोलूँगा. अगर घर में आग, गांव में आग लगेगी तो घर में भी लगेगी, वो देश में भी फैलेगी. So we have to look this problem as an opportunity, join hand together and collectively fight these challenges and convert into the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Santosh, for sharing your perspective and the Western Poultry initiatives to address this challenge. So now I request Dr. Shukla sir, from the eyes of President of Indian Poultry Science Association, how as a scientist, as an academician, you look at this challenge of raw material access to the growing poultry population, as we estimate that particularly for 2025-26, so almost there's a requirement of corn and soya put together would be anywhere between 22 million metric ton for corn and around 8 million to 9 million metric ton for soybean. And with this growing demand, how from an academics point of view, scientist perspective, how we can ensure that these raw material are secured for feeding the growing poultry population?
Thank you. Indeed, when we are discussing this, we should keep it in our mind that we are discussing some business issues. These are not as simple as what we are talking about. And whenever we are in business, we need to see the input and at the same time the output. Input in terms of whatever you have talked about, whether it is a good quality bird, it's a good quality nutrition, including good quality feed ingredients, good quality pharmaceuticals, good quality nutraceuticals, good quality biologicals, and at the same time, a good quality production in terms of commodity. Always these perceptions will continue that मक्के का कीमत बढ़ गया, सोया का कीमत बढ़ गया. See, for any commodity which is available in the country, price fluctuations are the reality. Now, we never talked in terms of making these volatility to fix. And if you want to fix it, it means you need to have a constant supply. And if you need to have a constant supply, you should see for the backward integration, at the same time the remunerative prices for that particular commodity. This maize remains a mystery for me, even when I was in the ministry. Every now and then, at that point of time, the production was around 21 million metric ton, which is now around 42, 43 million metric tons, almost double. We says that 50% of the total maize produced in the country is being consumed by the poultry industry for poultry production. At that point of time, I never come across that somebody has closed the business of poultry because of scarcity of maize. No such single incidence is available in the country. At the same time, the prices are going high, and once or twice, we have made the OGL import permit. After a year, we came across not even a single kilogram of maize was imported. That shows your country is self-sufficient. And it is sufficient to cater to the needs of growing demands also. It's not that it is only the poultry which is growing. The poultry is growing because the input is available with the country and we are self-reliant on this. This includes maize, soya, etc. all. Bittu Bhai said, earlier the production statistics was different in maize. पहले हमारे जो उत्पादकता था वो उतना नहीं था जो हम देख रहे हैं. वही बर्ड के मामले में है कि बर्ड्स की जो उत्पादकता पहले नहीं थी वो आज हम देख रहे हैं. So ये simultaneous enhancement है because of scientific innovations, scientific practices, scientific seed and scientific genetic material की availability. At the same time, more and more production. Even I don't agree with the mortality figures, which are normal mortality we take into account for broilers. दास साहब agree करेंगे मेरे से. Rather, to me, it appears earlier we had 10% mortality to be accounted for as a normal mortality, but now in 2 to 3% mortality, we say something is going wrong. That shows कि हम लोग उतने ही जागरूक हैं और mortality check कर रहे हैं. But yes, if something is going as a loss, we need to check it. And scientific innovations are there. Recently, we have debated on an issue that in the future feed, we should think beyond maize and soya. The moment this pressure is released, the availability will be in abundance. So we need to think over this, but at the same time, yes, poultry is facing lot more challenges and it is multidimensional. So we need not to think only in a single direction. It should never be the unidirectional. Rather, we should try to plug all the directional where we think that we are losing, either in terms of productivity, either in terms of efficiency, or in terms of profitability. And whenever we are in business, definitely we need to bother that on whom we are surviving should also survive. And unfortunately, this is not a practice in the poultry. I do echo the voice of Ranpal Dhanda ji. अगर किसान हमारा बचेगा तो हम बचेंगे. तो हमारा प्रायोरिटी है कि अगर उसको 2 रुपए ज़्यादा हम दे सकते हैं, we should happy to share, we should happy to spare. उनके 2 रुपए को 4 रुपए कैसे बनाना है, this we know. तो अगर मेज के लिए हमको बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन करना पड़ता है, I think nowadays it's a reality. हमें पता होता है कि साल भर में हमको कितना मेज चाहिए, कितना सोया चाहिए, हम बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन करते हैं, उनको सारी चीज़ें मुहैया कराते हैं, उसके बाद उनका प्रोडक्ट खुद लेते हैं. एट द सेम टाइम यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा हम लोगों को ध्यान रखना होगा कि उस फार्मर का सर्वाइवल इस साल उसको कितना रेम्यूनरेटिव प्राइस मिला उस पर डिपेंड करता है कि वो अगले साल इस चीज़ को फिर से उगाएगा आपके लिए या नहीं उगाएगा. सो सिंपली वी नीड टू कीप इट इन आवर माइंड दैट इंसेंटिव. एंड आई थिंक फ्यूचर इज़ वेरी ब्राइट एंड ह्यूमन ब्रेन है, साइंटिस्ट हमारे यहाँ के बहुत कैपेबल हैं, किसी भी चैलेंज के लिए तैयार हैं और कोई भी चैलेंज आएगा तो विद इन नो टाइम विल हैव अ सॉल्यूशन. दिस आई कैन एश्योर यू. सो वी डू हैव वन ऑफ द बेस्ट ब्रेन अवेलेबल इन द वर्ल्ड एंड पोल्ट्री इज नो एक्सेप्शन फॉर इट. सो थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shukla sir, for such a forward-looking and a positive outlook for our sector. So thank you so much, the distinguished panelists, for sparing your valuable time. Dhanda साहब, आपने अपना कीमती समय निकाला और हम सबको ज्ञानवर्धन किया. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारी संस्था की तरफ से. और thank you very much, Dr. Santosh and Dr. Shukla sir. So big round of applause for all the panelists for joining this session, and we pass on back to organizers. Thank you.
क्वालिटी ओवर क्वांटिटी. सर पूर्णा होती तो यही लोग देंगे जो बैठे हुए हैं अभी.
So that brings us to the end of the 10th edition of Indian Poultry Review Annual Conclave, the 2026 edition. A very warm thank you to all our speakers, our panelists, the audience, and our sponsors, Shalimar Group, ABTL, VH Group, Poultry India, Amrit Breeders, Kemin, EW Nutrition, Neutral Global, Sapiens, Yashvan, Japfa, Bhandari Group, Zeus, Nanovet, Hightech, NH Propar, Glamac, and Numida. Thank you very much for making this possible. And we'll be back next year, next August, with another edition of this program. Thank you very much.